All right, good morning, folks. Now, we acknowledge that the land that we are on today is the traditional territory of the many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, as well as our Wendat people. And it is home now to the many diverse nations of the Inuit and Métis people. Thank you for the privilege of working and playing on this land. I think we're good to go.
Let's stand up, tuck in our chairs.
Here we go.
Let's warm up and have some fun. Here we go, reach it up. Shake it out, guys. And again, reach it up.
1, 2, what you gonna do? 3.
Right foot starts. Here we go, walk for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, clap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. Good.
We do it so naturally.
To the right. 1. Little spin. Here we go. Cross it over. Who remembers a box step? Right, left.
On to the next.
Right, left.
Never do it like that.
Add a little arm.
Side up and upside down.
Good.
Everybody's rocking to the beat.
Other leg. Here we go. Right, left, left, right. Hit, hit. Good. One more.
So naturally.
Reach it up. Get into it, guys. Let it go. From the top. Here we go. Littles. Good. And again. Little spin. And a clap. Cross it over.
Show us what you got.
Box step. Right, left, right, left. Good. Bigger arm, guys.
Left on to the next.
Other side. Left, right. Good. Bigger arm. Reach. Bigger arms. Reach it up. Add a little bounce. Good. Awesome, guys. Heel forward. All right, let it go, guys. Whatever you want. Let it go. Shake it out. Hope you have an awesome day, guys.
She's running. Oh, is she running? This girl is on the move. She's boldly juggling the good in business and in life. She's got a monster day ahead of her, and she's running on fumes and taming those dragons within, trapping the butterflies inside her belly and stepping out on that long, long ledge of hope. Sound familiar? And she only changed 3 times before coming into work today. But that's all right, it's all right, because she feels 1 part uncertain and 2 parts fabulous. Is this woman knows? She's the heroine of her own life story. She unapologetically puts the me in she. And when you put that at the center, everything starts looking up. And that's not selfish, that's just self-worth. And this woman, she's surrounded herself in sunshine. Her we is pretty darn bright. She created a power pack of friends, family, colleagues, and cats. And the sister string that stretches between her and the women around her, well, it's tight. She's got women in her corner who know she's a big deal. Sisters who make space for her at the table. People who defend her in rooms she's not even in. And as a woman, she knows that the strength of her community defines her longevity. And she really wants to stick around for a while and yuck it up a little. Speaking of wellness, that's at the core of who she is every day. She's nourishing herself. She's downward dogging it. She's taking a bite and taking a beat. She's lifting heavy objects above her head like the superwoman that she is, giving the caregiver within a dose of well-earned care herself. Because when she steps up to the world's plate, she's gonna lead from the inside out with impact. The kind of impact that connects passion with purpose, the kind of voice that says, hell yeah, I can. The kind of voice that, however loud and however faint, means business. She will lead in a way that says, I belong here. Make some space, because I got something to say. And I'm warning you, you're gonna feel it. We're all gonna feel it. Because when she excels, we excel. And every woman who follows after her steps up to the plate with a little more swagger. And who doesn't like a little bit of swagger? Welcome to ElleExcel, from Insight to Impact. Y'all look so much better in person than you do on a screen. And knowing this women's circle, I'm guessing that so many of you showed up here today with swagger, but I'm guessing you're gonna leave with a wee bit more. And I can't wait to see that. And I see you out there wearing your remarkableness on your badges like the sheroes you are, afraid to write it down, concealing it as you walk past somebody else, or saying, oh, it's okay, I'll just write what she wrote. I know it's uncomfortable, I get it. But trust me, it gets easier. It gets easier to own your power because it is remarkable. And having reinforced that by the community within this room today and all the folks that are on the ElleExcel line, that is a group of people who help women excel every day. In a world that isn't always ready, right, for our impact, because let's face it, the world feels a bit different, doesn't it? And it feels a little bit extra difficult for women these days, whose rights are being challenged around the world, from our bodies we're in to the boardrooms we're part of. And so while gender equality is one of the top and greatest issues and challenges that the UN says that exist today, the facts support that, right? Where we've got 50% of the population as women, but only 28% of women across 25 states as head of state. We have 23% of us in the C-suite. There are broken rungs across all levels, with vast gaps existing across various areas with respect to pay equity. And that's exacerbated by our sisters in the room who are Black and Latina. Shout out to you, because equality is seated in every single day acts. And we are elevated and empowered through our actions and the absence of action. And that gets in way of us excelling as women. So sometimes, we hear about women's issues and we feel like, it's happening to her over there, right? It's the woman over there in that country, in that circumstance, or another time. But I'd suggest it's right here. It's here in the room. So if I may ask you, now that you've already been on your feet, to stand up if you've ever had to navigate bias at work. Yeah, I'm standing. Stand up if you've ever faced a microaggression. Stand up if you've struggled to have your voice heard in a room where you were being spoken over all too often. And stand up if you wrestle with self-confidence and imposter syndrome in some way every day. Yeah, here we are. Thank you. Please take your seats. You didn't realize this was an aerobics class today, did you? I appreciate you having the courage to rise up. I appreciate that you should feel the connection in the room, that there's more alike than dissimilar in all of us. And you are part of a community here. There is far more that connects us than divides us. And in a world that will not change overnight, we are here as sisters in the room, brothers and sisters, I will say. Thank you for the courage of the men coming out today. But we're here making change. We're here elevating each other in the room, where at times we feel a little more limited than we'd like, right? There are things we can do to empower other women. If you see a microaggression, speak up. If you see a woman trying to get in on the conversation and she's being spoken over, intervene and say, I think Holly has something great to say here and valuable. Let's make space for her. And signal to her subtly that you are in her corner, unequivocally. I call this sister string between me to you. This unspoken currency between women that connects us. And it could be as simple as this. It's subtle. It's in a meeting room. No one's going to shout you out and go, what's Lori doing over there having a seizure? Like, I don't get it. Why is she making these weird gestures? All it is simple as that. It's me reaching out to you. It's a subtle sign that says, You know what? I'm giving that woman a shot of power in a moment when I think she needs it. So throughout the day, today, when you see a woman doing something great or needing encouragement in any way, send her some sister string. Give her one of these. You're going to see that throughout the day. And let that be the connection between us as women to add oxygen to those rooms that we are all part of, creating circumstances where women can excel at home and at work. And in this room, it's amazing to me because today you're surrounded by greatness, from renowned women in STEM to entrepreneurs to international beauty queens we got among us, global rights advocates, fitness gurus, as we saw. Thank you, Pam, for the courage to show up. And survivors of domestic violence. You're going to hear from them firsthand. Scientists, we have physicians in the room, chefs, global event managers, poets, artists, and yogis. A few of them, actually. So women who believe in the power of paying it forward, that's who you're surrounded by, and men. And you'll tap into the power of all of them with one word today. And that word is bingo. So make use of your cards throughout the day. Build your sister community one square at a time. If your remarkable badge isn't the opener, your bingo card is. Because before you know it, you're going to be passing string between us as sisters. So fill out your card and drop it in the purple box at the back of the room because you're going to get a chance to win. Now today is a guided and inspired tour through the ElleExcel pillars, and it starts with you. And for those of you who have been on the line with me for 17 sessions, you'll know this. It starts with me. It's anchored in your me. And that is all about self-help, awareness, authenticity, feeling the power in yourself, because you are going to be bathed in acknowledgement through today. And it's going to feel really darn hard sometimes to anchor that and pull that out of yourselves on any given moment. But you're going to get tangible tips from women who have wrestled with themselves, myself included, and harnessed that power. There will be many familiar faces in the room, on the stage, as well as on the screens that you're going to see through our videos. The we community, that second pillar, is all about creating community and connection with others. That is why we are here. And well, that's all about rest, refuel, and solutions for a healthy life. So you show up feeling rested and refueled, which is fundamental to our ability to navigate our daily lives, through to how we lead, right, and exact our impact on the world. Now, these 4 pillars are all part of what I'll call as a women's house, right? And from the foundation we create all the way through, the main floor, I will say, is all about where we congregate with others, right? It's where we engage in sort of daily life. To the upper levels where we go for that rest and refuel. To how we show up on the street, right? What our house looks like from the street, the fence, the gardens, the whole 9 yards. The good news is that you're the architect of this whole damn thing right down to the studs. So where are you focused in your 4 pillars? What's important for you and what got you here today and what resonated? You're going to see a poll now showing up on screen, so get out your phones. And when you do, grab the photo app. Hover it over that QR code that's on the screen and it's going to pull you to a poll. And I'd ask for you to choose one of the 4. So of the 4 ElleExcel pillars, where would you like the most help? And what brought you here today? Is it the me? Is it really around, I'd like some tools for self-help and awareness. I want to be more anchored in my own confidence. Is it that? Is it the we? Connecting with other women and creating a community around you? Is it wellness, right? Solutions for a healthy, happy life? Or finally, is it, I'd really like to influence better and I would like to show up on the street with impact? Which of these 4 things is it for you? And you're going to see in real time, the results are going to pop up onto the screen. I know that here we go. All right, we have a lot of leaders in the room, and that is no surprise to me. And we are rivaled with our me, and I get that. I get that constant tease in between. It's like, how do I feel? How do I show up? How do I tame those butterflies and show up on that stage and deliver? How do I get that confidence to show up in that meeting room? I get it. But it's a balance, as you can see. There's folks here who are wanting a little bit of all of it. And so I appreciate you. But I know that we are here to show up and lead. And so where it is that we're at now, I wanted to share a story with you about a little barn burner I had myself, once in my own house. Now, this was several years ago, and I was a first-time executive, and I was eager and full of ambition. And you can maybe appreciate that, whatever job you've stepped up to the plate for. And at the time, I was working 11 to 13 hours a day. And I was doing this for the better part of a year. And it never occurred to me, I have to say, that this was kind of odd. It never occurred to me. It never even occurred to me that it was too much. Then another executive on our same team quit, and they said, why don't you take over her portfolio as well, on top of me working. I thought, naturally, I took it. I'm like, of course I'm going to do that. I'm going to make my mark. Like, this is my moment, right? And this was at a point in my life when the word boundary, it didn't exist. It didn't exist for me. I didn't understand what it was, and I most definitely wasn't going to say it. And so I felt fine, right? Like a couple jobs and juggling, and I felt fine. To anyone who asked me, and even to myself, I'm like, I'm fine. I was just busy, right? And I would have been fine. I would have. It's just that at one point I stopped being able to sleep. And sleep is rather fundamental, I will tell you, having stayed awake all night reading books about how to fall asleep. I would awaken at night and I would pace. And I would come up at 3 in the morning and I would write to-do lists. And my brain was on fire. It was on fire. And this went on for many, many, many months until I lost my voice. And that's a condition, as I later learned that when you're really, really stressed, your vocal cords can constrict and cut off your voice. And I thought it was divine intervention because I was married at the time and I was saving my husband. However, not, as it turned out. It was just stress. So I spoke like this, like for the better part of a few months. And I would show up to work like that and people just thought I had a cold. But you know what? I could still type. So I thought, okay, great. You know what? I still got a voice. Yeah, I'm going to just channel this into my computer. So one morning, I was preparing breakfast in my kitchen. I was ready to go to work, and I was reaching up for a baking sheet, which was above my fridge. And it came crashing down and narrowly missed my head. And my world went black for a time. I awoke on the kitchen floor after, I don't actually know how long, but quite a while. And I was really exhausted and disoriented. And I had seized, as it turned out. Metaphorically, I will say, and physically. And I showed up, I got up, dusted myself off, I showered, and I went to work. So, you'd think that that would have been the thing to cause me pause, right? You're seizing on your kitchen floor before work. Red alert! No, red alert. I realized that I didn't realize at that time that my house was on fire. It was freaking on fire, the whole thing. But my God, she has a sense of unrelenting humor. And I landed actually at my doctor's office when my back had gone out. And I was suffering from acute sciatica, so at that point I actually couldn't walk. So I had some help to get me into the doctor's office. And I remember because I stood against the wall where his light switch was and I couldn't move, but the room switched, the lights were going on and off, which was great for my seizures, because I couldn't move. I couldn't get onto the examining table to be examined. And so I said to him, I need something for the back pain. And he said, and just looked at me. And I said, I got a board meeting on Tuesday and I need to get back to work. And he's like, And then my doctor and my spouse exchanged glances in that moment in a conversation about myself that I'd lost the privilege of being part of. And then my doctor, he rendered me unfit to work and being a danger to myself. So I was aghast. I'm like, what the hell is this guy talking about? What is he not seeing? Like, there's a board meeting on Tuesday, invoice. But then I resisted and he handed me the bottle of pain meds that I'd actually come for. Right? That was the reason I was there. So that night, jacked on Percocet, I dreamt that I was Geddy Lee, the lead singer of Rush. The Tom Sawyer, me, like that. That's what was going on in my head, right? And I'm screeching at the top of my lungs, but I was trampled by a crowd and absorbed into my own concert. This was my dream. And so for a year after that, I was sentenced to self-care. Like it was a sentence, right, for me, because I wanted to be at work. And something inside of me, I got to tell you, broke, right? When the idea of who I was or who I thought I was and all that I was capable of met with the reality of me. It was like a complete break. And so my entire house was on fire, right? From the studs all the way to the roof, the whole thing aflame. And so the idea of phoning up a friend, right, and call my bestie and say, or my family, right, it completely ran counter to everything I knew to be true about who I was and my formidable strength. I was embarrassed, right? In my mind, I was like, I couldn't cut it. Like, you got this job, Bieda, and you can't cut it. Who are you to tell anybody about anything? Like, I was so embarrassed, I hid in my house. And it took me, I will say, over a decade to say it. out loud, over a decade, to say I burned out, and I admit that I had limits and have limits to this day. So now here I am, bragging about my own burnout and making a conference out of it. So I showed them, right? Hey, here we are. Yeah, I see it, right? But I will say that everything about that experience, it taught me about the 4 pillars in Technicolor. And it showed me how to anchor in myself. It showed me that I really, really needed the help of others, not only to thrive, but simply to survive. And it changed my entire sense of wellness, from this idea that my body was doing what I wanted it to do versus me honoring what it needed me to do. I hadn't grasped that. So from my burnout to your glow up, that's where we're headed. And today, ElleExcel Live is a journey through me, we, well, and lead. And all of that is underpinned by a prescription for one thing, and it ain't Percocet. It's happiness. Now, Dr. Jillian Manders has the coolest job on the planet. She's a renowned happiness expert. She's the founder of the International Institute for Health Science Research. Cool. She's a 2-time TEDx speaker, so she's familiar to a stage. And you may recognize her from shows like The Social, from Marilyn Dennis, from Breakfast Television, and The Morning Show. This woman's been around, right? And on top of this, she has the coolest dog. And you're going to see that dog today. And is quite simply the coolest person whom I'm happy to call my friend. I feel happier already knowing you are here. Dr. Jillian, over to you for a dose of happiness.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Hello. That was incredible. How amazing that we're going to start this conference today talking about the science of happiness. So I'm a happiness researcher. I spend all of my days thinking and studying and learning about the science of happiness. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Now, before we begin, I do have a quick disclaimer, which Lori alluded to. I have a French bulldog named Jocko, and this here says, swear jar, and telling people about my dog when I wasn't asked jar. So my dog Jocko, he actually just turned 4 on May 1st. He is a busy guy, and he actually is a professional model. He models for the dog brand Canada Pooch. And so I have a lot of really cute high-res photos of my dog in adorable outfits. So for bonus happiness, I'm just letting you all know now, there will be dog photos in my talk. And he's actually joining us. He's at the back there today. So if you need some pet therapy today, he'll be here. Hi, buddy. And he Canada Pooch, you know how like everyone in the world did a collaboration with the Barbie movie when it came out? So Canada Pooch did as well. And so he is wearing his Barbie harness for all of us here today. So with that, let's talk about happiness. I have to say that when people ask me, you know, what's the magic pill? Like, what's the one thing? Like when I tell someone I'm a happiness researcher, they're like, okay, what's the one thing I have to do or buy or get or say in order to be happy? And the truth is, there's no secret to it, right? But just like we can use science to learn about physical activity or nutrition or cardiovascular disease, we can use science to learn about happiness. Now, to be honest, I didn't even know you could study happiness until the second year of my PhD. Like, I'm sure there's probably a couple of you in this room when you heard that I'm a happiness researcher, you would have like a thought bubble and you're like, what's that? Is that a real job, right? I get that a lot. And so what happened was, I went to Western. Did anyone here go to Western? Yes, go Mustangs. And I was studying in health science. I've always been passionate about health and how do we live our best life ever. And I was really passionate in particular about children. So I was studying childhood obesity. So I did a master's in health science studying that. I went into my PhD still studying childhood obesity. And then in the second year, I started really thinking about what I was doing. So in a childhood obesity study, a child has to have a BMI, a body mass index, above the 85th percentile for their age and gender in order to qualify for the research. And so if you really sort of extrapolate that thought, I am using the number on a scale to determine if I could help a child. And I didn't love that. And I'm the oldest of 7 kids. My mom had 7 kids in 9 years, no twins. Yeah. And then she went and did a PhD. So when I was doing mine, she'd be like, Jillian, do you have 7 kids under 9? I'd be like, no. And she'd be like, stop complaining. So I was like, fair, okay. So I was sort of like, what am I doing? But then I was like, you have to get the letters after your name so that you can do your own research, right? Just grind it out for a couple more years, and then at the end, then you can start doing what you want. And so I was at Pilates one day, and my Pilates teacher had 2 reformers. She used to do it in her basement. And so I'm like on this reformer, like having an existential crisis, like crying and carrying on, what am I doing with my life, whatever. And the woman that day next to me, she happened to be a prof at Ivy, the business school at Western. And so she was like trying to be solution focused as I'm like having a meltdown. And she's like, maybe you should switch into business. You seem entrepreneurial. We have a health section at Ivy. Like maybe that's a good way for you to finish out your PhD. And I was like, yeah, you know what? That makes sense. That probably is what I should do. And so, and then as we were leaving, she kind of made this off comment. And I don't know if any of you have ever experienced this, where like someone makes an off comment that they probably don't even remember saying to you, and it like changes your life, right? She says to me, she's like, oh, you know what, Jillian? You might like my sister's research. She's in New Brunswick, and she studies sustainable happiness. And I was like, what's that? And she's like, go home and look it up. And I'm like, okay. So I go home, and I start looking it up. So sustainable happiness is like how our environment affects our happiness. And so I'm sitting at my computer, and I just like have this thought, like, hold on a second. You can study happiness? Like, that's a thing? And so because I was in health science, I was like, well, I wonder, like, is there a connection between happiness and health? And so I started doing a bit of a lit search, and I saw data like this. There was so much data that shows when we compare happy people to less happy people are physically healthier. And in a childhood obesity intervention, the goal is actually not weight loss with children. It's actually to slow the trajectory of weight gain and to establish healthy habits, because when you establish healthy habits in childhood, they're more likely to continue into adulthood. So essentially, in a childhood obesity intervention, my goal was establishing healthy habits for people to be happier and healthier, right? And here, the outcomes are exactly the same. It had nothing to do with the number on a scale. It's more inclusive. There's no stigma associated with saying, hey, I want to be happier, right? And so we see things that happier people have lower rates of cardiovascular disease. They have stronger immune systems. They have better self-reported health. They live longer. So lifespan, the number of years, and also health span, which is the number of healthy years that we live. They also engage in a lot more healthy behaviors. They sleep better. They're more likely to wear seatbelts and sunscreen. So there's a lot of benefits in terms of it. And not only that, I started reading a lot of different research that what we see is that happier people thrive in so many different domains, right? They're more productive at work. In the workplace, we see that happier people perform better. They tend to make more money. They get better evaluations by their supervisors. In terms of our personal life, they have longer and more fulfilling marriages, friendships. They're more altruistic, so they're more likely to donate their time or their money. So all of this to say that feeling happy feels good, right? But it also has so many implications for so many areas of our life. And so what I thought I would do today is sort of share with you 3 of the biggest like ahas or insights that I've learned studying the science of happiness. Because did anyone in here learn how to be happy in school? No, right? And it's like, does anyone in here not want to be happier? No, right? So it's like, we were never taught how to be happy, so no wonder we're confused. And when I got into the research and the literature, I had to like unlearn and relearn a lot of things because I wasn't taught. And then it gets more complicated because we have like media and social media and Hallmark movies that are like telling us what happiness is, right? And so that's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna dive in. Here is Jocko wearing the Barbie shirt. I can't not start an ElleExcel one with a Barbie picture, right? So the first thing I want to talk about is this idea of I will be happy when, right? We think this all the time, right? I will be happy when fill in the blank. When I get married, when I get divorced, when I make X amount of dollars, when I have this house, this car, whatever it is. And it's such a pervasive thought that I even caught myself saying, I will be happy when I finish writing a PhD about happiness. Because the writing and stuff is tedious, right? And so it's this pervasive thought, but the reality is that happiness isn't something that we find. Right? If you think about right now, just think about a moment in your life when you felt really happy. And do you feel that way for the rest of your life? No, right? So it's not a destination. It's not something that we arrive at. So the way I think about happiness is a happy life means that we actually have to practice happiness regularly. Now, for all you pickleball fans, you might be thinking like, this is a cute quote card for Instagram, right? But like, what do you mean practice happiness regularly, Jillian, right? What does that mean? And so what I mean is that the way I think about happiness is the same way that I think about physical activity, and it's the same way that I think about nutrition. So Jocko's here, he's got his dumbbells. So say Jocko went to the gym today and he had the best workout of his life. Or say tomorrow morning you wake up and you go to the gym, or whatever fitness you like to do, and you have the best workout of your life. Would anyone in this room leave, take their phone, text their friend or their partner and say, I just had the best workout of my life, I've reached fitness? Would anyone do that? No, it sounds silly, right? Because what do we understand? If we want to be fit and healthy, what do we have to do? We have to move our body on a regular basis for our life, right? Or say you had this green smoothie for breakfast. Say I made it and I put like all the superfoods in it. Would anyone in this room be like, thank you, Jillian, that was delicious, I've reached nutritional wellness? No, right? Because we understand what's gonna happen. Lunchtime's gonna roll around and we're gonna be hungry again. So intuitively, we understand that. And so what I mean by practicing happiness regularly is instead of seeing happiness as a destination, if we see it as a practice, what's one thing I can do to practice happiness today? And we'll talk about some in a minute. Then what it does is it's taken our happiness, and instead of having it be contingent on something that may or may not happen in the future, it's brought it into something that's manageable and actionable that we can do today. So we're going to talk about some of those, but first I want to share another big thing that I learned, but I have a question before we get into it. And I'd love for some people just yell out an answer. What do you do when you're having an off or a hard day? Go for a walk? Awesome. I heard someone over here. Dance? What'd you say? Talk to a friend. Amazing. Back here, yes. Sleep. Amazing. Journal. Take a shower. Drink. Did I hear drink? Chocolate, yes. Do you want to know my answer? And the happiness researcher answer? I have a hard or an off day. Also, I can't come to ElleExcel and not have at least one photo of Elle Woods in my slides. So there we go. Because here's the other thing. So when I learned that you could study happiness, right, I started reflecting on my own life because I was like, okay, Jillian, are you as happy as you possibly could be, right? And so I started thinking like, I don't like feeling sad. I don't like feeling anxious. I don't like feeling down, depressed. So my like naive grad student goal was, well, why don't you study happiness and figure out how to be happy all the time? And I thought that was like a really good goal. Quick sidebar, I also, when I started studying happiness and was doing this, I told my husband of 5 years I wanted to get divorced. So we did a little changing into happiness. But I thought, like, this is a great goal. Be happy all of the time. And then I got into the research, and what I quickly learned is that being happy all the time is not the goal. And I was like shocked by this information at first. But then I started reading research. Sometimes it's referred to as like the dark side of happiness, where what we see is that people who try to be happy all of the time, they end up being less happy than other people. I know. I was so confused when I read it at first because I was like, if you think of like a weight loss goal, right? Or, you know, pant size goal or whatever it is, even if like you don't reach that number, like I kind of was like, well, at least you're trending in the right direction, right? But then I thought about it some more and it's like, wait, hold on a second. What happens when we don't reach a goal? If someone was to take like a microphone and put it in our head and people hear the way we speak to ourselves, right? And so it's not about being happy all of the time. And paradoxically, it's when we understand this and we allow ourselves to experience more emotions, we actually end up being happier. Because contrary to what Taylor says, we cannot just shake off our emotions. It doesn't work like that. And we also can't just, have any of you ever had like a bad day and you just like tried to be positive and happy? You're like, yeah, I'm great, I'm doing great, right? What happens at the end of the day? You're like way more exhausted, right? Because it's also not about forcing ourselves to be happy or to be positive if we're not feeling that way. We call this toxic positivity in research. And it's like, has anyone in here ever actually had their frown turned upside down when someone told you to turn your frown upside down? No, right? And toxic positivity is actually really problematic because what we do when we're pretending to be happy is we're suppressing our other emotions. And just like how happiness has benefits in terms of our physical health, suppressing our emotions has consequences in terms of our physical health. And they don't go away, right? Have any of you had like a uncomfortable or challenging feeling and just try to like push it away? Does it go away? No, right? It actually gets stronger. In research, we call this amplification. And what we see is that when we suppress our emotions, it impacts our physical health. It conveys a risk for earlier death, including all-cause mortality and cancer-related deaths. So suppressing our emotions isn't just sort of like a thing that it's like, oh, whatever. It's really significant and important. And so the question becomes, okay, if we don't want to be positive all the time, then what do we do? And it's about embracing a spectrum of emotions. We're humans. This slide is for all the Schitt Creek fans in the room, by the way. We have different feelings. And that part of it is like, you know, when you're a kid and you fall and you scrape your knee and your parents come and they're like, don't cry, right? But if you fall and you scrape your knee and you're in pain, crying kind of makes sense, right? So from a young age, we were sort of told that some of the more difficult or challenging emotions, we don't know what to do with them. And I try not to use the words positive and negative when I label emotions because they aren't necessarily positive. If you don't do something, you don't hand something in, your boss is upset with you and you have anxiety, kind of makes sense, right? And it's just that some of the sort of what people often call negative emotions, they're harder or they're uncomfortable or they're unfamiliar. But it's about really kind of leaning into it. This is a quote from Dr. Susan David. I'm notorious for giving book recommendations. So my first book recommendation of the day is actually from Dr. Susan David. If you like this sort of emotion part of the conversation, she has an excellent book called Emotional Agility. Has anyone in the room read it before? A couple in the back, it's good, right? But what she says is that it's normal, healthy, and a good thing to experience the full range of the emotional experience. And so it's really allowing ourselves, like I said, paradoxically, it's when we allow ourselves to lean in to those emotions that we actually can sort of live a fuller life. Now, the last one that I want to talk about, I'm going to start with a question and then a quick thought experiment, okay? By the way, this is a bandana from the Barbie movie that he's wearing. So the first question's pretty easy. Oh, there he is again. On a scale of 1 to 10, how happy do you feel right now? So I just want to invite you to close your eyes for a second. Take a big inhale, exhale, and just check in with yourself on a scale of 1 to 10. Since we're at BMO today, yes, you can use decimal places, if you're wondering that. And this is an awareness activity. This is not a judgment activity, okay? All right, open your eyes. That wasn't too hard, was it? No? Okay. So the next thing that we're going to do is a thought experiment. And by the way, does anyone here have a weighted blanket? Couple. So weighted blankets, if someone's feeling anxious or stressed, they sort of have like beads in them and it's weighted and it almost feels like it's giving you a hug, so it can help to calm and regulate your nervous system. So what Canada Pooch found was that, you know, when the pandemic was ending and everyone was going back to work, all these pets were getting like separation anxiety. So they actually made this, what Jocko's wearing here is a weighted vest for dogs. And they worked with all these vets to create these vests. And they had to get a prototype and it had to get a patent. So Jocko was in a patent wearing a weighted vest for dogs. But like, look at this face. He's so designed and destined to be a model, right? He looks very calm in his calming vest. Okay, thought experiment. I warned you. So say you won $10,000 today, okay? So you won 10K. And I said, congratulations, you've won $10,000. And I want you to spend it in a way to maximize your happiness, to bring the most amount of happiness to your life, okay? And you have 4 choices for this thought experiment. So A, you can go on a shopping spree for new clothes or tech gadgets or do a home renovation, okay? B, you can go on a trip wherever you want to go, whenever you feel safe to go there. C, you budget about $200 a year for self-care. Whatever that is. So whether you like to buy flowers, get massages, order Uber Eats, go to a dinner, whatever you want to do, you get about $200 a week for a year. Or D, you can donate all of your money to your favorite charity, okay? So you have to pick one of these 4 that you think is going to bring you the most amount of happiness. So who here picks A, shopping spree, home reno, couple? Okay, good. B, trip. Amazing. Okay, C, self-care. At the back is the self-care back, okay. And D, charity. We have 2 philanthropic people in the room, very nice. So you might be thinking, okay, Jillian, what's the answer And what's up with these questions and thought experiments? It's early in the morning, right? So the answer is C, $200 a week, a year for self-care. And I have to say, so one time after a talk, I got off and someone came up to me and they were like, Jillian, you clearly have never lived through a home renovation if you think that's even an option to put on here for happiness. I live in a condo. So the answer is C, $200 a week, a year. And the reason that I asked you that question on a scale of 1 to 10, how happy are you, and this question, is because what we know from research is that as humans, we're pretty good at self-reporting our own happiness. So we're pretty good at figuring out how happy we feel or don't feel. So the first question that I asked you on a scale of 1 to 10, chances are, if you're a research participant in one of my studies, and I brought you into a lab, and often in research, how we assess happiness is with self-report questionnaires, and then you fill out a bunch of things, we score it, we get a number. So chances are, whatever you just came up with in your head, if you were in one of my studies, the answer that you got and the answer I would have got using a questionnaire would be the same, if not very similar. So as humans, we're pretty good at figuring out if we feel happy or not. But what's interesting is that what we're not good at as humans is figuring out what it is that makes us happy. So we often think it's the big shiny moments. It's the day that we go on the shopping spree, although not many people in here thought that. Or the day that we donate our money to charity, or the trip that we go on. But the reality is, what we see is that we're not as good at predicting what makes us happy. In research, we have a term for this. We call it affective forecasting. Forecasting our affect, predicting how we're going to feel. And what we see is that we often overestimate the duration and the intensity of those things. So what we do is, say you get the thing, you get the car, you get the whatever it is, the go on the trip. One, it doesn't bring as much happiness as you anticipate that it would. And two, it doesn't last for as long as you think that it would. And so that's interesting, right? Because we think we're like these rational creatures as humans, but we're not. So the reason that C, $200 a week, a year for self-care is the answer is because micro moments add up. And what I mean by micro moments is small little things. So if you budgeted $200 a week, a year, and you go out and you buy some flowers one day and you get a little massage, and then you buy coffee for someone, all those little moments, they don't tend to take up a lot of mental real estate. So we don't really estimate or understand the impact that they have. But all of those little moments over time add up to significantly more happiness than those big shiny moments. And what's really cool is that, remember how I talked about how instead of having happiness contingent on something that may or may not happen, but if we bring it into something in the future today, it's a lot easier to think about what's one small thing I can do for myself to make myself happy today versus I'll go to Pearson and hop on a plane and go somewhere, right? It's much more manageable. And so what we see is it's really about frequency. If I was to try to predict someone's happiness, I wouldn't want to know about the big moments. I would want to know how many of these little micro moments do they have. And I love this idea of micro moments because sometimes I hear them referred to as small moments, but I don't like that word because they may be micro, tiny, but in terms of impact, they are not small. So the way I think about happiness is it's sort of like a muscle. So on this highly scientific graph that you see on the screen, what you see is that happiness, so say you go to the gym and you want to get stronger, and you do one bicep curl. Does your life change? Are you stronger? Probably not, right? But if you consistently, over time, go and work out, you get stronger over time. And that's how I think about happiness. So these micro moments are like reps for your happiness muscle. And so what you see is that over time, you put in the micro moments and your happiness goes up, right? But you also can see on this graph that there's still red faces, right? And it's because the other key thing is that a happy life, it doesn't mean that hard things don't happen. It doesn't mean that difficult things don't happen, that job losses don't happen, that divorces don't happen, that pandemics don't happen, that family issues don't come up. A happy life means that as we start to grow our happiness muscle, our highs get higher, and it's not that our lows go away, you become more resilient to cope with the hard things when they do happen. So you might be thinking, okay, what are some of these micro moments, right? What are some of these things we can do to put in reps? And by the way, Jocko has a drool bubble in that photo. So there's a micro moment right there. It's not the big things, right? It's like taking time to have self-compassion for yourself. If you're being hard on yourself, you're having a bad day, just taking time to regroup, right? Gratitude. Who here has ever practiced gratitude? So if you just think about something in your life that you're thankful for or appreciate right now, just take a second to do that. Does everyone have something? Congratulations, you just practiced gratitude. But I will say, what we know from research in terms of like good, better, best, thinking about things that you're grateful for is good, but best case scenario is writing them down. So whether that is a journal, there's a lot of apps out there, but actually taking the time to write it out can really increase the impact of gratitude. Connection, spending time with friends, going out into nature, right? Going out into nature is such a great way to reset, and especially if you can not take your phone with you, it's even better. When I used to study childhood obesity, I used to do a lot of focus groups, and I was talking about like going outside and playing on the playground, and one of the children said to me, I don't like going outside because there's no outlets there. Yeah. So unplugging, getting some time, spending time with animals. Jocko is here today, and he is available all day for micro moments for any of you. Doing something kind for someone else. Has anyone in here ever either bought a coffee or something like that for a stranger or had that bought for you? Doesn't that feel good? Just that small little act. It doesn't take a lot of time. It doesn't cost a lot of money. But again, a great opportunity for a micro moment. Also, recognizing and celebrating someone else's success. I was actually talking to a friend about this a little while ago because he hosts these dinners for entrepreneurs, and he had a personal issue, so he couldn't come. And so he asked me if I would go to this dinner, and they sort of run the dinner for him. And he has questions, like discussion questions for like the 10 people that are there. And before we started, because I didn't know anybody, I was like, hey, let's all go around and say how we know my friend. And so we all went around, and then I was walking home. I was walking through Trinity Bellwoods, and I texted him, and I said, I really wish I would have recorded the beginning of this dinner, because everyone went around and just was talking about how awesome and amazing you are. And we had this whole discussion about how, like, you know, maybe someone's birthday, we might celebrate them, but actually throughout the day, recognizing and celebrating people, I think it's so underappreciated in terms of that. And I think especially women celebrating other women, it's one of those things that can be a great micro moment. Humor, laughing, watching funny cat videos, dog videos, comedy shows, all just really micro things. But like I said, over time, they add up. And the other thing is that there's no like magic formula for happiness. And so there's a list here, and this is by no means an exhaustive list. We could have an entire like week-long conference about things that make us happy. But the point is that we have to figure it out for ourselves, right? No one can tell you how to be happy. I can't even, I'm actually working on a book right now. And I really sort of struggled at the beginning because originally I was going to make a book with like different tools and strategies to be happy, and kind of have like a quiz at the beginning to do like a choose your own adventure to figure out which tools and strategies might be better for different people, for you. And it's kind of evolved because when I really started to think about it, the idea of me writing a book telling you how to be happy is actually disempowering, because I can't do that. We have to figure it out for ourselves. And so there's this exercise that I like to do. It's called happy hunting. And all you do is you take a piece of paper, or you can use like the notes section in your phone, and just sort of have two columns, like more happy and less happy. And as you go through the day and you do things, just jot down where it goes. And if you want a richer data set, you can do it for a couple days. But then you'll start to see, like, what are those things in my life that I do that make me happy? And you start to figure that out for yourself, because no one can figure it out but you. So I have 3 closing thoughts. These are, does anyone here have a dog and they put the boots on to walk, especially in the city, and you lose a boot all the time and it's super annoying? So Canada Pooch came up with this like strap contraction thing here, so the dogs don't lose their boots. So the first thing is that, you know, I heard this quote on a podcast like almost 10 years ago on the Tim Ferriss podcast, and it was by this gentleman, Derek Sivers, and he said, if more information was the answer, we'd all be billionaires with perfect abs. And it's so true, right? It's like sometimes you see that quote card, like knowledge is power, knowledge is power. And I'm always like, no, knowledge is potential power, right? It's what we do with what we know that matters. And so I've thrown a lot of science and data at you today, but I think it's really important to have a solid foundation to know that, yes, happiness matters. It's good for our health. It's good for how we show up in our work and our personal life. But now it's okay. The question becomes, what are you going to do about it? When you leave this door today, are you just going to be like, oh, Jillian had a nice talk? Or are you going to start to think about what are those things in my life, those micro moments for me that bring me a lot of happiness? Now, the next thought I have is a tweet, and it says, if you still think there's such thing as perfect parenting, just know that I'm a pediatrician and parenting author, and my toddler is eating strawberries dipped in ketchup for dinner tonight. Because this is the other thing, and I think especially at women's events, right, we want to please everybody and make everything be perfect, right? And that's not possible. And I think that sometimes when we try to be perfect and then we're not, we just like completely fall off the bandwagon. But like I said, it's practice happiness regularly. We're gonna have good days, we're gonna have bad days, and that's part of it too. And giving ourselves the grace to be a human, to have those, and to just move on the next day, so important. Now, the last thought that I want to share with you, I'm going to put up a quote in a second, and it's a quote from the current lead investigator of the longest running happiness study in the world. So it's been going on since 1937. It's being done at Harvard. It's called the Harvard Study of Adult Development. And so this study started as two separate studies that have now merged. So the one study was looking at a group of undergraduate students at Harvard. They were all men because back then Harvard only enrolled men at Harvard. And then the second group was a group of men that lived in a low socioeconomic area in Boston. And so they merged the two, and now they've been following these gentlemen throughout their entire life, getting things like interviews, medical records. They check in all the time, like a really, really deep, rich data set. What they have done is they've added in wives and partners and children. So now we have more representation and more female representation in the data. There's actually, I heard the lead investigator talking, I think there's only about 40 participants left out of the 750-ish that began in the study. And so the lead investigator's second book recommendation of the day, he had a book come out in 2023 called The Good Life. And this is a direct quote from him, and it's sort of the punchline of the book, which I'm not ruining. He said, "The lesson that came from tens of thousands of pages of research is that good relationships keep us happier and healthier." And so what we know is that the number one predictor of both long-term health and happiness is social connection. Above how much money we have, our age, our race, our education level, our gender, the number one predictor is social connection. And I'm not saying we all have to have like 5,000 Facebook friends. Often how we assess social connection is, do you have someone that you could call in the middle of the night if you were in crisis? And especially being in person here, I think it's a good reminder of why we actually physically come together. Because as humans, we crave connection. We crave that. Now, I'm going to put up a slide in a second, just to close. So I was doing a talk at Lakehead University virtually during the pandemic. And I was on Zoom chatting with the prof that had invited me after. And she said, "Jillian, you know, when you were talking about how happiness is not a destination, like we talked about today, she said, it reminds me of this picture that I have on my fridge at home." And she's like, "I want to send it to you." And I was like, "Okay." So she sent it to me, and it's from third book recommendation. It's a children's book called Big Panda, Tiny Dragon. And this is the picture that she sent to me. And it says, "Which is more important," asked Big Panda, "the journey or the destination?" And it says, "The company," said Tiny Dragon. And I think that's so true, right? Because it's not even about where we're going, it's about who we're going there with. And having that connection and sharing those moments is sort of the secret sauce of life. And so, I think sometimes the to-do list can, that's one of the things that can drop off, is spending time or making the time to physically come downtown Toronto to be together. But it's so important, and it's the number one thing that we can do for our health and our happiness. So with that, one more photo of Jocko with a smiley shirt. Thank you so much for having me. I'll be here all day, happy to answer any questions or anything, and I'll be back for a panel later. So sharing the science of happiness is the thing that makes me happiest, so thank you all.
As women, the demons we fight are so often the ones within us. The shadow of self-doubt, the fears that fence in our aspirations, the humility that hushes our words before we can even utter just how remarkable we are.
In the early days, I would have had this internal voice. I describe it as deafening, right? Like it held me hostage. And I almost couldn't hear what people were saying because I was so in my own head.
You know, one of my biggest fears growing up and even to this day is for people around the table to not think that I'm credible and to not think that I'm competent.
The things that are in your mind can be so negative, but you need to program your mind with those positive affirmations. So even when you're not feeling great or you're in a negative vibe, those things are programmed.
As women, in the process of finding our own voices, we often simply start by trying to fit in.
Somebody told me, and it was a female mentor, believe it or not, who told me you should dress up as a man when there are men in a meeting. And I did. I did wear pants. I had pantsuits. I would make sure that I'm always trying to look like another person in the meeting room.
I needed to show up like the pantsuit, like everybody else.
Early on, I did everything I could to be seen as and treated as one of the guys. I dressed like a guy, I talked like a guy, I drank like a guy.
Moving to a new country alone with minimal local network is difficult and scary. And no one in my family at that time really supported my immigration decision.
For women, the road to self-acceptance is often long and circuitous. We sometimes stumble on the way through to finding ourselves, resist our instincts, even apologize for who we are, before accepting that we are just perfect as we are.
It took me a long while to accept my emotions and stop apologizing for them. Just accept that they are who I am, and for everybody else, it's okay. Just kind of deal with it.
We dismiss instinct because it's this intangible thing. Well, how did you come to this conclusion? But we really have to understand that our instincts is a compilation of your education, your training, your years of experience, what you know, and all these wonderful characteristics.
It's always hard to be the only one, to seek out the other diverse voices that are in the room with you. And often, you know, I would say two things. One, men are not the enemy. What is the enemy are the things that we whisper to ourselves and the system itself.
And the system, well, it's work in progress. And women continue to navigate bias in their ongoing work and home lives, from large overtures to the small microaggressions, which aim to marginalize the power of our great voices.
Reality as a Black woman, there's usually sort of a bit of an inner conflict in terms of, you know, our words, the tone, the body language. You know, are we going to be understood for what we're actually saying or the perception of what we're saying?
Most decisions, in fact, that we make, especially regarding people, are alarmingly contaminated by our bias. And our assessments of others are never as objective as we believe them to be. Not because we're bad people, but really because we're human.
I am important in spite of what anybody says. I matter in spite of the labels, the biases, the stereotypes.
Achieving gender equity isn't just a woman's issue, it's a human issue.
Mention the word boundaries to women and so many of us just bristle, either because our boundaries don't exist, are perpetually challenged, forever crossed, we're busy creating them and sometimes feeling guilty for even having them at all. As women, we're in this forever dance with the boundaries that can set us free.
Up until very recently, I didn't have good boundaries. I would do anything for anyone at any time. It honestly wasn't until after I had my son almost a year ago and frankly started therapy that I even started to think about what boundaries mean and what it means and how important it is to take care of myself as a human who needs things and not give it all away. So I would say I went from having like no boundaries, I'll do anything for anyone, give it all away, to having like angry boundaries, rageful boundaries.
I get it.
I knew what was important to me, to be able to contribute and grow in my career while also being able to have a personal life. And this was well before I had children, but as Summer said, it intensified when the small people came.
Self-care is something every woman wants, though the road to it can feel a bit like sand through our fingers. Though it begins with letting go of guilt and believing that we are deserving of more than a little care.
And as a woman, we so often care for everybody else around us before turning our attention to self-care. Let's change that narrative.
Don't have guilt for prioritizing yourself.
You need to take care of the caregiver first.
When women arrive at self-acceptance and self-love, it changes not only her internal narrative, but her external impact. Because when she does the work inside, the impact is tremendous.
I'm a mom of 4 kids that are tiny little human beings that are happy, and I work, so somehow I've figured it out.
Growing up, I remember my father really being the first one to verbally say to me, why can't you do this? You know you can actually do whatever you want in life, right?
I'm going to be memorable because I'm going to stand out and everyone's going to remember that 5'1" female showed up.
So I threw away all my pantsuits that are black, gray, and brown. I brought in color to my closet, and I brought in my stiletto heels because I'm a small person, and all the funky colors that are out there. And you would get comments like that, but you know what? It made me happy. And when I'm happy and I felt good, I was able to deliver a lot.
It's about knowing your strengths and what you bring to the table. And then when you know that, let them ground you, right? Hold them in your heart, hold them in your head, let them ground you. And then when someone plants a seed of doubt, just remind yourself of your strengths and really flip that person a mental bird.
What makes each of us remarkable?
I'm a strong human being.
You are powerful beyond measure.
Having raised a son with disabilities has taught me a lot, and it's taught me to realize everybody has a gift.
I don't know whether I love or hate that you asked this question, Lori, but I'll go with it's a good one. So 3 things. 1, I'm stubborn as hell. Stubborn as a mule. I always have been, and I always will be, and anyone that deals with me would know that. Number 2, in spite of that, I'm deeply empathetic, which is both a blessing and a curse. I don't always act on it, but I do. I see it and I feel it. And then the 3rd thing, which my boss laughs about constantly because capital markets is chaotic and full of people that shoot from the hip. I am a very disciplined planner, very disciplined.
And I'm very curious. I love learning new things.
I'm here because I belong here, but I'm going to be memorable because I'm going to stand out and everyone's going to remember that 5'1" female showed up.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah, well, 5'2" right here. I think there's a relationship. Maybe it's correlated or perhaps causal between height and strength. I like to think there is because some days I feel rather mighty.
The deliberate choices we make as women matter. They have the potential to free us, elevate us, and transform the future for women. One choice and one woman at a time.
Stop beating ourselves up when we make a mistake. The world is not going to come to an end.
I'm always trying to put myself through the lens of being a regular human being who is just wanting to make a difference.
Speak up and be authentic, and don't be afraid. Take a deep breath and say it.
If the pressure is too great for you to be who you are, where you are not in the right place. And so you've got to make tough choices about being where you can have the boundaries, the expectations that you want for the life that you want.
I think we have to be less afraid of saying the wrong thing, doing the wrong thing, not being perfect, not being 180% qualified for a job before we put up our hands. I think sometimes we all just need to take a breath and take a leap.
The biggest learning that I use to this day is to always ask myself, what would I do if I was not afraid?
Now, what if I told you there was a heroine sitting in the workstation next to you? Heroines who put their own personal safety at risk, who took stands around the world for global rights against very harrowing odds. Heroines who made a deliberate choice to speak up, share their stories, and create understanding, community, and space for those of us that followed. Now, heroines who wrestle the dragons within every day to find space, safety, and trust at home and work. Now, many of us remember an image of a woman removing her hijab in Iran, waving it as a symbol of defiance and a fight for women's freedom. You see it on the quote reel that was running earlier today. So when I started ElleExcel, what started as a peaceful protest from the girls of Engelab led to being jailed and later exiled for one of our members here on stage. So most don't know that one of those women, named Azam Jangravi here, works in this building at BMO as an AI engineer. And Azam was forced to flee her homeland with the support of the Canadian government, and she and her daughter sought refuge here in Canada. Now, this woman takes advocacy seriously, as you can tell, and the world knows it because she's been invited by the UN to speak and by the BBC, who will feature her in a story. Now, our shared passion around women's empowerment is what led us together to find each other and brought Azam to BMO, which I'm honored to have her here in our team. And if fire could be bottled, it would look a lot like this. And beautiful, fierce, warm to the core. So Azam, when you took a stand against the Iranian government and removed your hijab, I don't know what you thought about at the time as a heroic act, or that you thought it would lead to being characterized as a heroine, but why do it? Like, why risk it?
Almost 10 years ago, first thank you for inviting me here. I am a little nervous. Almost 11 years ago, I decided to get divorced. As you know, in Iran, women don't have any right to get divorced, has their own custody of their own children, and leave the country. They need the permission of their father or their mother. When I started to get divorced and went to the court, I realized, oh my God, I don't have any rights to get divorced, and the custody of my own daughter. Fortunately, my family financially very good. I had 3 lawyers to find a way. But I met lots of women that they were suffering from their husband or the other things because they didn't have any support from government. And they didn't have any, rights to get divorced. So I started to work in the society. My father encouraged me to work in the charity. And first I started to work in the big charity in Iran, and for older people is named Kahrizak. Then I involved in politics, work in the parties. I believe I can reform some things. I can change the laws, Yeah. So I took seriously, involved in politics. And then I work in the women's research study that work for the president of Iran and work with directly with the member of parliament. And in that area, I met lots of women, some sex workers, some young children that, their fathers gambled them, that many women that they were suffering and they didn't have any support. Those days there were a big demonstration in Iran for economic situation, but nobody talked about the women's issue, children issue. A woman, a brave woman named Vida Mowahed, went to the utility box and silently, protest against mandatory hijab. But it was important, this action, became a demonstration, movement. So I was thinking about, I have to do this, but I had a daughter, and I just, after 5 years fight, I could get divorced. And I had the custody of my own daughter. I knew if I, protest against mandatory hijab, I will go to prison. But I decided to go on the utility box in the crowded street. The name of the street is Revolution Street, Engelab Street. And I went exactly 7 years ago. I went on the utility box and took a scarf, white scarf. And like this, I protested against mandatory hijab. I removed my hijab, and I was there for almost 45 minutes. Around me, lots of people. That days, men didn't support us, you know. We were alone. I was convicted for 3 years in prison. They wanted to take away my daughter from me, so I forced to flee Iran. But the action that I did, the women in Iran started, you know, to repeat my action.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
like what
and
courage.
after 3 years, we had a big demonstration in Iran for mandatory hijab. And, you know, men support, men was in the, you know, behind us, support us, and the whole of our country.
Awesome. So you made change. You made amazing change. So congratulations. I know your power is unbelievable. Yeah. Unbelievable. I think it's stuff you see in the news and then you don't realize that it's in the cube next to you, which is that blows my mind. And wait till you hear, we've got heroes all around us today, because from Iran to Zimbabwe, Rebecca Suburi is a former partner in a successful freight firm, and she is an outspoken human rights activist as well. You can see a theme here today, and against systemic political violence. She was forced to also flee her country and seek asylum in Canada. You may recognize Rebecca because she's a senior manager of creditor assurance here at BMO, but she's also told her story before through United Way. And you'll quickly realize how inner and outer beauty come together in this, because you'll see what swagger looks like and learn why. This mom of 2 daughters is literally a walking miracle. So please tell us about your journey here to Canada.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. And it's an honor to be seated up here with all these beautiful women. My journey is pretty long, but I'll summarize it by briefly saying I was married to a journalist. So I learned about what's going on behind the scenes before the rest of the world did. And the quality of life that other fellow Zimbabweans were living, people who were trying to speak up, people who were trying to just be themselves, were not permitted. So it was hard to watch how people are in the front lines and they're getting beaten up just for trying to speak up against the political injustice, the human rights violations. And I said, I cannot just sit back. There's no way I'll sit back and just watch from the TV. This is happening right in my backyard. What can I do to make a difference? So I joined another group of women who were also out there speaking up. But my voice became a little bit too loud for the government of Zimbabwe as I was spreading my wings to speak up for the LGBTQ community, which is something that's completely prohibited in Zimbabwe. So it became very unsafe. I experienced a lot of police brutality. I remember particularly a time when I was taken into a jail cell for 48 hours. Cuts and bruises all over my body from the police brutality. Just remembering that I have 2 little girls at home, but I have to do this for the underdog and for myself and for these children, just so they grow up in a place where they feel their voice can be heard. But it became increasingly dangerous, sexual assault, all sorts of things that I was now experiencing, exposing my children to danger. So this pushed me to leave my country, and I moved to Canada, leaving my children behind because I needed a visa to come here. My children did not have any means to travel. And I came here and believe it or not, I only had $20 in my pocket. And I just said, I'll figure the rest out. And I did. But I couldn't have done it without the support of the United Way agencies and the donations that generous donors like you would have put forward to say, we want to help the community, that $20 that you donated made a difference in my life. Thank you.
Amazing. Well, I mean, it's one thing, you know, to navigate all that you have to survive as you have. It's something else to ever want to talk about it again. Because I'd imagine, I mean, from where you've come from and knowing your story more deeply, it's just, why relive it? You know, why relive it on a stage? So why do that?
At first, it was, the agenda was for me to push and make sure that the ones that come behind me also get the support that I got. So why not speak up and raise funds to support the community and make a difference in another person's life? But as time went on, it became extremely therapeutic. It was free therapy for me. It still is. When you speak to a bunch of strangers and tell them what you've been through, whether they're judging you correctly or not, you don't know. And at the same time, when you walk out, you're feeling more and more empowered each time you talk about it.
I get that.
Yeah.
I get that. Thank you. And now, you've heard the expression, she makes broken look beautiful, strong look invincible. She walked with the universe on her shoulders and made it look like a pair of wings. I've got it in my bathroom for any of you who've been to my house, that quote. Now, Zainab Firozeh embodies that sentiment. Now, this powerhouse is a senior technology officer at BMO. She's leading a team of engineers. She's fluent in Japanese. She knows how to build robots. She has a master's degree. I don't know what she can't do. But when the meetings end, and sort of beneath the dark shadows of COVID in particular, at a time when domestic violence was at an all-time high, she made the brave decision to leave and flee her own home with the help of law enforcement. Now, Zainab attended an ElleExcel online event. That's how we came to know one another, and sought me out afterwards. And she made the exceptionally courageous decision to tell her story publicly for the first time today. So in an abundance of love and support, please give her some strength. Please, because
thank you.
You got this. Yours is a quiet strength, and anyone who meets you knows this and feels it. So tell us about your choice to speak out.
Thank you, Lori. It's an honor to be here among these powerful and inspiring women. So my journey started when I decided to leave my home country at a very young age. At 18, I decided to move to Japan to study. And, you know, raising in a very religious and conservative family, it was a big decision for me. But I went to pursue my dream, build the life that I always dreamed of. But years after, I found myself, you know, when I thought that I built the life that I always wanted, and I was thriving professionally, I found myself living in the world of darkness, something that I would never imagine would be a part of my life. And you know, the hidden strength that I believe it's truly inside everyone helped me to come to the understanding that what was happening to me wasn't my fault, and the blame given to me wasn't mine to carry. So I made the decision, and I was inspired by a woman, total stranger, she gave a speech about her experience with abuse on TED Talk. When I watched her standing, you know, in front of the world and saying, "This happened to me, but it does not define me," it gave me the belief that, you know, I'm not alone, and that was a turning point for me when I also decided to, you know, take legal action, and I started my journey. And so to me, speaking out is a part of journey for survivor, but it's also inspiring for others who feel they are left alone in darkness. And I'm here to share my story because I want people to know that, or for the person who feels that she's alone in darkness, I want her to know that she's not alone, she's not weak, and you know, there is a light at the end of this tunnel. And I'm here to show that we have power in owning our story and saying that I've been through difficulties and hardship, but it's not. It doesn't define me.
You're courageous. Thank you. Thank you. Now, trauma, I would say, trauma is like a weed, right? Unconstrained, it can grow wild within us. On the other hand, it can be contained and even starved to the point of where it can kind of no longer expand. As a gardener, I can tell you that's true. But Rebecca, how did you manage the trauma inside of you and make peace with it?
I can say it's a journey, and I'm still on that journey. Ways that I've found was to first of all recognize the trauma. What is it that triggers me? And what are the things that help me cope? And what are the things that I have healed from? The biggest thing for me is that made me realize that I've healed from the majority of my traumas is when I traveled back to Zimbabwe after 5 years. And I was able to go back to some of the places where I experienced extremely traumatic events, and I laughed. I stood there and I literally laughed at the same places where I've cried before. And I took my power back. So each day, when I recognize that this is a trigger, how do I work around it? I find ways that work for me. If it means I'm dancing it away, I will.
Amazing.
And that's it.
Amazing. Yeah. You know, some of the themes you keep hearing today is this pay it forward, whether it's to a younger generation or just generally paying it forward to someone who's going to follow after us. And so this idea of sort of taking a stand in support of those who follow us is very real for I know both you, Rebecca and Izam. It's kind of where that me pillar bleeds into the we in ElleExcel for me. And so what do you hope for this next generation of girls and women? Rebecca.
I'm hoping that the next generation of women will be able to understand how much power they carry, embrace it, harness it, and put it to good use. Be in a position where they can speak up confidently, knowing that they are enough as they are.
Perfect, thank you. And Izam, what's the one thing you hope for the next generation of women?
Supporting the future of girls and women means, turning me into we. Empowerment is a shared journey. So I hope, I hope they grow up. I hope they live in the world where they can raise, their voice and speak openly and have the, equality to chance that the other one have, and love without any fear.
I get it. Yeah, and speaking of the we, and we've used the term power pack before on ElleExcel, but Rebecca, on the program we talked about this idea of the support structure. We call it the power pack, but which we depend on in times of turmoil, right? And Jillian pointed that out to us too. But tell us what it was like to be separated from yours.
It was the hardest thing I've ever had to experience, being separated from my sisters and my children most of all, and having to come to a place where you absolutely don't know anyone and you have to start afresh. And the general thought is you'll always find people from your country to lean on, others, fellow Zimbabweans in Canada. But because of the consistent experiences I had back home, I felt like I could not even trust my own people. So I had to rebuild a new community while I'm still trying to heal from being separated and cope with being separated from my support system, which is my children and my sisters.
Yeah, brutal. I mean, we can't imagine that. You always think it's your lifeline. You don't ever think the lifeline gets pulled right in the middle of it all. Zainab, I know here you are navigating this immense kind of personal struggle and domestic violence. And how do you work in the middle of it all? What's the one piece of advice also that you would give to employers, leaders, or colleagues so that we can be more sensitized?
Thanks for the question. So I think for people who are going through personal struggles, especially something overwhelming like domestic violence, it seems impossible to work. For me also, there were days that I was questioning whether I could continue. But because the pressure was intense, I had to wear this mask of, pretending everything is normal, where in fact everything inside was falling apart. But for me, showing up at work every day reminded me who I was outside abuse, and it kept me connected with the version of myself who was valuable, capable, and it gave me a purpose, a goal, a project to deliver. And I was, while I was facing horrific events behind the closed door, work became the only safe place I had at that time. And it kept me fighting for my life during those days. So it temporarily allowed me to escape from the darkness. So it was a kind of therapy. However, the key was to keep the balance. It is essential for people to know that when is it that they need help and they need to ask for support. It's the hardest lesson I learned, that it's not a sign of weakness asking for help. So, for me, for my advice to leaders, to colleagues, and to everyone is to remember people are human, and we tend sometimes to forget that. And if you are lead with compassion. Please know that your kindness, your patience, and just a bit of dignity that you give to someone can help them keep going.
Yeah, there's these little moments of fuel, right? Thank you, because I don't think that any of us would think that behind the screen this is what's going on. Someone's off camera. These are things that don't even occur to us, and yet here they are, right, around us. So thank you for the courage to speak up. Just finally, tell us about the importance of building and maintaining a strong community and the role it played in your survival. Rebecca.
I think the strong community played a major role in my situation, where I knew I had people to lean on no matter what the situation is. I could call a friend, I could call a colleague. And I think at work we try our best not to get into our personal business and keep things all professional. But at the end of the day, it's similar to what Zainab said. That's where we spend the majority of our time. That's where we built the community. So the person sitting next to you could be smiling, but deep inside of them, all they need is a community. So stretching out your hand and saying, I'm here, sis, let's work together.
Yeah, and I'd add to that, these three ladies here on the screen, I knew each of them individually, but they didn't know one another. And if you're a leader and and it's not to out anyone in their stories, but connect them. Like say, you know what, I think you might have something in common with so-and-so, or you know what, I think you'd love this individual, connect them. Because so often you're at work and you feel alone, right? You're like, I don't have anyone to go to. I don't know who my community is. And you're hoping for that balloon to come down from out of nowhere on high to give you a bit of hope, but you don't always have it. So you're sitting around feeling rather isolated. So I think whoever it is, leaders and folks who are individual contributors, connect people to other people. Just make it your job to connect people. Because when you do, they live longer, they're happier, as Jillian pointed out, and they thrive, right, as women. They opt not to leave, right? And so it all works in the right way. And so just tell us about the importance of community and maintaining a strong community and the role it played for you quickly, Zam, if you could.
First, I want to say about BMO. The strong community that BMO has. For example, we have some, amazing men here like Mike, and this community supported me, and right now, I can help the other women more stronger than before. This is the example of community, that we have women and men together, make this community and help each other. But, for me, a strong community you can give support, and it's a sense of belonging. You always feel, okay, I don't have any family here to support me, but I always feel have a family. When I am sad, I text you, and I always feel I have a sister here. This is the community that we needed, and we can, grow together with this community.
Yeah, I get that. When I'm sad, I text that lady right over there. And she, without fail, she texts me back. So tell us about the importance of community for you, Zainab, in navigating what you did.
Yeah, so for me, the community wasn't just important, it was a life-saving. So I have experience living in women's shelter. So when I was living there were moments, where something as small as someone bring you a cake or offering you a free haircut would completely shift my perspective, reminded me that I had value, I mattered, and more importantly, people care. There is still hope out there. And that was very important for me. And I think this is a small act of kindness. I think we had the talk about it during the previous talk. This is a small act of kindness. We should never underestimate them, because you don't really know what impact it can make to someone's life. And that is actually a community. So for me, receiving those acts of compassion, as I've gone through my journey of healing and growth, I carry it with me today, and I want to pay it forward, doing something for others similar to what was done for me, which helped me to save my life. And that is a community being held in darkness without needing to explain the whole story. And it doesn't need to be a big gesture. Anything is small, just maybe you can give a moment of peace, a moment of joy to someone. That's maybe all she can use to keep going.
Yeah.
And I think this is the best example of community that we have right now. I think it meets all the requirements for a community.
By the end of the day, it will for sure. Yeah, I mean, so good advice in there. I think it's the micro moments of happiness, micro moments of boost. It's as simple as telling someone they look nice, which does everything in a day when you change 15 times before you arrive, and you're harder on yourself than anyone will ever be on you. So in the last few moments that we've got, in a phrase, for women to excel, what do we need to start doing, and what do we need to stop doing? Zainab, I'm going to continue with you.
So I think for women to excel, we should start, believing in our voice, and trusting our inner strengths, which I truly believe everyone has it within themselves. They just need to find a way to, take it out. And we should stop shrinking to fit into spaces where, it confines us.
No, hear. What do we need to start and stop doing, Rebecca?
Women need to stop. First of all, they need to start doing what the world said women cannot do. And women need to stop continuously going back to the things that have stopped them from becoming the best versions of themselves.
Amazing. Thank you, Azam. Finish us out.
We need to stop.
Sorry.
We know your voice is broader.
We need to stop self-doubting and, recognize our worth.
I get that entirely. Well, listen, I feel more empowered and encouraged and courageous myself, knowing there are women like you out there who are fighting for us, the royal us, and paving the way for us to be who we are. So thank you for trailblazing. Thank you for the courage of showing up and talking about your story. That ain't easy. And now for a little bit of me time for you. We're going to be on break for the next 15 minutes, and we will see you back here for our We Pillar and our panel on sisterhood. Thank you. Women thrive on community. and we live longer because of it. Community and the strength of our relationships is the single greatest driver of women's happiness and longevity. The connections we have provide essential nourishment for our own well-being. But when women join forces, well, look out, world.
Supporting women isn't a choice, it's a responsibility. By lifting women up, we elevate society as a whole.
Each time a woman stands up for herself, she stands up for all women.
I was just an ordinary woman who, didn't know her rights. One day I decided to change my life because of my daughter. I wanted to be a good role model for her.
Don't underestimate the influence you can have on others. In a place where you can choose to be kind.
For the community of women to excel, it means every woman has a place at the table.
As a Black woman, we really are sort of the sum of all these parts that make up who we are. The history, the upbringing, all of our life experiences, those are who you are truly interacting with.
There is a stereotype of angry Black women that many of us have to cope with when we are trying to advance our ideas or get things done. What you experience in the workplace, we experience, and then some.
Let me say off the top, a lot of these stereotypes, they don't have any merit, right? People are people when all is said and done.
To my white women, we need you to be supporters of women of color actively.
Everything that I do is focused on trying to help each other out.
You, us, right? We're unique. There's no two of you. So different, yet so many things really unite us and connect us as females, as women.
For women to excel, we need to create and nurture a power pack of ongoing support around us. From family to friends to colleagues who have our back. Our diverse slate of support gives us safe harbor to land, assurance that we are not alone, and valued advice from those who've blazed trails before us.
In Spanish, we have the saying, dime con quién andas y te diré quién eres. That just means tell me who you're with and I tell you who you are.
I've learned that there's no greater investment than another human being. So whether it's family, friends, coworkers, strangers, I make time.
My community, my families. You mentioned my powerhouse sister. Thank you so much.
I remember we were telling my mom and my sister together, and without skipping a beat, my sister immediately said, well, of course I'm going to be your surrogate. And we decided it would just be a gift to have my sister carry our children for us.
What do you need us to appreciate about parenting as a gay person?
I identify as a father. You might identify as a mother. But what we're all doing is parenting, right? And our jobs are to raise, happy, kind, caring people.
Family is so central to who we are as women, and a big, big part of our we. From raising children to being great partners, aunts, sisters, grandmothers, to caring for our aging parents, and navigating the heartbreaking loss of loved ones.
And I called my dad back, and he told me that my mom was gone. So I immediately went home. My mom had died of an aneurysm that ruptured in her brain. So completely unexpected. She was so healthy. And she was also my best friend. Those moments where you want your mom and she's not there, they're hard. And to be honest, they still exist today.
Women need a solid foundation of support at home and at work to excel. Finding that work we, nurturing it, and ensuring you are part of the solution that gives women a strong footing to succeed makes all the difference. This strength of community helps navigate the inevitable bumps and bias that women face along the way.
As we think about navigating this male-dominant world, one of the most important things is we need to be in it together, and we need all of us being very intentional about advocating for all women.
Empowered women empower women. Commit to a world and a workforce where women can thrive and be part of the reason why they do.
Be fierce advocates for each other. Be unabashedly visible. Say yes to helping each other. and reinforce her voice, whether she's in the room and being dismissed or not in the room, and people are taking advantage of that.
Surround yourself with a coach, surround yourself with a mentor, surround yourself with a sponsor, because I believe a coach talks to you, a mentor talks with you, and a sponsor will talk about you.
Men have a critical role to play in women's empowerment as allies, advocates, and partners in creating a more inclusive and equitable world for us all.
And if you hear or see bias or microaggressions in action, speak up.
It's our responsibility as leaders to create the conditions where women can excel. From how we hire and promote to making space for women to be heard at every table.
One thing that I strive to do is to pass it on. The same way that I found the strength, I want to pass it on. I want to continue to help women, find their way, find their power within.
When you work this hard and you've done well and you walk through that doorway of opportunity, you don't want to slam it shut behind your back. You want to take that opportunity. You reach back.
There is real strength in sisterhood. I can see a few of you are making some friends here today. You're taking that we thing up a notch. And on the heels of our last conversation, if you felt so inspired where you thought, you know what, I'm going to be a woman who helps another woman, or I'm going to lean in and be part of the solution. If you'd like to do that, then you can get out your phones, refer to the QR code on the screen here, and you can donate to women's backed charities through United Way. Now, we've chosen one here that we think is just great. That's a women's shelter in support of all the work that BMO does in partnership with United Way. So it's your way of being able to give back. Give whatever amount you can, every little bit helps. So thank you for being part of that solution. Now, sisterhood, I would say, means many things to many people. Different things, right? When you say it, you get a clear sense of what the heck it is. You know when you've experienced it, for sure, and when it doesn't exist at all. And from our literal sisters in our families to our best friends, mine seated over here, to our sister support at work, got a lot of that, thankfully, to others who are advocates and support women. We've got them all here today. And sometimes you meet someone and the room needs to be bigger in order to fit the energy that vibrates off of them. Jerry Caveness is one of those women. Now, raised by music and refined by data, love that line, 30 years experience managing world tours and global events. Now, she's worked alongside some of the most iconic names in comedy as well as music. Folks like Charlie Murphy, Dave Chappelle, Cat Williams, music icons like, ready for this, Whitney Houston, Luther Vandross, Mariah Carey, TLC, Destiny's Child, Beyonce, Rihanna, Ashanti, 50 Cent, the Backstreet Boys, Kid Rock, and John Legend. Yeah. And so today, this is Jerry's line, not mine, but I love it. She's the global event manager at CDO Magazine. And she collaborates with the rock stars of data. There are many of you in this room. Leaders in AI, analytics, cybersecurity, proving that every industry has its legends. She's passionate about empowering women. That's how she and I found our way to each other, celebrating resilience. And she's reminding others that no dream is too bold and no stage too big. Even for you, my dear. So the question on everybody's mind, and you heard it through the applause, is tell us what it was like to tour around the world with world-famous musicians and comedians, men and women, and all of what that taught you about the importance of self-preservation and boundaries.
Well, one of the things that I learned very early on is that it's the best of times and it's the worst of times. It's literally a course in people. And if you can herd cats, you too can manage music tours. And so one of the things that I learned is that you need to have a sense of yourself working in entertainment. It's necessary. People say things like, well, I'm not sure how I would react because you think you go all fangirl or fan guy when you meet them. No, you quickly realize that these artists are absolutely human. One of the things that I talked to Lori about was on the road, I developed my own rider. Now, one of the things, like you guys have heard about artists and their riders, like no green M&Ms, make sure all the shades are drawn. That wasn't me. Simply what I needed in my rider was, if it's 4 hours or more, I fly. I do not sleep overnight on the tour buses with men or women, and I do not share hotel floors with any of them. And that was how I preserved my peace for 30 years in music.
I love that. When I heard that story, I'm like, I don't know how you say that to the likes of the folks that you've been around, but it was amazing that you did. And to have the presence of mind to actually have your own rider, like, good on you. No, so when beauty and brains come together, it looks a lot like this lady right here, Rachel Arin. And this kind of beauty is on both the outside and the inside. And it's not often we have, or ever, the pleasure of hosting former Miss Canada on our stage here at BMO, but here she is. And Rachel has leveraged her platform and expertise as a policy management and economics major to champion peace and security, no small thing. And as an advisor to the Government of Canada today, she promotes social well-being through diplomacy and uses her powerful voice to champion women, diversity, inclusion. She's passionate about uplifting that next generation of ladies, so you're in the right place. Now, when you see a beautiful woman, and maybe more so when beauty has been recognized, let's say on a global stage, but you think, like, what does she have to be so uncertain about? Like, honestly, come on. Her me pillar's got to be incredibly strong, right? But maybe there's less empathy, maybe, or less tolerance for you because of that. And maybe beauty comes with, I'll call it, a tax. And so I bet we all wrestle with self-doubt. True? And if so, how do you navigate?
Well, to talk about self-doubt, as soon as you start off that question, I'm thinking to myself, oh, I don't know if I'm qualified to speak on behalf of beautiful people.
You're qualified.
But thank you.
You're good to go. Yeah.
Thank you. And you're right. Each of us have faced preconceived notions from others based on how we look, especially as women. I mean, have you ever had a time where you had put yourself together proudly, did your hair and makeup, and had been made to feel judged or discouraged from ever doing so again? One time I had attended an event where I knew no one, and a woman came up to me and asked me, so what are you doing here? Are you looking for a husband or something?
Wow.
You sometimes feel the need to prove that there's more to yourself than what others see on the surface, working twice as hard to be seen just as competent. So many of us women, we dim our light in order to avoid this silent tax. So I'm always inspired when I see women who redefine what power looks like simply by expressing themselves authentically.
Yeah, hear, hear.
But the reality is that no one gets a free pass from the very human experience of insecurity. I mean, for me, I have huge hands and feet. Don't look. And other things that bother me. But what helps me navigate that is being true to who I am on the inside, regardless of any external validation. And I encourage others to be intentional about building their me pillar based on values, purpose, faith, and personal growth.
Yeah, what great advice. Thank you. Thank you. Now, one of these things does not look like the other here. You know, and so when I think, though, of a colleague who empowers women and walks the talk, I think of my friend and colleague, Mr. Bonner, and Mike Bonner. You don't have to call him Mr. But by day, Mike oversees, although he will go by Mr. if you refer to him as such. By day, Mike oversees all of our branches across Canada here at BMO. He's a 25-year veteran of retail banking. At the heart, he is a humanitarian. I know this about him, and diversity, inclusion is something he champions every day. He's leading Indigenous banking units, tirelessly fundraising, that's how we became friends, championing work on behalf of the Canadian defense community, and advocating for women in business, all in his spare time. He's no stranger to the life of service, right, which he signed up for, and in recognition of his leadership and commitment to empowering women specifically, he was honored with the Grow Your Biz Ambassador Award in 2024. So this is a man who doesn't appear to sleep. I know, because I'll get a text and it'll be like at a ridiculous hour at night and then a ridiculous hour in the morning, like today. He's like, good luck today, and it was 5 a.m. And I'm like, why are you up? Like, your panel isn't until 11. But he somehow shows up always smiling. So Mike, You know, we sit at the same leadership table, and you have a way of making space amidst the calamity for the quiet voices and diverse voices in the room, as you did yesterday, my friend, speaking up to represent others. You role model the good, in my view. Why do it? Why stick your neck out? And what do you hope will happen if you do?
Thanks, Lori, and good morning, good afternoon, everyone. This is a good question. You know, I think for me, it's 1 + 1 = 2. And so it doesn't matter what form of inclusion or diversity that you're thinking about, or what group might be underrepresented or unfairly disadvantaged. The idea for our world is that when you add all these pieces up and when you bring everyone up to a fair level, equitable level, it's good for all of us. So this is going to sound really inappropriate, but I'm selfish. Like, I want more for the world. And so, and that's for my kids. That's for my, pardon me?
It's not selfish. I love it.
You know, and that's for my kids, that's for my grandkids and future generations that I won't even get a chance to meet. But it's 2025 and we're still talking about this. And so for me, the pivot point for me is whether it's bringing someone into the business, whether it's finding an entrepreneur, whether it's looking at somebody who's disadvantaged, quiet in the corner, and how do you bring out those voices, and it's a fair share in our world. And so for me, whether it's, you know, you said in making space, I actually think we have to force the space. Like, we're at a point now where we're less patient about this because of what I just mentioned. And so I'm just trying to find a way to get that 1 + 1 = 2. And you just have to continue to force the conversation. You have to bring it to the forefront. And I'm just trying to do my part.
Good for you.
For so many.
Thank you. But by my math, 1 + 1 would equal 3. In that example, like, I love it. Thank you for that. And now, Jerry, swagger and confidence is sometimes learned behavior, right? We see it modeled somewhere by one around us. But tell me about the people in your life who helped you realize you could breathe fire.
Well, I am raised by, Lori and I talked about this, I am raised by a family of women warriors. I mean, my great-grandmother, my grandmother, my mother. I mean, I think about simple things like my mother was born in 1927 in Houston, Texas, 2 years before the Depression. And yet we grew up in a family of people who literally told us you could do anything. I remember when I was about maybe 6 years old, and I was explaining to my grandmother why I wanted to be a ballerina. So if you can imagine, I'm 6 years old. I was probably about 4'11", and I remember telling my grandmother that I wanted to be a ballerina, and she said, and if you work hard, you can do it. So this is the family that I come from. Literally, in my family, they will get behind you and you can do anything. You know, and they will actually do things like this. How come you're not doing that anyway? So in my family and along the way in my journey, it's literally been, you know, knowing that you can breathe fire and why aren't you doing it?
It's amazing. And then it defines how you think of yourself, right? It's the yardstick that you can reach for. Now, Rachel, you've been surrounded by a lot of women in a competitive setting on a stage, right? And we know that sisterhood and advocacy are super important. We've been talking about that all day. But describe that sense of sisterhood that you experienced in the Miss Canada kind of pageant setting and what it taught you about the importance of kinship and advocacy.
I love this question because for a lot of people, when they think of pageants, they think of Miss Congeniality or the pure competition.
Oh, you mean it's not that?
Or the cattiness. Yeah. And well, yes, technically we are competing against one another for a title. But what amazes me most about my experience at Miss Canada is how genuine the sisterhood is. We laughed together, shared snacks backstage, helped zip each other into dresses, and gave pep talks whenever the nerves hit. There's a unique bond that forms when you're in an environment where you understand each other's dreams, pressures, and insecurities. It made me realize that another woman's success doesn't take away from your own. The fact that we are competing against one another doesn't change the fact that we're able to be happy for each other's wins. So that experience taught me how powerful it is when women choose unity and advocacy over rivalry. because like my pageant sister here, Bobby, is, beaming with
the two phones.
joy, yes, cheering me on.
Like the proud
Thank
mom.
you. And life is enough of a competition on its own. So when you find your tribe, your sisters, your advocates, hold them close, cheer them on, and remember that there's enough room for all of us to shine.
I get that. Yeah, I get it. And if there's not enough room at the table, you're finding a bigger table. You're opening the door, you're wheeling in a chair, you're doing something. But if we operate from an environment of scarcity, where there's just one of us, there's only room for a couple of us, we're barking up the wrong tree. So thank you for that. Yeah, thank you. And through ElleExcel, we've explored this concept and what makes each of us remarkable. You're wearing it on your name badges by design. But it's a hallmark for self-confidence, right? It's owning your goodness and a nod to all that we do. And as hard as it is to say, what makes you remarkable? Rachel.
Well, it is difficult to say because we're so conditioned to downplay ourselves.
Yeah.
But I'd say what makes me remarkable is my knack for being able to make people feel seen, feel valued, and comfortable enough to be themselves around me.
Love it. Jerry, what makes you remarkable?
Okay,
Among
I'm
the
gonna
many
take
things.
off my tag so I can read it. I am remarkable because I work hard at being a good human, even when no one is looking.
We're looking. We're looking. Mike, what makes you remarkable?
I think being real. I know who I am. I know what I'm good at and what I'm not good at. And I've since I was a young boy, raised by great-grandparents as well, and had such strong women in my life, I'm unapologetic about being an ally. It just is kind of who I am. It's foundational. And so I think just being open and forcing the conversation more and more. So that's all I'm remarkable at.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Thank you. Now, in terms of bias, we all have unconscious bias, conscious and unconscious. And in speaking to Black women, in particular many of my friends, I hear about this added layer of bias that you deal with, to be heard, to break through, to have sort of fair representation. So what bias do you navigate as Black women in leadership, and what advice would you offer to us to elevate, to make space so you can better be understood and heard? Jerry?
Yes, the bias question. One of the things about bias is people will say things like, oh, no, I have Black friends, so I can't have this bias. So one of the things that I would say and that I personally encountered in my career is the thought that I am being aggressive when I'm speaking. I'm not mad. I'm not in a bad mood. My voice is just similar to James Earl Jones. It is this way. And it is one of those things that I literally have talked to people, because people will say things like, I don't want to upset you, but, and it's like, I'm not upset. I'm smiling. It's sort of like a pit bull. I'm not mad at all. And that absolutely is one of those things that I've encountered. And so one of the things that I suggest, and I talk to people about this regularly, is you don't need to reshape Black women in order for us to fit in. We can fit in just the way we are.
Yeah. Here.
For me, I feel that I've been hyper aware of the bias that Black women face ever since I was a child. I was raised in an African immigrant household, and for my parents, the best way that they thought that they could shield their children from anti-Black racism in a foreign land was to teach us to conform, unfortunately. My parents always told me, when you go to school, keep your head down, don't shake the table, essentially to force myself to fit in this model minority or model immigrant mold. And it wasn't until I was older that I realized, I'm really diminishing my power by conforming, and it's especially not helpful in leadership when you are too shy to be bold. And it takes courage to push past stereotypes. So my advice to Black women is, first of all, that your lived experience is an asset. Although I wish that my parents would have, taught me a little differently in that regard. It still made me who I am today. And it's why I can help other young women, overcome bias, and especially imposter syndrome in that way. And to speak with clarity and courage. And my advice to even non-Black women in the professional world is to offer mentorship without bias. It's not only career-changing, but it is life-changing for a young woman to have someone that they can look up to.
Yeah, and I look up to you for going against the tide of your parents. That is not easy, right? That's in the water, in the genes, it's in your upbringing. So to make a different choice is really courageous. Now I'm going to switch gears for a moment, Mike, and as the former head of our business bank here, you worked extensively with women entrepreneurs for many, many years. So share what stood out on the differences, if you could, between men and women, and the advice you would offer as a banker supporting women founders.
Yeah, this goes back to my selfish point. Just a quick stat. BCG, who, those who know Boston Consulting Group, has done extensive research on this, and they talk a lot about, obviously, women entrepreneurs and small, medium enterprises. And one of the things they said is women women-owned, majority-owned businesses receive about half of the investment compared to men, but their ROI and their revenue outperforms. And so when I think about the world and the selfishness, this is one of the levers that I'm constantly thinking about. I've personally financed women that are in organic popsicle businesses, feminine hygiene products, glove manufacturers, cardboard box manufacturers, soap, Yukon soaps. I've been involved in pretty much every type of business across the country, only in Canada, but across the country. And there's some common things that stand out, and the one is, there's obviously confidence. I've seen women will come in with a business plan, will understand where the money's coming from in terms of capital. They might need some advice and guidance in putting the pieces together, but they come in with basically the cake half-baked, like it's ready to go. And but the one limiting factor is their confidence. So in some cases, they waited too long to come in. They didn't think they were good enough. This is where the self-doubt kicks in. And it's layered, right? Because it comes into them, and then it goes into their business, and then it goes in. So they are constantly fighting with one hand tied behind their back. And so, whereas
and it's our own hand.
It's
their
own hand.
Right?
And whereas men will come in with a half-assed plan, will come in with a thought.
You're apologizing to me for swearing?
I got an idea for a business. Will you lend me $1 million? Yeah, of course we will. Like, it's literally stark. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to either group, but it's a stark difference between the two. And so it's, when you think about, and it's, by the way, it's even layered beyond that when you look at Black entrepreneurs, when you look at Indigenous entrepreneurs. There's, again, more complexity and layers about what they're fighting against. But that confidence and that self-doubt, pushing that aside and being ready, not at 100%, being ready at 65. Like when you're ready to go, go
well said.
And engage early.
Yeah, so you heard it here. You got a business idea, head to Mike. He's going to fund it. And that's all I have. Blah, blah, blah. There's a loan coming. Yeah, I get it. So staying with you for a minute, Mike, with respect, I know you've got, as a father of two, one daughter and one son. What did you do personally to help your own daughter excel? And what did you set out to teach your son about living a life of inclusion to support diversity?
Yeah, my daughter's older than my son. She was the firstborn, and I didn't know any different because of my great-grandmother and my grandmother and my mother, strong women. And so I never thought of anything different. So when it came time, forgive the simplicity of this, but when it came time to go outside and play, we started with Tonka trucks, and it wasn't just about, bubbles and all of these other things. And my daughter, I made it a point that I took her to ballet, and my wife took her to rugby. So it was always, it didn't have to be dad's going to do the sports or mom's going to do these things. Because if you think about the subconscious, the things that you're building in their minds, and so I didn't do it on purpose. It wasn't like I had this master plan. It just occurred naturally. And it just made her a completely different person. She's just like anybody else's kids, I'm sure. But to me, I could see that permeate into her career decisions, into her life decisions. She didn't want her boyfriend or fiance now to do her taxes. She does her own taxes, and she does his. So it's just that positioning, I think. And so and I think my son, who's younger, now my son is gay. I didn't know he was gay at the time, but it gave him a different perspective when he saw how I reacted with his mother and how I reacted with his sister. And once he realized that, he just behaved differently with humans. And both the kids have, when Allie was in university, she was a co-president of something called, at Queen's University, called Step Above Stigma, which helps students with mental illness. And my son has started something called Corporate Stripes, which is helping corporate individuals who are maybe, are not out. And so how do they build their networks in business, but also support them in life? So, you know, it's not easy to be a parent, but I was lucky because of some people that came before me.
Yeah, it strikes me as to be present is to be able to navigate, right? But you first got to be present, like to see the world around you in a different way and to see your kids in the way that they're evolving. And so for women to excel, what do you think we need to start doing and stop doing? Rachel?
I'd say we need to start expressing our true, authentic selves and stop shrinking ourselves in order to fit a box to make others feel at ease.
Thank you. Jerry?
I think that for women to excel, we need to remember to lift as we climb. I mean, if each one of us in this room absolutely just made a little pact with themselves that the next time I'm going to look at a female colleague, I'm going to see if I can help. It's really, I mean, it's amazing what a difference that we can make. I think that what women should stop doing, I think that women should stop saying that they can't do something. And I know, I do it all the time. I was just talking to Lori before, like, oh, let me go over my notes. Let me just make sure I'm just right. It's not necessary. Women, we got it. We can do 100 different things at once. It's just us doing it.
Yeah, I thank you for bringing, I'll say, humanity to community. Like we're all talking about the we and the sisterhood here. There's many ways, as I think many of you know, to build community. For those of you that are BMO folks in the room, and there's information on BMO Women's Alliance that you're going to see. That's one way. ElleExcel is another way. And then as you heard here, there's casual things to do that are just like holding the door open, making space in a room. Saying, I think she's trying to get in there in a conversation, cutting in and using your voice to provide that, whether it's a woman of color, whether the Latina, whether it's black, white, blue, purple, I don't care. If it's another woman, you already know she's stepping up to the plate, disadvantaging herself. It's hard enough. So make it easier. It's 50% of the population. You want 50% of the words in a room. You want 50% of the voice. You want 50% of the power. And so there we are. And so speaking of networking and sisterhood and brotherhood, thank you for all of you speaking up from all ends. It's now time for you to network and enjoy the community of women around you. I know that you're already doing that because when the video's playing, everybody's talking. And I'm like, why did I make that video? I don't know, we need to make that video. They're good, they just need time to talk. So next time I'm gonna host a dance party and see how that goes. But lunch is outside and we are gonna be back here at 1. And you're gonna wanna be back here because we have a C-suite of Rise and Thrive panel, the most senior women at BMO who've never been together on a stage before talking about women's empowerment. They are powerhouses, and we're gonna do some fun stuff before we lead into that. So back in your seats at 1, ready to roll, and enjoy your lunch. As women, we lead every day, quietly, boldly, with uncertainty, with swagger. And sometimes everything all at once. Asking for what we want and navigating the path to get there can be both daunting and rewarding. But leading, well, it starts with speaking up.
Be seen, be heard, unapologetically ask for what you want.
And when it comes to communication and getting your point across, I'd like to suggest that we as women can have our own principles as we think about being heard. And that really means stay calm, even when your emotions want to poke somebody in the eye because they are talking over you. Be confident and be clear.
You can almost guarantee that the other person or people in the room are not hanging on your every word. They're not marking you for context and grammar. They're thinking about themselves. They're thinking about what else they have going on in their lives, and the stakes are really just not that high. So again, just take a breath, take a leap, make your way through it.
That person that you think is
concisely and articulately presenting and taking Q&A from everywhere and just smiling and making it look easy. It's easy because they've really prepared. And
don't be afraid of silence. Don't be afraid of that pause. To create a window to clear the runway so that all the noise, chatter, and distraction can stop, and you can insert yourself confidently into the conversation. What we have to say and the ideas we want to convey, they are important, they matter, they need to be heard. And even if the people in the room are busy, rushing, and not necessarily on the same page, you can, with a commanding voice, not a whisper, not a shy, apologetic, oh wait, I just want to get one more thing in the conversation, but in a confident, commanding, clear way, make your point, be heard, and don't be afraid to let a little bit of silence guide you to a place where people can actually hear you.
Even the quietest voice has conviction and the will to be heard. It's all of our jobs to make space so that they are.
Employers and leaders play an important role in creating conditions for women to excel. From creating safe environments for all employees to thrive, through to providing the flexibility to navigate the full range of accountabilities on our plates.
If you really want to have a more authentic leadership, take the time to understand. Like really, that's all that it boils down to. Understand where a person's coming from.
Make it easy for your teams to make choices so they don't have to feel guilty. I think the largest struggle is feeling guilty about leaving work to go to a child event or because a child is sick. That's the last thing you need because you're already feeling like, oh my gosh, I have so much I have to do now. I have to go deal with this. You don't need somebody chirping in your ear about, well, we got to get this done.
It often feels like the brink of insanity, honestly.
Don't hang your jacket on the back of your chair because you think it looks good that you're in the office when in fact you're picking up your child at a soccer game. Be proud in your work and rely on the results of your work and set your own boundaries.
What does vulnerability allow you to do? You know, it allows you to take risks. It allows you to be wrong. It allows you to be okay with being wrong and then to try again. Authenticity, when I go, empathy, vulnerability, that's all part of your professional profile. It should be in your resume somewhere.
And as women progress, we often face a familiar set of biases along with a new set of challenges. It's a bit of a fallacy to think that the higher we progress, that bias and microaggressions simply don't exist. Or maybe we're unique and we navigate them better. Every one of us is learning new ways to adapt and excel every day.
It's a topic that's hard to talk about. So like if any of you could feel my heart right now, like the moment you used the word microaggression then turned it to me, like I started to like have like little palpitations because it's real and all of us deal with it. And it frankly, it really sucks.
And it can actually be increasingly lonely. As you move into more senior roles, there's sometimes less people you can talk to about the challenges that you have.
And for many of us, we struggle to be heard as women. And there's this constant balance that we are navigating to have our point heard while not being pushy, you know, being straight up at the same time polite and to speak up but not be spoken over. And you know, it really feels like a dance, like we're trying to navigate this fine line to get our point across.
I think we have to name these things. We have to call them out. We have to not be afraid in the moment to say, like, wait a minute, where are you trying to go with that question? Or wait a minute, that actually wasn't okay. So that together as a group, we can learn.
It's false to think that you get to a certain point and then suddenly the sky opens up and none of these things exist. I think there's the reality that some of them are kind of culturally just in the fiber, and that to disrupt the culture, it takes calling out, it takes bystanders assisting, it takes like a community of others to go, you know what, we're better than that. You're better than that. I deserve more than that. We are better than that, the royal we, and not let that persist.
While you may want the world to shift, it's not going to shift tomorrow. So what you need to do is adapt yourself and be able to demonstrate these kinds of behaviors in different settings with different audiences that you're part of.
Never ever transfer your power to the person that's doing the microaggression. The moment that I allowed that person to see how upset I was, or to make me, get all flustered, or to turn me off of my game, I had transferred that power.
I mean, I'll be blunt. Diversity, equity, and inclusion have been common buzzwords for a number of years in corporate North America. And while we're picking up momentum, I'd say that the execution, the results, and the pace of change are still a little slow moving. Our employees and our leaders should represent the clients that we serve, the communities that we work and live. And simply put, it is actually good business.
Why supporting women is important to me. So I'd say it's like a personal kind of lifelong goal for me to contribute to a more equitable world, right? And promoting gender equality is part of that.
That our best chance of winning is winning together.
What I ultimately want is a more equitable world for women and girls, bankers included.
The will to lead and continue leading in the face of adversity as women is sometimes as simple as being offered a hand. An opener, a string between sisters, or straight up support and endorsement. Advocacy matters. Among women, between men and women, it matters for all of us to excel.
You need to have women that are fighting in terms of issues in our society, but also working to support, coach, mentor, and just energize other women in the workplace.
Be that leader who stands up and says, yes, she can. Let's hear what she has to say. Invite the tough questions and champion equality in every room that you are in.
So trying in the moment to create some allyship for the person in the room, to sort of give a little bit more support for them.
Appreciate differences. Honor the diverse voice. Create the conditions in your life where the women around you can excel.
When women thrive in the C-suite, they shatter stereotypes and inspire a generation of future leaders to aim high.
To me, it's looking at all of these amazing females and thinking about how did they figure out that they could do that? And what courage did it take and what did they actually do? And then you put all of those little pieces together and you get a pretty phenomenal model to work towards.
There is no force equal to a woman determined to rise.
The shared lessons from generations past and from woman to woman pave the way for leaders who follow us, all while making the experience of that leader in the moment that much better. What will you do to help women excel? How can you share your knowledge to enhance the experience for those who follow in our footsteps? Open up your vault. There are lessons in there that will change the direction of a girl or woman around you for the better. There is no place for us to go but up. Good afternoon, folks. Welcome back from lunch. And when you think about punching through glass ceilings, 4 women here come to mind and then some. As the formidable quad of the C-suite women at the Executive Committee of BMO, there is so much to learn from their journey to the top and their arrival there. So let's dive in. Now, I've had the privilege of working with Ernie Johansson for over 20 years. She's in my power pack and my yardstick for what women excelling actually feels like and looks like. The words driver, brilliant, humble, and energizer bunny are in meeting rooms that she's not even in, but are whispered about her. She's the first to elevate another woman and the last to take a compliment. She was named one of the most powerful women in banking, and since 2016, actually. And there were many other actual awards that she had me strip from her bio and this actual delivery, which tells you everything you need to know about who she is. She's the group head of personal and business banking here at BMO, and she helps ensure that millions of customers get what they need in order to excel. So she's proof that powerful things come in really small packages. And in creating ElleExcel, your voice, Ernie, was actually one of the ones that I wanted to amplify and have myself and others learn from. And I was simply just waiting for the right way to do that and benefit from your wisdom. So thank you for being here today and for being a light in my own leadership. And you make it look easy. You do make it look easy, but I would imagine that the higher you go, the higher the stakes. in general, right? You have seconds to make your point with impact, and whether you're nervous or not stepping up to the plate for that big presentation, you're somehow wrangling all that, whether it's an analyst call or any kind of big meeting. So what do you do to quell your nerves? Do you have them? Do they exist? And what do you say to yourself in the process and in those days when you're wrestling with self-doubt yourself?
Well, I think I was most nervous coming here today, to be honest with you. First of all, before we get started, just thanks, Lori, for the invite and for everybody for joining. This is just kind of a really special event for just to host it here, but also just to see everybody in the room and the empowerment that it is. So thank you for leading us through that. You had a dream and you put it together, so power to you.
Thank
you. I think it's been brilliant.
Woo-hoo!
Okay, what do you do when you're nervous? So the first thing for me is to realize I got to get out of my own head. How many of you are trapped in your own head when you got to come up? And you've practiced whatever you've got all the information. As someone once said to me, be brilliant, be brief, and be gone. I said, get out of the room as soon as you've done that, because it's important to get your points across and just leave it. And don't try to overstretch something. But from the nervousness perspective, one of the things that I've come to realize is it'll be what it'll be. And if I go up to do a presentation or an analyst call, I know what I know. I'm not going to gain anything in the last 10 minutes walking up to stage, but what I can do is try to get my body and my head in the same space. Do you know what I mean? Like what that means for me is breathing. How many times have you heard somebody come up and do a speaking engagement? They are totally out of breath. So if you get your breath in line and your body in line, your head's going to go with it. It's amazing how much more emotional these presentations are that we make them. And when our emotions overcome our head, we get trapped. And so that's one of my tips is just try to chill. It'll be what it'll be. You know your stuff. Just be you. Just do it.
Yeah, I love that. It's living in the moment. It's so hard. Now listen, if the words grace under pressure were to be placed upon a pin, Mona Malone would be donning it today. She enters a room with poise and grace and competence, which in my view is a recipe for greatness. Her day job is not that it's without pressure, let's just say, as BMO's Chief Human Resources Officer and Head of People, Culture and Brand, but she's also the Chair of the Advisory Council for the Institute of Leadership at the Ivey Business School, and the Chair of Branksome Hall Board of Governors, as well a member of the Long Run Institute Board of Governors. So she's not busy at all. But on top of all that, she's a self-proclaimed health nut and makes time for her wellness. She's an eternal learner and an advocate for women, children, and her community combined. And I've been at the benefit of this where you've created a better path for those that follow in your wake. And as evidenced formally, I would say, by the Queen's Diamond Jubilee and the King Charles III Coronation Medal for her 2 decades of leadership in youth-based organizations. So this is somebody who is putting their power for the betterment of others. Now, Mona lives in Toronto with her 3 kids, and thank you for returning back. I know you've been on ElleExcel before, so thank you.
Lori, I just want to echo what Ernie mentioned. It's amazing to feel the energy and the support in this room. And what started last time virtually, to see it now in person is amazing. So thank you.
Oh, it's my pleasure. So thank you for allowing us to do that. And I know underneath this kind of layer of poise, I'm certain is a strong dose of grit in order to get over the hump. Was there a time in your career maybe where you came to realize perhaps that you really did need it to survive? And if so, when was that? And how did you get it within you?
So such a good question, because I think sometimes labels attach to people. And so poise, confidence, but what goes on in your head is sometimes really different than that. And Ernie mentioned it, which might be questions, insecurity, not sure, sweaty palms, fear. And so to make sure that we all have that going on inside our head, and I for sure do. And when I think about the grit, it's from taking times that I've been successful and not been successful and thought about what did I do in those times? And how can I replicate those small things in whatever I'm facing right now? there isn't a day that goes by where there isn't something in my day where I'm not sure how to proceed. Might be an interpersonal relationship, might be something as a parent, might be something on a charitable board or negotiating something at work. Those things happen. And in particular, when you're stretching yourself in terms of having aspirations and trying to make change, whether that's change in your career, change in a force, like bringing this about, there's obstacles. That's all part of it. And the more of a learning curve you're on, the more obstacles you actually face. And so developing some of the things that I think have helped me are I read affirmations every day. So positive affirmations that remind me about positive things that help clear that self-talk in my head that sometimes can be negative. Being really conscious of who I'm listening to. Lots of people can give you advice. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. Lots of people can have commentary on your life. And sometimes those voices can be really negative and can erode your confidence. And being aware of those voices, one of the things I've done at different points in my life is actually wear an elastic band on my wrist and snap it if there's negative things that are around me. Sometimes that creates a red mark on my wrist, but it's a reminder to really think about the situations I'm putting myself in and the voices I'm listening to, what ones to dial up, what ones to dial down. And those practices have helped build resilience.
The elastic, I would have never thought of that elastic band, and God forbid you see me in a week and I got this big red ring around my wrist. But that's a good tip, right? You're inflicting whatever pain is coming at you onto yourself as a moment to go, hello, wake up. I get that. When you meet Sharon, you realize what happens when you combine great intellect with what's fair and good, and with this razor sharp wit. Which it's a deadly combo, right? And so Sharon is our general counsel here at BMO and leads our bank's legal, regulatory, sustainability, and procurement groups combined. And she's got this diverse set of experiences across investor relations, capital markets, TPS, corporate communications, and she's been square in the ring of negotiating with the best of them. And where there's room to elevate and educate other women and educate us on women's issues and diversity and wellness, Sharon's at the center of that. And formally, she's on the board of directors of the CAMH Foundation, so she's maybe run into Jocko in the room while he was doing his rounds, the pup there, and to her work at United Way through to empowering all of us here at BMO and BMO Women. And so it's no surprise that American Banker named her one of the most powerful women to watch. We watch her all the time, but when we do watch her, we learn what it takes to powerfully navigate the C-suite. And so Sharon, thank you so much for being with us today. Now, on ElleExcel, we talked about this idea of conscious and unconscious adaptations we make to fit in, to break through in the workforce, which is often filled with folks who are different from us, like candidly speaking. And so was that your experience? And if so, what did you realize and what did you do to break through?
Yeah, so again, thanks to everyone. I see so many faces. I feel like going up and saying, I haven't seen you for a long time to so many people. What I was mostly happy about when I got here is that neither Mona, Helen, or I were wearing the same things. I don't think I've ever worn the same thing as Ernie on the same day, but I've walked into rooms wearing exactly the same thing as both Mona and Helen, which is very funny. So when I started a law firm, and I actually didn't make adaptations to men, because there's a lot of women at law firms for quite a while, but I made adaptations to be the type of woman that was successful there. And the problem was those women had nannies, they had other supports at home, they were a lot older than I was. I had my kids while I was studying to be a lawyer, well, one of them. And so it just didn't work for me. And so I think I did develop one big adaptation from men in law firms, which was swearing. And honestly, that was the way like everybody talked. And at home, like my mother used to wash our mouth out with soap if we swore. And it's been one of the hardest adaptations to get. If I'm like really excited about something at work, it just comes out. So sorry. I try. But then, I think as I moved into the bank and I worked in capital markets, I was often the only female on a screen, and I became more male like in the sense of, louder, maybe not as nice all the time. And then I just found I had 3 little kids at home, and I was like, I'm too tired to be somebody other than myself. And so I just decided if this wasn't going to work in the way that I wanted to show up, I didn't have the energy for a mask, right? Like it takes a lot of emotional regulation to be someone that you're not,
Absolutely.
to react to things in a different way. And I have certain things, like if you get me really, really mad, I cry. I don't yell, I cry when I'm mad. I don't actually cry that much when I'm sad, but that can be misinterpreted by people as weakness. And it's not like I'm crying every day in a room or anything, but what I've found is that's just who I am, and I try to just be myself, and I think I've tried to turn my authenticity into a superpower.
Yeah, you sure have.
As opposed to a weakness. So I've consciously not adapted in terms of my clothes. I don't really like to wear suits. It's not my thing. So I just haven't done it. And I've had lots of people, as Mona said, say, hey, you should dress like this to do this job. And I'm like, I can't walk in heels, right? Like, so I think it's taken me a while. And then the other thing, though, that I've learned is if I want people to accept me as myself as authentic, I have to do the same thing. I can't expect them all to be like me either. So it's kind of like both sides.
Yeah, there's a lot in there, and it's refreshingly honest, so thanks for saying it. And I love that idea that there's this sort of uniformity on what is out there and what you're being, as with who you are, and those things showing, you can feel that, like you feel when someone's in sync. Right. We feel that you're in sync. Yeah, and so Helen is squarely in control. You can see it there. Right, she's the chief auditor for BMO. She's on the forefront of identifying emerging issues, putting controls around them, ensuring we hold ourselves to really high standards. She's a consummate diplomat and influencer who regularly navigates conversations, be it with regulators or senior professionals across all kinds of diverse stakeholders. She possesses that rare combination of diplomacy, humanity, and perseverance. She's regularly held senior positions where diversity really hasn't been the thing, in male-dominated fields, whether it's in tech or aspects of operations, finance, wealth management, though she's managed to find her voice. Thank you for that. And she balances all that with a really strong passion for what's artistic as the director of the Alzheimer's Society and also Toronto Symphony Orchestra, so thank you. And you're navigating this fine line every day to be tough, but fair and hard and humane. These are all kind of opposite ends of the spectrum, right? Like, how do you do that? How do you swim with sharks and remain true to who you are?
Thanks, Lori, for the question, and thanks as well for inviting me to be here. I have to say, I was tickled pink when I got the email, and to be on a panel with these 3 women, because I've admired them for all the years that I've been here. It's an interesting question because it is, it's a tough job. As people say, I'm always the one saying no. Or telling you that you need to do better. I do like to tell you when you do well, but a lot of the time the role is do better. But I've got experience at it from some of my other roles. And what I try and do is I have a little motto, and it's to be friendly, fair, and firm. And so when I get the facts and I make sure I ground myself. If you have a bad message to deliver, I ground myself in the facts. And then I communicate exactly what the issue is. So I pick my language carefully, and I'm very clear. And sometimes that's really hard to have a conversation and be really, really clear with this is where you fell down or this is why you can't do that. But I find communication, like being good at the communication is really good. And then at the end of the day, I always just try and do the right thing, right? So like I'm here to make the bank excel. And so I just do the right thing and try and do that in a way that's fair. And I be firm when I need to be firm. And, sometimes I'm not always friendly, but I'm not angry. And that's how I try and approach it.
Oh, what a formula. right? And that's tough to navigate, especially if emotions are running high or you're getting wrapped up in the conversation or it's not coming back to you in the way that you sent it out there. So kudos to you and thank you for the advice. Now, I know this is a question no one wants to answer ever on this. I've asked all of you. I make you wear it on your name badges. But for this question, we know the list is really long and well-earned for each of you. But in your words, what makes you remarkable? Mona.
So first of all, this is a great question because it means you have to think about your strengths. And you've asked this question before on panels, and I think too often we think about our deficiencies and what we need to develop, and all that's fine, but understanding your strengths and building upon them are phenomenal. And so I love this question, and I love that you ask so many people and encourage people to reflect on it. I think I'm a connector. I love people. I love getting to know people. I like finding out about people. And then I like putting people together for a variety of things. For a dinner party, to find recipes, to find trips and places I'd like to go, to help kids, to help youth, to help the bank move forward, to develop people. And so I love people and that sense of connection. And so that means lots of time for conversation with people, lots of sharing about myself, and then figuring out, what's the different people that we can put together where magic can happen as a result of it. And I think that's my superpower.
That's a good one. I want to be at that dinner party. Ernie, what makes you remarkable?
Well, I've been told I have deep reserves of energy.
You think?
You think.
Yeah.
And all kidding aside, I have a lot of energy, which creates resiliency and persistence. I'm a pretty tenacious individual for many of you who know me. Oh, it's okay to laugh now. Really am. But I also have hope, and I really do fundamentally believe in hope. And I love the most complicated problems. And one of my favorite superpowers is when I'm in a group of people who are solving something so complex and watching success come out of it. So I like the results side of it too. So that's me.
Sharon, what makes you remarkable?
My mom would say how much I can talk. I would probably say I can help people solve difficult, contentious issues without it getting contentious, like helping to, and to do that, I use some of the things we talked about before, humor. I have a really good memory. I usually know my facts, which is connected to memory. And then I'm authentic. Like if I think somebody is not being fair, I won't embarrass them in the room, but I'll tell them separately, like my perception of that. So, and yeah, I think that's it.
Amazing. Helen, what makes you remarkable?
So I think for me, I'm balanced, which is, not unremarkable for an accountant. Let's face it. But I think that lets me be good at stakeholder management because I'm prepared to listen, I'm prepared to give an opinion. And I think that really sort of helps, especially in this job, being balanced and being authentic with people, in getting their views and giving my view.
Yeah, and I think we could go on this question and spend the whole panel talking about what makes you remarkable. And I realize it's tough to say it, so good for you for owning it. Everyone here is walking around with it on their name badge, and so we're inching our way towards our own greatness. Now, we often struggle as women to be heard, even at very senior tables. I experienced that too, and there is this consistent balance between navigating to have our point be heard, but I don't want to be too pushy and being straight up, but at the same time you want to be polite, and I want to speak up, but I don't at the same time want to be spoken over, and it feels like this dance, right? This fine line we're all navigating just to get our point across and have it land. And so can you share with us your experience with this tightrope? Right, I'll call it a tightrope, and how you navigate this delicate balance, Mona.
So I think definitely depending on groups that you're part of, this can be a lot harder. this is a strategy I've used, and it's interesting, in preparing and being here today, I was debating, is it a good strategy or not? But I'll let you be the judge of that, but it is a strategy I use, which is, because I love people and I observe people a lot, if I'm on a not-for-profit board or part of a management team, after 1 or 2 meetings, you see a pattern that forms in terms of communication. Who talks the most, who doesn't talk, how points get made. And I'll often reflect on how can I use whatever's happening with the pattern to help my own voice be heard. And so those that are being really effective in the meeting, I'll look at how are they actually getting those points in, and are there things that I can take from that and learn in terms of mimicking or developing and using those methods myself with that particular group. And I find it actually is quite effective. Now, it can mean sometimes adopting methods that aren't actually great communication methods, but it allows you to break the rhythm of whatever's happening with a group of people as you then start to establish a new set of rhythms in the group for communication.
So smart.
It's also been helpful around our family dining table in terms of debate and talk about sports facts, which is another area where sometimes I have a hard time getting my voice in.
You keep saying stuff like that, we're going to build you a bot to predict. That's our day job. Helen, how about you? You want to weigh in on that one?
Yeah, I do, because I think it's a great question for me. I'm a natural introvert. Again, goes along with being an accountant, I think. So it is sometimes a struggle for me, like personally, to have my voice heard. And it's important, there are situations when it's very important to have your voice heard. So there's a couple of things I do is, I try and remind myself why I'm at the table. Like, you're at the table because people want your opinion, because you're a subject matter expert, because they value your opinion. So you're there for a reason, so don't be afraid to speak up. So I try and remind myself of that. And then I also just kind of draw courage from the times when you've had to speak up, because it was just so important. And one instance I remember, and Sharon probably won't remember, but I remember she was sitting beside me. Do you remember what we were doing in 2008?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And there was literally a meeting, and I think there was Sharon, myself, and the treasurer at the time, the only 3 women in the room. And, there was this, okay, I think we've got the solution. And it was this a very senior gentleman that said, I think we have the solution. Does anyone have a problem? And I remember sitting forward in the seat and going, I do. I was the only person in the room that had a problem with the accounting solution. And, he looked down and he's like, oh yeah, Helen, the problem child. So, so I remember that because I had to work my way through that. And so I use that when it's important for me to have my voice at the table, to say, like, hey, you did it 20 years ago when you weren't in this position, you can do it again.
Good for you. Good for you. Yeah, and a shout out to all the introverts in the room. I don't know, by show of hands, give me your hands, because it's hard enough, right? And you don't even want to put up their hands. I'm an introvert, and my hands up. But I get that, right? I get that nuance. It's hard enough to muster up the courage to be there as a woman, and you're fighting yourself. It's doubly hard then to stand up and go, oh my goodness, like, I really don't want to speak. I would rather not. I would rather observe. But rest assured, you got something to say, and people need to hear it, and there's a time and a place for that. So make space. And we all have bias, and sometimes it shows up differently, and certainly can marginalize the power of our voices. And in your experience, the higher you progressed, does bias change? Is it different? What do you have to navigate differently when the stakes are so high? Sharon?
Well, I think definitely bias changes as you get more senior. And it's kind of, sometimes I think with my kids who are now all adults, that they never actually believed I was a human until like they just thought I was a mother, which was different. I didn't have, like they can have boundaries, I couldn't have boundaries. There is a little bit that is the same as you get more senior, that people can think that you've got it all figured out. Hey, Sharon, I'd like to come and ask you, how did you raise 3 kids and have a successful career? And the truth is, it was ugly at times, and it was hard. And so that bias which is one of the reasons I use authenticity to say, actually, it hurts my feelings when, somebody says I didn't do something right, or, maybe I take it a little too personally. But I think that bias is, and then there is a bit of a bias that if you've gotten to this level as a woman, you must not have been a good mother, to be honest, I think. Yeah. And I actually have people in my family who have said, do you regret choosing your career over your children? Which nobody would ever say to a man, and probably not to somebody more junior either. And that, those things are still difficult, but I try to assume good intentions, that if the person is saying that, maybe it's in their own head that they have to choose. And so instead of saying, well, I didn't decide that, I just say, like, why do you think you can't do both, right? And so that's kind of how I navigate it. And then I don't internalize the voices, like Mona said. There's certain people, like there have been people who have said to me all through my career, Sharon, you're being too sensitive. That might be a person who had yelled at me like 15 times. But if I had said, why are you so sensitive and yelling at me? They wouldn't have seen that as sensitive. They would have seen it as assertive. But instead of confronting those people, I just say, sometimes maybe I do reflect, am I being sensitive? But if Mona, for example, told me, although she wouldn't use those words, but she might say, hey, Sharon, I see you're reacting to that. I would listen to her more. So I think you have to choose that.
Yeah, and the wisdom to know what you're going to listen to, going back to what Mona said, who you're going to listen to, what you're going to listen to in the moment, and that emotional regulation. It's rough in the moment when you're facing it. And Ernie, same question over to you about navigating bias, and how does it change the higher you get?
Yeah, it's interesting because I took a different angle on this question when I was thinking about it. I guess maybe what I've seen is when I started out, biases were really prevalent, and it was in my face. You just knew it. Yeah. Whether one of my first interviews, I won't tell you where I was taken for lunch, but let's just say it would never happen today, right? Thankfully, the show was not on. I was very grateful. But it was that way back then. It exists today. It's just far more subtle. Far more subtle. And so I think the subtlety of bias, and bias is not just about male and female. It's about, you're this kind of person, or you have this experience, or you work in this business, so therefore you must not know something about this. There's bias in so many aspects of it. But when it's under the surface. And I think sometimes we have to look at that and almost call it out, in the sense of you can do it in very subtle ways by using language that actually questions it. And by questioning it, I always have this, here's my hope again, coming through, hope that person would have self-awareness. Because I asked it in a way that would, if you had any common sense, you would realize what you were saying, right? How do you get somebody? So I spend some time thinking about that a fair bit, but I think it exists, and I think it's changed. I think it's still there. It's just under the surface. And I think our jobs are to call it out in really creative ways, not to be disrespectful or anything like that, but to hope that you actually would raise that person's self-awareness.
Yeah, you don't match the disrespect with disrespect.
Exactly.
But you elevate the room and the awareness, which I love. That's really great advice. Thank you for that. Thanks for the honesty. I know that's not easy, and I think we think like, oh, somewhere you get to a certain level and these things no longer exist, and they do. So it binds us together. And speaking of like binding us together, and this notion of community, which we've talked a ton about in this room today, is around community and connection is just so central to us as women. And in an HR function, I know there's more women than average, though in tech and finance, less so, obviously, Helen. So who did you deliberately surround yourself with through the ranks? And were these the same people who were with you all along, or did it change?
So for me, mentorship's been a huge benefit and a huge part of how I think about life, actually. So not just work, but being a parent or being a volunteer and involved in the community. And so having people part of my pack, I like the way you call that, your pack. And so for parenting, it's been mothers with kids that are about 10 years older than mine. That were working moms where their kids were just facing different challenges at different stages, and that's been hugely helpful. As you go through the different stages of either what your kids are going through, your own guilt, those days when you feel like, my gosh, everything is, you're being pulled too many different ways, and it's your own care that is most challenging, elder care elements. So that mentorship network, and there's always 2 or 3, one in particular, Willa Black, who was on my street, that was a senior executive at Cisco, and her kids were about 10 years older than mine. Within BMO and outside of BMO for my career, individuals within HR and outside of HR, in terms of being able to look to them, use them as an example, but also talk through different things. And then community involvement. I had my first experience being chair of a board. And that transition from being a board member to a chair is really different. And the amount of issues that you're dealing with, whether it's with the CEO or with the executive director, and it's very different than managing, because you're not managing the person, you're in a governance role. And so learning about how to be effective in that regard. And so for me, mentors have been huge. And then fitness. How do you think about fitness and excelling? And so different individuals right now, Robin Fowler, who's a Pilates instructor and teaches at one of the schools here in Toronto. She's my current mentor around fitness. And so for different aspects. And I don't think about one person for everything. In my life, I think about them for that one aspect that I'm trying to think about or develop or learn more about. And that's also been helpful in terms of just getting such different perspectives.
Yeah, it's community hubs. That's so smart. And Helen, in your view, how about your thoughts on the community?
Yeah, the same thing as Mona. I draw from all aspects of my life. Professionally and personally, I would not be the person that I am without having found mentors along the way and people to help me along the way. I spent 10 years in public accounting. I think it was harder for me to find mentors and good advocates there. It was a world of difference when I came to the bank. And I think I've been extraordinarily fortunate in having people that have been, sponsors and mentors for me. And the same thing as Mona, it's different skills from different people. And, some have changed over time. People retire or move on or whatever. But some are still, they were, I met them literally day one, 24 years ago, and I still talk to them and I still bounce ideas, and they give me honest and open feedback because they've known me for so long. And then on the personal side, I'm extraordinarily fortunate to be surrounded by some great friends who I use as well to kind of help make myself a better person. And I know exactly who to call when I need a boost. I know exactly who to call when I need my butt kicked a little bit, and I know who to call when I'm completely exhausted and I just need a good meal, their fridge is going to be full. And it's important, but in using that network, I'm really conscious of who I go to when. Like, a lot of the times you're struggling with something or you're having an issue, and so you want to go to the person that's going to tell you, oh, it's all going to be okay. I consciously try and go to the person that's going to, tell me probably what I don't want to hear. Because that's part of, for me, that's part of what a mentor does for me, is it helps with the self-reflection and force yourself to think about, to challenge yourself and think about, are you being fair, or, are you pushing yourself hard enough, or whatever the situation is.
Yeah, it's a community optimization, if you will, right? You're matching it up. Hence, we're all in the room trying to broaden our own communities and find pockets of people, whether it's personally, whether it's your wellness pack, whether it's friendship, but doing that matchup. It's the thing that gets you through it, because we're gonna all hit the bumps. And so while this is a women's circle for sure, it's really for all of us, if we just kind of zoom up, because our goal is to really foster inclusivity and awareness, so just diverse voices can thrive, period, full stop. And so we need strong advocacy, though, among women and for men to give space for women to excel, and we have a number in the audience today and on our panels to help create these environments where we can. And so from your view, and this is a question for Sharon, how can we encourage people to be good allies, and what do we need to do to elicit and inspire advocacy?
Well, one thing I really agree with Helen is when you're seeking an ally, so there's two things. Do you want to be an ally? Do you need an ally? Find an ally who's going to tell you the truth, because it's like, I always say, even to my team, and Ula's here, so she'll tell you if it's true, like you can be, you don't need a cheerleader, you need a coach. And sometimes your coach tells you you didn't try hard enough. Sometimes they'll say you tried, but the other team was better. Sometimes they'll tell you, you did something actually wrong. And if it's way harder to tell somebody who says, my boss is being a jerk to me, and you listen and you're like, whoa, I probably would have done the same thing. And you but you want to talk the person through that. So one thing I say to be a good ally, and you can generally be an ally, I think, by, interrupting patterns. If there's someone on your team who never gets to speak, say, hey, I'd like to hear what Ernie has to say about that. Or Ernie, you had a thought about something like that. You can invite people into the conversation. Especially, I would say, in talent roundtables, when somebody says something like, I'm not sure that she's tough enough. And I find our HR partners are really good at saying, what do you mean by tough? And, is it resilience? That's a different word. So how can we build resilience? And so I think inviting people in, I'd also say for people you want to be a real ally for, and maybe I'm messing up allies and mentors, I find my problem is I overcommit. So I have too many people, and then I'm not really helping anybody. And so now I'm being more selective, and then I never say no to somebody, but I might say, there's someone on my team who I know is just, really, really good at talking to people at this stage in their career, and I might direct them towards that person. Because if I'm not going to be able to be their ally, and they stop looking for someone else, that's probably not a great, great thing. What I would say for men who want to be allies for women is don't do it in a patronizing way. And in my work with First Nations people, it's the same thing, right? Like, don't seem like you're coming in to save everybody, right? Like it's got to be a little more in the background, I think, and quiet allyship.
Yeah, and feel empowering versus disempowering, or like, I'm creating a platform for your power. Here you go, allowing it, making space for it.
Right.
And Ernie, same question over to you on advocacy. How do you think about that, and what do you think we need to do to have more of it?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because there's a couple of aspects. I'm going to flip the question. Can I do that on you?
Yep. You're my boss. What am I going to say? No?
I'm
I'm
going to flip this because
we're here to say no.
I'm going to ask everyone, do you know who your ally is?
That's a smart question.
And if you don't know who your allies are, and you should have more than one or two, go find them. Go seek them out. So I think there's a give and a take, but I think I want to encourage people to go and find allies. And you have to be strategic in finding an ally that is going to help you get to what you want next, or where you want to develop next. And so, because there's a whole bunch of people waiting, it's not like speed dating that you can actually match up. You actually have to go out and find somebody and say, can I just sit down and say, I really want to do this in my life, and you seem to have some angles or aspects that I can learn from. You can advocate for me at this table that I know you're talking about these kinds of people in these roles. So I'd encourage everybody to find your own allies. And then the other one, if you aren't an ally for someone, and I want you to find the person who you know deep inside has something phenomenal to give, and you see it, and you know the world doesn't.
That's
Then
beautiful.
go find that person and be their ally, because I'm telling you, it is incredibly fantastic moment, and you do that for somebody, and you just watch, and you go, wow. Like it's like speed drugs or whatever you want to call it. I don't know what to call it. It's like it's an artificial high watching someone. So if you could do that, and if you could do that one a year, can you imagine the impact you would have? And you'd leave a legacy.
I get it.
You would leave a
That's
legacy
beautiful.
behind you. So those are my thoughts for you guys.
Beautiful. Thank you. Now here's a statement. You can have it all. Discuss. Sharon?
This have it all thing, you can have it all, but it comes with a lot of stress. But no, you can have it all, but not all at the same time, is what I would say. Like you have to make choices, right? And the truth is, everybody doesn't have to adapt to your own choices. If you choose, that you have some, either it could be related to kids or something else, and you're going to be, not able to do a job like the quarter in finance where you have to be able to work all the time. Okay, but there's probably another job in finance you can do, so you can still have a good career. And then maybe your chance to do that other job will come at another time in your career. But I think it's this question like sets yourself up to fail, right? Like, can you have it all? And one thing when I was thinking about this question last night, sometimes I know someone that people will go to and say, I see to be successful in your career, you chose not to have children. And I happen to know that person did not make a choice to not have children. And so the choices that people make, you shouldn't assume what's behind them, right? It could be all sorts of other things that might drive that choice. So I would say you can have what you choose to fill your life with at that time. And sometimes you can't choose it. Like if your parents are sick or your kids are sick, you don't get to choose that, but you get to choose what steps back so that there's enough room for that thing in your space. So if your parents are sick and you have to take care of them, are you going to step back at work? Are you going to stop volunteering for a while? Are you going to ask to be replaced on a project that you don't have the energy for? I think you just take the power back yourself, that you're making these choices about what you're going to have.
Thank you. Ernie?
I think you have it all already. So here, I'm going to flip the question again on you, which is you got what you got. You chose what you chose. So how are you going to find contentment from it? And it's a different angle versus saying, I'm missing something. No, you got everything. So if you get up every morning and you think, I got everything I'm supposed to have to do what I'm supposed to do in life, you come at it with we come at it with an optimization, going to Lori's statement. You go into an optimization and a contentment mode versus looking for something.
That's brilliant.
So that's how I'm thinking about it.
Mona?
I think that's an amazing way, Ernie, of thinking about it. It's saying, what is the all? What is the all for you? And starting with a sense of gratitude for what you have, and then how you want to travel through the journey with what matters to you most, I think is important. And that sounds easy, but one of the things I've struggled with is sometimes being clear what it is I want. And I give this advice a lot to people in terms of career development, because I say, well, the company will provide options and give different paths. That's 50% of it, and 50% is your own reflection around what you want to do, your strengths, where you want to go, what matters to you in life. And that sounds really good. But actually doing that 50% of the work to figure out what it is you want at different points in time can be challenging.
Yeah.
And that's sometimes what I've struggled with is what is it that I want and what drives the sense of motivation and joy in my life at that particular point.
Well said. Thank you. Helen, round us out on this one.
Yeah, I think it is a question of, you can have it all. It's just not every day, or you can have it all. It goes in ebbs and flows, day to day, month to month, year to year, and throughout your career. So I think it is, for me, was figuring out what it is I want at a particular point in time, and then being okay changing my mind about that 5 years later. And so you're getting what you need at the time that you're in, and it may change, and that is okay.
Thank you. All right, here, choices and compromises. Ernie, I'm going to ask this one just of you. What did you have to give up to change to be where you're at? And what did you realize was more important than you ever thought it was?
I had to travel a bit and or live in different cities, and so that you gave up a lot of time with friends and a lot of time with family. So that was one thing I know I have given up. And what do I think is most important is, that. At the end of the day, you're not your job. You are who you are. So I hope I'm looking for people who like me for me, not because I do what I do for a living. So that's really what I've really found so interesting is having people in your life. I have people who don't even know what I do for a living. And I love those people because they put no pressure and they know me for what I really am. So
and they don't complain about what happened when they went to the branch.
That is indeed the case.
Yeah, speaking of that, my father passed away thinking I was a bank teller, and I had no energy to correct him. I was like, we're good. Yep, yes, Dad, yep. We went to a branch, and he said, my daughter does what you do. I'm like, God, if you put me behind that wicket, I would blow up the joint. Yeah, so I wouldn't know what to do. It's a tough job. Okay, so I'm going to just switch gears and talk about boundaries for one moment. So how did you figure out what your boundaries were? Did you learn by not having any, maybe, or were they crossed? And if so, how did you recalibrate? Mona?
So I've definitely fallen down in this area in many times of my life, starting kind of in university. So when I get excited about things, which is a wonderful life quality, but then I can throw myself into things. And I can throw myself too much into things and then not have great boundaries around it. And so from lots of falling down, scraping my knee, figuring out that actually maybe I did need more boundaries around whether it was around self-care, sleep, time for exercise, the weighting of personal relationships versus work, all of those types of things. And so for me, it's constant in terms of that recalibration because I say yes too fast. And I let my excitability at times throw myself into things that I just love. And those are unapologetic things that are who I am, but it sometimes makes boundary management difficult.
Oh, completely. Yeah, we've been chatting about that all morning. I can completely relate to that. And I'm going to pivot and talk briefly about wellness. And I'm looking for two things that each of you do to care for your own personal wellness. Ernie?
Sleep. It's a gift. I would say that has been the one thing I've added to my wellness is making sure I get about 7 to 8 hours now, and I would never used to do that, so that's important.
Perfect. Thank you, Sharon.
Exercise every single day, move my body in some way, and then a more recent one for me is more time on how I present myself. So more time on my hair, more time on my clothes, because it makes me feel good about myself. I used to I'd go to a party and my kids were dressed perfectly and I looked like I'd be there in my cotton ginny. Anybody remember cotton ginny? Tracksuit, because I didn't have time or money and like I hadn't, my roots would be showing. It was like just a mess. And I'm like, I hope it doesn't seem superficial, but it says something that you care about yourself enough, as much as you do for your kids.
Yeah, perfect. Helen, 2 things you do for your wellness.
Getting outside, just even if it's for 15 minutes walking around the block, it helps me clear my head, helps me, I just love being outdoors. And a little bit the same as Sharon, but a slightly different one, is honest to God flowers in my house, right? I have a counter right when I walk in my door. I have a vase of flowers there, and it just makes me happy when I walk in the door at the end of the day to see something pretty.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I spend money on my flowers.
But then
Keep
you
at
need
it.
someone to throw them away so they're not all
So they don't stink.
That can be an issue.
It's the part B. Now listen, we talk a lot about glass ceilings and punching through, but very little about what it's like on the other side of that glass. And so now that you're there looking back, just briefly, was it exactly as you'd hoped it would be? And what shocked the heck out of you about it? Mona?
So it's never the way you think it's going to be. I think that's part of life when you look back at different journeys. I think this element of achieving a destination, not putting so much focus on the destination, but the journey is really important, both in terms of the struggles and the joy throughout the journey. And then those things that are with us at different stages, it might be those feelings of sometimes insecurity in our minds, don't change when we move into more senior roles or through the glass ceiling. Those things are still, are still there.
I get that.
And I think the sense that has surprised me actually in a positive way is the sense of mentorship and friendship, that irrespective of level in the organization or who it is something that's been constant. And that sense of using that sense of allyship, friendship, mentorship has been something that's, for me, has been surprising in a good and positive way.
Thank you so much. Helen, just briefly, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't think I had a lot of expectations or an idea, a preconceived notion of what it would be like. It's pleasant. I enjoy it because I enjoy the camaraderie, right? And I'm in a unique position, like in a unique job, because I am the third line of defense. So I'm kind of there, but not there. And so it can be awkward at times, but, and I was warned it would be awkward at times. But it has been lovely that people recognize the awkwardness, to be honest. And
so it met expectations and that it matched its awkwardness as advertised.
That doesn't sound great. But, the way people will recognize that it can be awkward for you and accept that and kind of help you with that.
Thank you for that. All right, we're going to do a real rapid fire and wrap. For women to excel, what do we need to start doing and stop doing? Just a burst. Mona.
Focus more on your strengths and remind yourself of them daily.
God, perfect. Thank you. Helen?
Start getting comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Lovely. Ernie?
Stop overthinking and move faster than you think, because you are holding yourself back from a better opportunity or a better thing ahead.
Sharon?
Start enjoying the things that you have right now. Like, be satisfied with the job you have, the family you have, the body you have, whatever it is. Just be grateful.
Yeah, we started the session today with the science of happiness, which is all about finding micro moments in your life. Exactly that. So thank you for that. You really illuminated the essence of it all. And now we have a few moments for questions. You're going to see mic runners in the room. Kindly put your hand up. Just state your name and where you're from and have at it. And we have time for a couple. So kindly jump up and have your moment.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Martha DeProsperous, VPB Business Banking in Brantford. Woohoo! First of all, thank you for sharing your stories and your superpowers. Truly inspirational. I'm always looking for a good book to inspire me. Do you have any good recommendations?
I just finished, and no book is great. There's always parts you don't like. I just finished Let Them by Mel Robbins. And I really, there's parts of it I didn't agree with, but overall I liked this thinking that getting too in your head about what everybody else thinks of you, you sometimes just have to let that kind of go. So that's one that comes to mind.
Awesome, thanks for the question.
I'll throw it generations. I spend a lot of time thinking about youth generational challenges and workplace generational challenges. And so it's from a professor, I think at University of San Diego, but generations, and it's fantastic.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, here we are here. Jerry Caveness. I think she, if you can get a mic. Oh, thank you. Go ahead, Azan.
My question is from Sharon. When you are overwhelmed, you said about feel sometimes guilty when you work a lot and you don't have enough time for your children. For example, today I feel guilty because, I didn't have enough time to drive my daughter to a school and she went to, with bus. I always feel I'm guilty when I, has lots of work. When you manage it, how to manage it?
So one really good tool that I've used, and I've had lots of guilt about, one of my kids was really sick with a mental health issue, and it caused me to really think back. So I have two pieces of advice. One is ask yourself what you would say to a friend if they said the same thing to you. If you say, hey, I rushed my kid or I yelled at my daughter when I left, or what would you say to the friend? And usually it's you would show yourself some grace, like you're trying your best. So there's that. And then my thing with my kids was always I never made promises that I knew I wouldn't, no matter what happened, I wouldn't keep. So if they had a baseball game, I wouldn't say, I'll pick you up and take you if I knew I might only get there halfway through. I'd say I'll be there for part of the game. Or I didn't. And then I was lucky to have a village. So like my mother-in-law especially, when I couldn't do something, and I never had grandparents that lived in the country, so I felt like it was giving my kids another relationship that I didn't have myself. And I had friends, who I would ask to do things with the kids, and that's
perfect. Thank you. I think we got one last question here from Jerry, who's one of our panelists earlier.
Yes, I have a question to each of you. If you weren't doing your present job, what would you be doing?
Good question.
I would be a teacher.
I'd be a baker. Retired. No, stand-up comedian.
Oh yeah, you'd be great. She used to rep them, but that no joke. So we're going to connect you two right here.
Probably something in travel.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I just want to thank you for your insights. We've never had the opportunity, even though we've heard each of you individually speak, never together on a stage. And there's a reason you are where you are in a power pack, and it's a privilege for those of us at BMO here to be led by you, to look to you as the watermark of what good looks like. Honestly, thank you. Thank you for the community and the insight. Thank you. And I'm going to welcome my colleague, Holly Jackson, up to the stage. Woo, woo! Yeah, well deserved. Welcome, my friend, my ally. Now listen, saying what makes each of us remarkable, as you just witnessed, is really bloody hard, isn't it? It feels awkward. It's tough to say your greatness. It's really hard to write it on your name badge. And women are often, as we've heard today, focused on our deficiencies versus, elevating our strengths and amplifying it. And research shows that women apply for jobs when they have about 100% of the qualifications, whereas men will often show up with 50 to 60%. But that traces to an issue around self-confidence and owning our excellence. So get out your phones. We're going to do a quick poll and a bounce on really what stands in our way of us owning our excellence every day. The poll question on the screen here is, what gets in way of you asking for what it is you want and speaking up in the workplace? Like, what is it? Is it actually self-confidence and self-doubt? Is it this fear of maybe being perceived as difficult? Is it workplace culture? Is it this previous negative experience, like I tried it once and it was a train wreck, I'm not going there again? Or is it, I just keep getting spoken over, I just cannot get the words out? And so you're gonna all vote and you're gonna see it on the screen today so we can get a sense as we head into this workshop element as what it is. And I get you, I hear it, I feel this too, this self-confidence. It is the thing that's getting in the way. And the good news is that is within our control, right? That's us. That's standing up and being our best self. And so speaking of that, we're going to talk a little bit about how to get there.
Awesome. Throughout my career, I've had the opportunity to participate in many leadership programs and the privilege to also be a mentor and help people at different stages of their career. And one of the consistent themes that I hear, advice that I hear, but also counsel that I give, is the importance of networking. But let's be honest, networking is hard and it's uncomfortable. And so by a show of hands, I would love to know how many of you, when you got off the elevator, had that pause, that stomach drop moment as you looked forward and saw a throng of people that you didn't know and you needed to approach them to have a conversation before the start of the event. Couple people putting up their hands. The rest of you maybe felt it, but don't want to raise your hand, which is fine. And so I bet there are people in this room, like me, that had to muster up the courage to walk up to someone new and introduce yourself, even while you're wearing a badge that is talking about how amazing and awesome you are, or even the fact that you have a conversation starter with a bingo card. It's still that step towards the new person that you don't know and introducing yourself. But maybe there's others that instead of going up to someone new, actually buried your face in your phone, pretended that you were busy looking at that really important email that had just come in because you didn't want to have that uncomfortable exchange.
Having confidence in your own story and value takes a heck of a lot of courage, doesn't it? And being comfortable speaking up and using your voice is one of the most critical ingredients to help you with your career, to accelerate your career, get elevated to the next level. It's foundational. Because research shows that the single greatest driver of actually getting jobs and getting elevated actually traces to networking. So it's a core enabling skill, hence the bingo cards.
But, as you may know, networking is not just conferences like this or big social events with a lot of people. Networking moments can be short, they can be casual. They're hallway conversations when a leader walks by. They're elevator chats when you bump into a peer as you're leaving. They're proactive coffee chats that you set up with a prospective future boss because you want to learn more about a prospective role. I need you to consider every single one of these opportunities as a networking opportunity. And you owe it to yourself to challenge yourself to use every single one of those opportunities to the best that you can. So I encourage you, leave your phone in your purse. Take your headphones off when you're coming up the elevator as you enter the building. Look up, look around you, see who is there, and have the best version of yourself ready to share.
Now, we've all heard this term elevator pitch, and it's that way because it's like an elevator short. So what is it that you're going to say in those few moments? But what if you had a power pitch at the ready that is all about you? It's who you are, what you do, and what you want. Simply stated. I feel the cringing. I felt it too when we came up with the idea for this. Holly and I were really, do we want to say that? But it turns out we do. Because what I'd like to challenge you to do is resist that urge and journey with me, because the power pitch can be crisp, it can be unapologetic, and it can be said in a very compelling way that endears people to you and gets what you want. It's 30 seconds of carefully chosen words that deliver a punch. So this power pitch, you're going to see the formula for it, has 3 ingredients. And you're going to see them on the screen here. The first is I am. Describes who you are. What's your expertise? What do you know? It doesn't have to all be work. Depends what you're talking about. But who are you? The second is I do. Like, what are the roles you play, the tasks you're involved in, the things that demonstrate your goodness? And the third, and nobody wants to say this, but what do you want? What is it that you want? You want a networking opportunity. You want a coffee. You want a job. You want a friend. What is it that you actually want? You want a coffee. But if you want your power pitch to lead to great outcomes, they must be purposeful and really impactful.
All right, I'm going to try this.
I'm ready for you.
Here we go. All right. Good afternoon. I am Holly Jackson. I have 25 years of experience inspiring and leading large and diverse teams of people. I thrive in driving transformation and change with an obsession for making the customer and the employee experience the best that it can be. I lead BMO's Virtual Connect organization that has a global presence and delivers best-in-class customer experiences to millions of customers. And I'd like to share with you how I've leveraged my operational expertise to shift the paradigm of what good looks like in financial services and how this strategic thinking and execution can translate into benefits for your organization. Would you mind if I set up a coffee with you?
I wouldn't mind at all. And I know that everything you just said, knowing you, is true. And what tremendous experience and impact you have had, Holly, and I can see that. I'd love to learn more. I'm Lori. I'm a data analytics and AI professional and a change agent with over 25 years experience in monetizing data for revenue, customer experience, and cost savings benefits. I know how to balance technology with talent while keeping teams engaged and innovating at scale. I've led teams to global initiatives and to achieve award-winning results in analytical innovation and market-leading results. Would you be open to meet so I can chat about how AI can transform your business?
You know, Lori, I need to learn about AI, so I would love.
Happen to know a girl. Yeah.
I would love to spend some time with you. But I will tell you, that felt a little bit weird because you're standing in front of a room or you're standing in front of someone who's important or someone that you want to spend time with, and you're basically bragging and boasting about yourself. So it's hard. It's awkward. But the reality is it's a recipe, and the recipe actually works. In my career, I've had so many networking conversations with people where they come to the table, we sit down, I'm so excited about the impact that I can maybe have with this person, and they haven't come to the table with a clear ask or a clear view on who they are, what they need, what they think I can help them with. And so they're not getting the value out of that conversation. They haven't prepared their power pitch. And so when you're talking about networking, when you're approaching a situation like this, practice. Get in front of the mirror, practice what your pitch is, and come prepared. Be clear, be upfront, be candid, and most importantly, own the excellence that is you. And so it's now time for a few minutes for you to be able to practice yourself. You want to create and think through an impactful power pitch. So you have 10 minutes to go through. The prompts are on the screen here, and you want to answer these 3 questions. Pithy, short answers to 3 questions. You are, what you do, and what you want. And after 10 minutes, you're going to find a friend and share your power pitch and hopefully get some good feedback to make it even more impactful. It's amazing to see all of the dialogue that's happening at the tables. I hope some of that dialogue is feedback that's being given to your friend or your partner that was sharing their statement. And I anticipate that the feedback was, wait, you need to add more. Wait, you're not being boastful enough. Wait, you're actually not saying enough about how great you are. Because it's hard. It's hard to think of ways to talk about all of the great things that you have to offer and why you are excellent. And so if you haven't completed your exercise or you've been given some feedback, I encourage you to take it away and keep working on it and refining it and have it available so that when you know you're going to go into an environment where you just might pass that important person in the hall, you have a few bullet points in your head that you could stop them and say, hey, I haven't met you yet. My name is so-and-so, and here's the great things that I do.
Yeah, you got it. And whether you're in a corporate setting and you're looking to brush elbows with somebody and kind of do an opener for a formal networking meeting, or whether you got your own business, you know, maybe you're selling wine for a living, maybe you're trying to get a new customer, maybe you're someone out there who is actually a fitness instructor, maybe you're a yogi, maybe you're doing a change of pace, whatever that is, there's some level of opener that's going to lead you to that point where you're going to say, here's who I am, here's what I do, and here's what I want. And there's people even in this room who said, oh, I saw so-and-so speak. I'd really like to meet them. It's that. You're going to still use the same approach, even if you're going to go and chat with that other person. So jobs happen through networking. Relationships happen through conversation. They're all based into the same thing. And so you learn those skills and you get comfortable with owning that and saying it with confidence. The doors open. They open. People want to hear what it is that you have to say. And it's not, if you think it's a little bit boastful, chances are it's not. It's just that you're really uncomfortable saying these things about yourself. So try it on and see what the outcomes are. And remember, if we're applying for jobs and we have 100% of the qualifications and we've got our counterparts applying when they've got 50 or 60%, the difference between those and you're being anchored and being willing to step up to that plate is in your confidence. It's in you being able to say, I'd like to talk to you about that. I don't know if I'm got all the qualifications for the role, but I'm happy to talk about it because here's what I do have. And you never know where that's going to lead. You take yourself out of the game changes, right? You put yourself in the game, then you got a whole other playground. And so that's what we're really trying to encourage you to do here today by networking, kind of owning your own strength. But I really appreciate the courage for you standing up and doing it. It's a bit of weird exercise in a room when it's kind of curated like that. But the formula of it works. It's where it is that you'll find yourself in and outside of work. And I would put yourself at the center of your own life story. Brag about it. Own it. Because if you're not going to do it, who's going to do it? If you're not the architect of your own brand, who is going to be? And if you're not out there advertising your power, who's going to do that? And who knows it better than you, right? Who can connect your promise and your purpose and all the good stuff that you've done better than you? And if it felt uncomfortable, imagine what getting passed over for a role might feel like. Imagine that feeling. Imagine what it would feel like to sit around a table and not have your voice heard, not speak up. Imagine not to defend yourself in a room where you're actually at the receiving end of something not so great. Imagine what that feels like, and then imagine what this would feel like, because it's a heck of a lot easier, right? It's a heck of a lot easier to prep this, because it gives you the avenue into all those other places and takes you out of the really, truly uncomfortable moments. And I prefer the alternative, right? Of boldly owning your good in business and in life. Now, all that self-reflection has earned you a break. And so we're going to see you back here in about 20 minutes when we explore what it takes to raise girls to excel. Enjoy your break. They say good things come in twos, right? Or maybe six packs, technically speaking. Mother-daughter relationships, as I think all of us know, are powerful, sometimes friction-filled. They form the basis of in many ways of who we are and how we show up in the world. And today we have a power pack of women on stage, as you can see here. And some look a lot like the other, right? So Jen Reed, let me just start with you, Jen, is what happens when you combine competence with comedy. She'll tell you what's real in a way that'll have you laughing your head off and rallying with her. She's a communicator and a compassionate colleague who many of us are lucky to call friend, including me. She's a smooth operator. She's head of operations for the North American Retail and Business Bank and our wealth businesses here at BMO. And there ain't no back office she's not combed through to find inefficiency. She knows where the bodies are buried, people. And it's no surprise that this fantastic woman has an exceptional daughter. So Mackenzie Downs is also a banker, but of a different color. We'll forgive her for that. An associate with corporate risk solutions at TD. She carries light with her into a room, and some of that good genetic swagger seems to have worn off in this family. She's a banker, a traveler, an adventurer, and welcome, both Jen and Mackenzie. Thank you for being here. So question one for you, Jen, you're up, is of all things you aim to pass down to your daughter, what was the one thing you thought if she doesn't know this or learn this, I've not done my job?
I think really consistent with what we've heard throughout the day, it's courage. I really want Mackenzie to enter all aspects of her life, her relationships, her work, career with courage, that she can tackle what is in front of her, that she can reach for what she wants, and that she has confidence as a learner to start things that she might not be perfect at, and really find a way to excel into that. So that's, I think, my hope for you.
Now, what may have worked for one generation might not work for the next. I think that we feel that. But for excelling at work, Mackenzie, to you, what's one thing you feel is different maybe for you versus your mom? And what do you need us to appreciate as leaders here today and advocates for young women?
I'll start by saying that there is not often a situation that I run into at work where I don't first think to myself, what would mom do? And oftentimes I do reach out for advice, especially when I feel like I'm navigating a particularly complex situation. But one time I can think about when we really disagreed about how I should approach, and when I chose to take a different approach than what I was advised was during my summer, when I was a rotating associate at TD Securities. I work in capital markets. I was on the trading floor. I understand the environment that I've signed up to work in is high-paced, but there was one of my peers or someone else on my team who would snap his fingers at me to get my attention. I didn't appreciate that. I thought it was quite demeaning, and I understand that time is of the essence often, but the first time it happened, I thought, wow, I really don't feel good. And so I reached out to my mom, and she said, you know what, does it impact your ability to do work, or does it really, or does it just bother you? And if it just bothers you, just water off a duck's back, let it go. But I really didn't appreciate it, and I thought, you know what, I'm gonna say something. And so the next time it happened, I completed what he was asking me to do, but later on during the day when everyone else was off, I said, hey, I really don't appreciate that. There's a myriad of ways that you can get my attention, and you should not be snapping your fingers at me. And I think he probably went home and thought to himself, oh, she doesn't have what it takes, she's not cut out for this world, but it didn't change his opinion of me. I, had a great rotation through that desk, and I'm still with the organization years later, and we have a great relationship. So, and the best part of it was, one summer later, I was walking with the summer associate who was working on the desk, the row behind me, and she said, hey, I know you didn't think anyone else was around, but I heard it when you did that, and I thought it was fantastic. I think about you standing up for yourself often, and I just wanted to let you know that I heard that, and I was with you there. So it was a great conclusion to that story.
Good for you. Good for you. Start early. Yeah, you practice it, and at some point it feels natural and doesn't feel frictious, so good for you. And one day I received a flyer in the mail in my mailbox at home for this thing called Yoga with Hope, and I thought I'm hopeful, but I knew nothing about yoga. I'd never done yoga, so I'm like, sign me up. So off I go, and I showed up at this yoga class and became friends with every woman in the class, and the instructor was the yogi down at the end there, Cynthia Hope. And so Cynthia, the teacher, is the glue holding women together. She is, through practice, poetry, retreats, she's always making time to connect women with women. A designer, daughter, wife, sister, friend, mother of two, one of whom we kidnapped here today. And before being called to the ElleExcel stage, Greer Hope was actually called to the bar. And she's an associate at McCarthy's litigation practice. She's an adventurer herself, just like her mom. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and a force to be reckoned with. And so Greer, first with you, in a high stakes position in a law firm where confidence is really kind of currency, if you will, tell us how you keep yours up and who you lean on to convince you that you still have it on days when you're tested.
Yeah, so I think for me, confidence is really like a muscle that you need to train and you need to work on every day and in different situations. It's not constant, I would say. I feel confident when I've done things before and when I've gained experience. So my first motion, obviously I was extremely nervous. I was very scared to get in front of the judge, but I feel confident when I'm prepared. So I leaned on my mentors, my friends. I made them listen to my submissions a million times. I came in, I felt prepared. And then the next time, I felt a lot more confident and ready to go in there and face the courtroom when I knew what I was expecting. So I think for me, it's all about gaining experience and putting myself in uncomfortable situations, even if they feel outside of my comfort zone. And who I lean on would be my circle of my close girlfriends and my mentors at work. I think people who have seen my wins and can remind me of all that I have accomplished to get where I am. That's often really helpful when you're feeling a little low or you're not sure if it's an opportunity for growth or it's imposter syndrome. So I think that can really be a nice grounding force, is to be around people who know who you really are and have seen your wins and can remind you of that.
Okay, I love that. I like seeing strong young women. It just fires me up. I just love it, right? We spend our whole life trying to get there, and then here you are. Here you've arrived. It's great. And Cynthia, you're one of the most chill women I know, bar none. How do you take what you've learned in meditation and yoga, both of which you practice, and this way of living in the moment, which we've talked about today as a conduit to happiness, and teach that to your daughter as lessons of recalibration and a kind of a means to de-stress Does that even work?
Sorry, okay. Can I just say I'm really nervous? Okay, I'm putting that out
Send her
there.
some string,
very,
people.
Very vulnerable.
Yeah.
This is not
You're
my
good,
thing.
you're good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So for me, I don't really think that I taught. I think I modeled it more, like just making healthy coping mechanisms, just showing them. So exercise, meditation, getting outdoors, trying new things, joining groups, volunteering, women's shelters, food banks. Those kind of things I really modeled for the kids, and I hope that they've learned from that. The other thing that I do personally, sometimes to the chagrin of my family and friends, especially right now, just before we got on, I had my phone turned off, which I do, and I had it put away because I try to give the person who I'm with or the people that I'm with my full attention. So I try not to have my phone on. And I invite any of you, all of you, to take up that challenge, to just put your phone away and then notice what happens. On the panel just previously, one of the women had said, I'm sorry I forgot her name, but she said, look up. And that was one of my things I wanted to say. Look up, pause, listen, be curious. Those are so important, and I think I've modeled some of those as well for the kids. And yeah,
100%. Thank you. Yeah. And Cynthia is one of the only yoga instructor I've ever come across where at the end of the practice, when you do the namaste, she doesn't do it once. She goes and does it individually for every single person in the entire class. It'd be like me namasteing to all of you. Times 200 or 300, like it'd be that. So you do practice what's in the moment. Like you take that moment and you honor the moment, and we do feel seen. Even though, I'm asleep coming out of Savasana, I gotta be honest, I've snored through many classes. Me and Jocko, who you heard snoring earlier on in the show, yeah, I can relate. And so, when I think of a woman on fire and a woman who's super determined and hard charging and unapologetically reaching for the top rung, this is Julie Barker Mertz. So those of you that know her will know that. You'll be like, yep. And those of you that don't, you'll want to. She's our regional vice president here at Beam of Greater Toronto. You go into a branch here in this city, and she's running it. She advocates for women in business, women in sport, in her community, and she was a recipient of the International Alliance of Women Top 100 Award for World of Difference Awards. She was also in the Top 50 to Watch in Wealth Management and WXN, the DXI Award for her role in corporate boards. And then the list goes on, right? And not surprisingly, her daughter, Gabby, and the apple doesn't fall far from this tree. They showed up in my cube, and I'm like, we can tell you're related. So Gabby is also burning down the house. And at 18, she's the youngest daughter on our panel here. She's a commerce student, a varsity athlete, a philanthropist, and a women's advocate at Queen's. She also co-founded at this ripe young age, We Scare Hunger, a multi-school food drive, and was awarded a Future Leader Award. So we're just tired of looking at you. At 18, here I'm complaining about having to be up since 5. Unbelievable. So what I wanted to talk about here is a little bit about the role of sisterhood, Julie, for you, that it plays in helping women excel. And I know it's core to who you are, but what 2 deliberate actions have you taken with your own daughter to encourage sisterhood?
Well, it's interesting. Cynthia made a comment earlier about role modeling above all else, and I think that's really important as moms of girls and of boys, is to continually think about role modeling, what you do and how you do things. And so I'd say that's a really important part of parenting in my household. And so I talk a lot about my day, I talk a lot about what I do, I talk about what works, what doesn't work. So those are, I'd say, pretty key to my relationship with my girls. And the other thing that I talk a lot about, in fact, we were chatting about this the other day, I talk about being kind and never make assumptions. We make a lot of assumptions. In fact, the panel this morning that we had about all these incredible BMO employees who came from very challenging situations, and we don't know what we don't know. So never assume. If somebody's treating you in a way that you don't feel good about, never assume that it's targeted at you, and never make assumptions that somebody's doing things to go out to harm and hurt you. and own your own power throughout that. And so be kind, own your power, and stay true to who you are.
Love that. You do that. So Gabby, young women can be tough, right? And on each other. And when you're working to support other women at a young age, it's refreshing and necessary, I would say. It starts early. But what do you need more than anything from the girls you surround yourself with and the women in your life? At 18, this is it. You're representing all 18-year-olds. No pressure.
Yeah, wow. It's weird to hear all these things said out loud and a lot of these accolades that you pulled from my LinkedIn. But there's this overwhelming sense of sort of imposter syndrome of hearing people telling me that I'm making such an impact and that my voice seems to matter. And my voice is shaking up here a little bit because this is very nerve-wracking. But I will say the best thing that I need and that I cherish from the women around me is unfiltered support. And what I mean by that is not just cheering on the wins, but having your support system be there through the freakouts and the meltdowns and the overwhelming existential crises that 18-year-olds do still have.
We have them at 52.
Yeah. I hope they go away, but it sounds like they don't. But as young women, we put so much pressure on ourselves to do all these things and accomplish all these goals. And I think the best thing we need from the women around us is the space and kind of the hand being held saying, you got this, and you can do it. And everything that you want to be able to do and that you want to accomplish, you have people in your corner that are there to support you and that are there to lift you up.
Ah, so wise, so wise. Yeah. Now, I want you to finish the end of this sentence. It's a bit of a rapid fire, but I could not navigate in this world and feel confident without Mackenzie?
I would say my support system, similar to what Greer and Gabby have echoed as well.
Totally. Greer?
Yeah, I had the same answer. I'd say my circle of close girlfriends. I've collected groups of people from different ages and phases, and I think it's really nice to have that variety in your community and your support system, and it can help you get away from the noise that you might feel when you're around people who do the same thing as you every day and have the same goals and are on the same track. It's nice to have a more varied community, and I've learned that from my mom for sure, to pick up friends everywhere I go and stay in touch and nurture those relationships. Yeah.
Gabby?
I will say I still live at home, and so the immediate thought is my mom. I don't think I could get anywhere without her, quite literally. We have one car right now, so can't go anywhere. But in all actuality, this is kind of a shout out as well to my dad as a support system, because obviously you're all hearing how incredible my mom is, and you can imagine that to raise two girls, you need a bit of a village at home. And I'm very grateful and proud to say that my dad was so much of that village when my mom was out there being a girl boss. And so, a big shout out to being able to get to where we are and to be able to look up to our mom and go, wow, she's come so far. And to know that she's had that support and that support has helped kind of shape my sister and I to who we ended up turning out to be.
Amazing. Lots of claps. I like it. So I'm going to start with a little bit of generational rapid fire. And so when thinking about yourself excelling at work, right, in one word, what's one thing you need more of? Mackenzie?
I think maybe to own achievements more.
Give me a bit more on that.
I think oftentimes I have a tendency to maybe downplay achievements, say sorry too much, attribute successes to things that are not always, I'll say things happen by chance quite often, when oftentimes it was stuff that I put a lot harder work into. And so I think that I think sometimes I need to stand up and own my accomplishments and say, you know what, that wasn't lucky. I worked really hard, and thank you very much.
Yeah, I did that. Yeah, I get it. Jen, how about you? Same question.
I think more coaching for myself personally. I think it gets harder sometimes in the organization as you hold more senior roles to get authentic feedback from people on how you're performing and how you're supporting them and what you could be doing different in order to make the team function better and how you can support them as individuals better. And I think it's harder even when you ask for that feedback. It's really a gift. And so for me, it would be more feedback.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, it's an interesting contrast, right? When you start to look at the differences between age, like you just want to owning your stuff and you're wanting a little more feedback to recalibrate, right? But that dynamic is always there. And so when thinking about yourself excelling at work, what's one thing you need more of, Greer?
I would say patience with myself. I think it's easy to get caught up in why is this so difficult for me, or like why isn't this coming as easily as I hoped it would when it's your first time doing something. Like I often think of my first trial. Everything felt new, everything felt overwhelming, and I was used to being very good at things. I'd been in school for a very long time. I knew how to do well in that. Yeah. So starting something new, I found I can be very hard on myself. I can be my own worst critic and get caught up in trying to get to the next thing and the next goal and not taking the time to kind of appreciate how far I've come and what I've done and each little win. So I think for me, it's patience with myself is probably something I'm working on to help me excel more. But
how about you, Cynthia?
Trust in my voice, in my abilities, being nervous, like trust that I got this, and that's what I need more of.
You got this. Yeah, you got it. Julie?
So many things I feel that I need more of. Patience is a big one. I need more patience because the word that came to me was I need more challengers. I need people who are going to push with me. And sometimes I feel I'm the only voice pushing at the table. And so that's back to the patience, right? Sometimes a little bit too much, like I need to slow down a little bit because I want to change the world and I want to change it faster. And so I need more people around me pushing with me. Yeah, and then I get impatient, right? And so trying to create that balance of not letting go of that because that's innate, but having the patience to get to it more progressively.
Okay, get it. And Gabby's just joined us as an intern here within our own organization. So I'm going to pivot the question slightly for you. But this spring you started the internship at BMO, so welcome. Firstly, and what do you need us as leaders in the room and supporters of young women to know, to appreciate, and to do for you to get the most out of what you have to offer?
Yeah, so I guess I'm going to touch on a little bit of that intro about being a bit philanthropic, if that's how you pronounce it. But there's this quote, and I really wish I knew the author, but it's on one of my hoodies, and it says, "It's not what we do that changes the world, it's who we become." And I think the best thing that I need from my leaders, my mentors, and now my bosses here at BMO is to kind of put work into who I'm going to become and not just what I have to offer right now. And I think so much of that is I'm sitting up here, I'm the youngest one in the room, and I don't know a lot about everything, but I'm really eager to learn. And I think having the opportunity to be challenged and to be given feedback, and also the wiggle room to make a lot of mistakes and to learn from them, that is going to shape who I'm capable of becoming. And I think that's the opportunity that I need and the room and the space that I need created for me.
Yeah, and I think when you pair less confidence as we're kind of finding our stride with being new at something, you can kind of get out of the game really early, right? And feel like, oh my goodness, I've been looked over and this is how it is. And then you're in this constant scramble to grab for a rung, like at some point through your career. So good for you for asking it. And I just wanted to hear it because I'm like, we need to do this. Like, because there's interns and there's people starting out everywhere. And the answer isn't go to the person who knows how to do it. It's go and teach. Like, you're there to coach, you're there to teach. I mean, Jen said it. You want coaching at all stages in your career. And so as a parent, just to Cynthia, how do you encourage drive and achievement while being mindful of the things I know you know really well, like balance and wellness?
Okay, this is a tough one, but I would say honestly, everybody, as a parent, you're looking for that high achiever, got lots of friends, lots of interests. Every kid is different. And I think we really have to meet our kids where they are, when they're there. It's challenging. It's a little bit of a tricky dance, but I tend to make the time to carve out that time to spend time with Greer. Like for her and I, we will book a workout class together. We'll go for a walk. We'll go grab a smoothie. Same with my son. I mean, I try to carve out time to get to know them, what makes them tick, what their interests are, what settles them, what calms them. Because it's one thing to say, like for meditation, shavasana, just dive right in. You've got this. It's easy. It's not easy. And for calm, we all have it within, but it's not necessarily going to look like meditation or shavasana at every moment. It's going to be something else for everyone. It might be painting. It might be cooking. It might be walking. It might be reading a book. Whatever it is, try to find those things that find calm in your life and balance. Like, get the friends. For me, I have an incredible community of women that I have built around me. I do. They are the most interesting, generous, kind, smart, funny women, and they're my village. They're who I go to reset. And I'm so pleased to hear that Greer, felt that. So, wow, like, go me, but go Greer, right? It's exciting. They listen. Somehow you get there. It takes a while, and it takes a village. I don't have all the answers, but my community definitely does. 100%. 100%. Like, the answers are within us. And I also think like attracts like. You want to reach out there and you have a question or you need a hand, you go out there in earnest, you're going to get back something in earnest. You'll find it, right? You'll find that energy, which you put out there and you get it back in spades. I like that you said you built your women's community. There's no happenstance. It's not like this stuff just happened. I can't believe how lucky I am to have a best friend. Well, I mean, it's 40 years of like committing, right? Like, love is a verb. So, I mean, it's just how these things shake out. So good for you for building it, right? And good for us for building it. And for those of you that didn't have one when you came in, I hope you leave with a bit of community, and this is your starter. So, Greer, over to you for a moment. it's got to be really hard, I would just say, to employ balance and self-care when you're starting out in a law firm. I mean, it's a something show. You know what I mean? Like, it's rough, right? So how do you come to learn about your boundaries and tell us a little bit about the journey and what would have been useful to you, let me just say, along the way to create better balance?
Yeah, so I think it's definitely been a journey. I haven't been good at it at all times, and it's something I still work on. I think when I started out as a junior, I kind of confused being busy all the time and available all the time with being successful and being appreciated. And I very quickly learned that the reward for doing good work is more work, and it's always going to come. There's always going to be more work. And at some point, I'm going to have to be the one to enforce my own boundaries. I think that's what I've learned, is no one else is going to enforce them for me. People are going to keep coming back. People are going to keep asking for more. So I need to know when is an appropriate time for me to kind of enforce those boundaries, and also build that balance around my life in a way that works. So for me, I'm a morning person, so I get up early, I work for a few hours, I do a class, and then I'm in the office, and I feel that helps me a lot. And it takes commitment every single day, but I've kind of figured out how to make my routine work for my life without taking away from, obviously, a very demanding job. And I'm just saying,
you're good. You got it. You nailed it. No, you nailed it. This is the next question.
Okay. Yeah, so that's it. Yeah.
You're all good. You're balanced. Yeah, you nailed that boundary. So I'm going to spend a bit of time here with Jen and Julie about kind of this idea of solving versus guiding. And while I don't have children, I have cats, so I'm guiding them to copious amounts of food. I've got a cube of a cat. But let me just start here and just say you spend your day sort of every day, the two of you, solving big issues, and you're skilled processors, decision makers. I'm in rooms with you. I can see it's just cranking through your head. But how does day job bleed into nighttime and after hours mom job? And how do you navigate that kind of balance in between and solve on that part about the desire to give advice in the process of raising kind of spirited young women who are independent? Jen, please.
I think the answer is, like, we're in the middle of figuring it out, right? We're developing a new adult relationship. And the example Mackenzie gave earlier, where, from my perspective, from what it was like for me when I was early in my career, my advice was, just put your head down and keep going. And, I wanted her to have courage, and her answer to me was, I don't think so. Like, that is a boundary for me. And so, we came out of that conversation, and I sat down and I thought, wow, like, I got to get better at this. Like, my perspective is only interesting. It's her perspective that we really need to think through when we're talking about what's going on. And so I'm growing up a lot in this conversation because it's way easier when she was little and I was able to be, more clear about consequences and decisions that she was asking for advice on. So I'm actively learning right now, I think, as it comes to building our relationship. The other thing is I've been so blessed, but I've worked at, and I have a very deep and diverse pocket of community and girlfriends that I really have grown up with. And they're all aunties to Mackenzie, and they are wholly available to her. And she's developing now adult relationships with my best friends. And so, I get a picture and Mackenzie's out at Saint-Cassette with my girlfriend. And I say, "You're with Auntie V? Why wasn't I invited?" The answer is like, "You're always
we're talking
busy."
about you.
Yeah, you're always busy, right? And so it's, having the opportunity to get advice and guidance from lots of different people who have had different experiences. But at the core, they all love her, right? And so it's always coming from a place of growth and respect for her. So the answer is, I think I'm out of the problem-solving business and now more in the helping navigate self-discovery.
Thank you. Julie, you have another perspective on that one?
Yeah, I'm learning actually from Jen right now, because I think when the girls are younger, you're in advising, right? You're in, okay, you have a problem, let me help you solve it. And then that slowly evolves, and as they get older, you learn the balance between, do you need support or do you need advice? And luckily, Gabby is my second, so I practiced on my oldest. So I think she's got the benefit of a lot of learning, because I got it wrong a lot of times. And it came to the point where my daughter taught me and said, "Look, I just need you to listen," which is quite funny because I say that to my husband all the time. I need you to just listen, don't solve the problem. And all of a sudden, I started hearing it being played back by my daughters, and I went, okay, I get it, right? And that's the evolution. Yes, I totally got tricked. But that's the evolution. Sometimes kids just want your support and want that space that Gabby so eloquently shared earlier. Just create the space for me to be. And it's really hard as a parent, and we don't always get it right. Because sometimes you think, I got the answer to that one. And other times you think, okay, this might be a fail point, and I just got to be there to pick her back up, right? Because if she's determined to go down that path, that's going to be a learning moment, and you can't be there all the time. And so I'm in a transition phase, I'd suggest, with both my girls, where they're becoming just incredible, independent adults. And they're going to get to a different place than I would have gotten to. And so how can I be there to help advise them when they want the advice, but just be there to hold the space when that's all they need? And that's the hardest part for me, and I've got to remind myself of that.
All right, now for the tough question. What makes you each remarkable? Mackenzie.
It's good. I think we had to write it.
Good. You can look down and read your back.
On our lapels, because I had to think about this for quite a while. And I think I'm very open to experience, and I owe a lot of that to learning from my mom. And I think that when I was growing up, one of the values that was instilled into me was that no decision is so big that it can't ever be undone. And I'm lucky to say that, because I have a support system that I can fall back on, and I understand that. But because of that, I find a lot of my generation struggles very hard with decision paralysis. And I saw this a lot in school and a lot when I started work. And some people are so scared of making the wrong choice that they just make no choice at all. And so I think a lot of my openness to experience ties back into the fact that I was raised to think that make that decision. And yes, even if there's a consequence or if it was the wrong choice, turn around, go back. Sure, maybe it takes some extra time to get to where you actually needed to be, but you'll get there in the end. And so I think that has helped me be open to experience and say yes to opportunities as they've come my way, and it's really benefited me.
One of my friends says, jump and the universe will catch you, which is so true. Jen.
I think that I've live my life very transparently. I'm pretty authentic, and so the person I am at home, the person I am at work is the same. And it was really reinforced today as we were sort of coming together, and I was running into folks that I hadn't seen in a long time. It started with Irene, and you know, she said, tell me about, you know, your kids. Like, and I said, oh my God, Mackenzie's gonna be here this afternoon. And she's like, oh my gosh, I've heard so many stories about her. And, you know, someone else said to me, you know, they remember the stories I've told about Eric in my travels. And I've started really thinking about how there is an opportunity when you show your whole self to invite other people to share their whole self. And that gives people more room at the table to talk about what's hard, whether it's at home or at work, because I've talked about what's been hard with the kids, and that balance that we heard, you know, the panel earlier talking about. And so for me, I think that is my, something that makes me special, is trying to find that way. And so now at this stage, I'm starting to talk more transparently about menopause. So if you're in a meeting with me and I start sweating, you're gonna find that I'm gonna say, uh-oh, we know what's happening, right? But really trying to allow all that stuff to come through at the table.
There's no shame in spontaneously bursting into flames in the middle of a meeting. You know, take a beat.
I can't control it.
No, none of us can. Greer, what makes you remarkable?
I'd say for me, it's probably my ability to remain soft in a space that really rewards you for having hard edges. You know, I'm a litigator. A lot of the people I work with, we argue all day long. There's some big personalities. There's not a lot of space, I think, to lean into that softer side, but I think there's a lot of benefit if you can. And I see it every day in my work, working with clients at the court, negotiating, mediating. I think that that's something that sets me apart, is that combination or that duality of that strength mixed with being able to remain soft and approach things with empathy and, you know, keep space for others even when things are stressful and things are busy. I think that's what would be a defining trait for me, I think professionally and personally, is that mix of being soft but also being a strong space for
That's great.
those
That's a
around me.
great skill.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you learn that sometimes the hard way, but it's really rare to pair it. So good for you. Cynthia, what makes you remarkable, my friend? Of all the million things that are remarkable about you, pick one, honestly. You got it.
Okay, yes, got it. Okay, so I think at the core of who I am, what I do, is my ability to build community wherever I am. Honestly, just to build that community of beautiful women. There are some men in there too sometimes, more often women. But honestly, and also I think to create an empathetic space to allow people to feel heard, to feel valued, to feel empowered. Because those are all the things that I want, and that's so important to me. So I think that's my skill set, just that community building and sharing. Yeah.
Beautiful. Julie, what makes you remarkable?
I'm not afraid to fail. And probably because I have failed and I didn't die, right? And so I've fallen over and I've got myself up and I've dusted myself off, and I've done that enough that I'm not afraid to take chances and to take risks. And I think that helps me move forward and grow and continue to develop.
That's rare, right? It's rare, because I think even ones who've gone to the edge and then survived it, there's this visceral reaction, like, I don't want to go there again. Like, that's brutal, right?
Well, and the key is to keep challenging yourself, right? I mean, I actually heard this really great podcast recently. It was a great Vinyl Cafe story, actually, about like a 7-year-old who wanted to toboggan down a hill, and he was really scared to do it. And it talked about how as we get older, we're afraid to do the things that we used to do. We're afraid to go on roller coasters. We're afraid to bungee jump. We're afraid to rock climb. I mean, these are physical things, but you get the idea, right? And so I think for me, I try to find ways to always challenge myself to do scary things so that you keep fostering and nurturing that energy that you're prepared to continue to take chances. Because once you stop taking chances, I think you stop living. And that affects personal and work, by the way. I think there's chances at work, you got to push yourself a little bit too. And when you get too comfortable or you just phone it in, I think that gets really dangerous. And so you got to keep that fire going.
Yeah, I like that. And I always think when I'm faced with a really big decision, I say to myself, what does this have to do with the rest of my life? Like literally the rest of it. Because I'm stuck. I'm like, well, really not a lot has to do with the rest of it. So it kind of gets you into that, all right, wait a second. Like you're really facing something that isn't really that big a deal. No, you can get through it, right? Like that kind of rationalization, but in a logical way that helps give you a boost. All right, Gabby, over to you. What makes you remarkable?
Mom, you might hate me for this response, but I am afraid to fail all of the time.
I have work to do.
Yeah, but I think it's because what makes me remarkable is I lead with a lot of passion. And by that, I mean a lot of the things I've done and a lot of the things that I hope to do and continue to do are stemming from areas of my life that I feel really strongly about or that I feel really confident about. And I like to dive headfirst and jump into the deep end and, give it my all. And that's what makes me very afraid to fail because I care so much about what it is that I'm doing. But I think leading with passion allows me to give my all and to give my 100%. And I think that's what makes me remarkable.
Oh, yeah, we're feeling that here. I'm going to plant one final question for you guys, and you've heard it through the day today, on what women should start doing and stop doing. And so I'm going to run through. Gabby, I'm going to start with you. What should women start doing and stop doing?
I think women should stop apologizing or making excuses for why they belong in a space. And I think they need to start proving why they belong there.
Stop worrying about what you're wearing. Stop doing the 15 outfits every morning. Just stop judging yourself and judging everybody else. Just show up and start lifting each other up. Walking out of this room, start by finding someone else to bring up and to showcase and put in front of somebody else.
Mm-hmm. Hear, hear.
Yeah, I would say start mentoring, being a partner, being a peer, making the effort to make connections with those around you because, again, community is everything to me in the workplace, and I couldn't get through it without those that I have around me that get where I'm coming from and sometimes don't get where I'm coming from. And so I think you start building that community the most we can. And I think stop goes back to what I was saying earlier. Stop feeding into that imposter syndrome. Stop apologizing when you actually don't mean to apologize. Apologize when you mean it, and try to embody that.
Beautiful.
I think start pursuing opportunities that are scary. If you have that little tingle in your belly about a new opportunity, then you're ready for it, right? Like, you do not have to be fully qualified for your next opportunity. We can walk in and learn as we go. And so I think that's a really powerful message. And I think we have to stop the self-talk when it's destructive. And you have to realize the impact it has on your physical being, even when it's rolling around in your head. And so I think that's really important to stop.
So I would echo that. I would say I think women need to start putting ourselves in places where we may not traditionally have been represented or that might feel scary or we might feel out of place. And I would echo everything you just said. I remember I once read that the way your body reacts when you're nervous or afraid is the same reaction that you have when you're excited. So whenever I'm going into something that feels really scary, I'll tell myself, no, you're excited. That's why you're feeling this way. It's going to be great. And that's kind of helped. Like, you can trick your brain into facing those scary things. And like I said earlier, then the next time it's a little less scary and you're paving the way for those behind you to see you or people that look like them or that they can relate to in those spaces. I think we need to stop dismissing our own accomplishments, which I know Mackenzie was talking about. I think that's something we tend to do a lot, and I find myself guilty of as well. And I think we just need to start recognizing that it's okay to take up space. It's okay to be the reason something went well. It's okay to celebrate our own accomplishment, and we don't always have to just dismiss it or minimize it?
Gosh, okay, I get to be the last. Awesome. You know what? I would say change the story. We have these loops, we call them samskaras in yoga, but think of it as a rut that we just keep driving around and around and around and around, and on it goes. So change that loop. Love yourself, look in the mirror. You're awesome. You are enough. You're beautiful. You're smart. You're funny. Change the loop that you're not enough, that you don't have what it takes, that you haven't got it. I'm up here. You've got it. If I can do it, you can do it. But change that loop. I mean, Wayne Dyer said, change the way that you look at things, and the things you look at change. Take that with you, because I think that is so key, and it's something that really resonates with me in terms of what we should stop doing. Stop telling yourself you're not enough. You're enough. Oh my God, you're enough.
I just want to point out that this is a woman who came up onto the stage starting by saying she was nervous, right? And then kills it in the end. And I just need to put it out there. It's the energy of a room, and then that feeding in your own belly that rises you up. Like, you can come into a room and feel like, oh, I had it, yeah, it happened to me yesterday. I went into this room and I'm like, I gotta present this thing. I don't know which way it's gonna go. It's a coin toss, right? And I'm like, dig deep, dig deep. And I was hammered through this meeting. And I was just, every time I was like, coming up for a gulp of air, coming up for a gulp of air, coming up. And these are people I know really well, but you don't know. It's a bit of a lottery, right? But by the end, you kind of find a little bit of a morsel there, a friend over there, a little bit of a colleague there who might give you a boost. And then by the end, you kind of put yourself back together again. It's not quite a Humpty Dumpty moment, but it's close, right? And then you sit up on that perch and you're like, all right, I got this. I'm ready for the next meeting, ready for the next stop. And so many of you talked about this idea like courage. And I'm encouraged that a lot of the younger generation, I don't mean to divide us in any way, but the wisdom of the younger generation, even from self-care, from boundaries, of the things that, from my own experience, led me to burnout, that you have that wisdom at 18, 25, 28. I didn't have that wisdom. So I look at it and I'm like, well, thank God. Like, I have nieces saying to me, Auntie, like chachi, which is aunt in Polish, take a beat, like take a rest. Like, why are you all so wound up all the time? I'm like, how do you know that? Like, how do you at 21 know that? Not that they're not right. It's just like, how did they know that? Like, how did they see what I'm not seeing, right? So part of us cooking up this panel was to actually have us see that. Whether you're working with a person of a younger generation, whether you have daughters, nieces, folks that you are parenting in an adjacent way like Jen is with her friends in Mackenzie, whatever that is, there's learning both ways. Like, I would suggest, and I think we all know this, that I'm not here to teach Gabby. Like, I've learned from Gabby. But if Gabby is in my charge somewhere within my organization, and I've brought in an intern, for example, damn right, I'm trying to teach Gabby. Like, I'm trying to figure out, how do I clear the path to make room for this girl, for her potential, I think you said. Not just like the thing I'm here to do and tootle around and fix this spreadsheet, because it's so far from the potential that girl has. And you create those moments, those micro moments like we've been talking about today, they build up. They get confidence. The next job, they get confidence. The next job, then they end up on our C-suite panel. That's why we're here. Like, that is why we're here, right? You're paying it forward. And whether if it's someone in the room, you're paying it forward to a friend who's having a crappy day. You're paying it forward to a colleague. You're paying it forward to someone you don't even know. I don't care who you're paying it forward to, but we're paying it forward. There's a lot of knowledge in you. And I just ran into someone outside who'd said to me when Holly and I were up here, and I love Holly because she's so accomplished, and we'll get up here and talk about her craft. And the person said to me outside, is like, what if I don't have all those accomplishments? Like, what if I'm 18? What if I'm 22? What if it's my first job? Like, what's my power? Like, what the hell do I say? Like, what do I say? I don't have an award. Like, I'm not a powerful woman in banking. Like, what do I say? And the advice to them, and I'm open to forbid on this one, is that you have skills within you. Everybody has a skill within them, has something has a characteristic in you, has resilience, has fire in their belly, is a great problem solver. It can build community. Look at the skill, like, they're skills. They're things you know, not things you've done, they're things you know. they're very valuable to any employer. They're very valuable to a networking conversation. You show up and you say, listen, I know a hell of a lot about building community among people. I can rally the troops. I can get people in a room. I can command a room. I'm a powerful communicator. Whatever that thing is that you own, it's that. You know, the I am, I do, I want. I am this. I've got these skills. I still want you to meet with me, by the way. And I think you'll want to too by the time I'm done. That kind of, that edge, it's that confidence. You don't arrive at a place and then I've made it, now I've got something to talk about now. And I see that talking with you guys on this panel. It's like every one of you has a story in you that can crack us open, right? Which I love. I love that. So I feel very comfortable that this next generation is gonna kill it. I feel really comfortable with that. We've got this multi-generational thing going on. We got a dance between us where we're going to enable each other. And I really appreciate, I know when we cooked up the idea for this panel, I know all of these women. You don't know them, and I didn't know their daughters. I just knew a couple, right? But it's so great to see. You know, you meet the mom and you're like, I get why the daughter's like that. And then you meet the daughter and you're like, oh, I bet you she's telling her. Like, you get it always. So thank you for the candor and for just being part of the conversation and taking us full circle, right? Because I think we're here ultimately to try and make things better for those that follow us. And you've done that. So thank you. And now for our wellness break. One body, one life, one exceptional woman. Your body is evidence of your commitment to yourself. From the nutrition you fuel it with, to the movement you engage in, to the rest and refuel you afford yourself.
Wellness is an everyday commitment. It's how we live and the priority we place on ourselves.
And I can tell you that as a mother of 4 working full-time, I need all the fuel that I can get.
If I'm not healthy, I can't take care of my kids. I can't do a good job at work. So I need to make sure I'm getting the me time I need.
When the load on your body or mind is too much for you to bear.
I like that. Even though it's loose, I'll say, and rather subjective, what it does imply is that we actually know what we can bear, which I can tell you from my perspective has not always been the case, and that has not been my wisdom.
Sometimes life has a way of putting us on pause while we recalibrate.
And I remember sitting in my car and praying, just saying, God, please just give me the strength to get through this appointment and that everything's okay.
I was diagnosed with stage 3 colon cancer. I did send a text to my team saying, I'll just be here for a couple of days.
My mom from diagnosis to death was 10 days with a brain tumor.
But my defining moment was when we'd taken a family trip, a road trip to South Carolina. My father, my husband, and I were in the car, and I remember huge pressure because I was asking to continuously stop for pee breaks as I was in the middle of a miscarriage in the backseat. Through it all, not once did I mention that I was going through infertility treatment to anyone. Not my boss, not my parents, not even my best friend. It was as though it never existed. As though I could juggle it without skipping a beat, which I could not.
So I was laying on the table when the doctor came in and said, there's no heartbeat. The experience of going through that and talking after the fact with folks, knowing that I'm not the only one. Like, this happens to so many people. And so many people experience miscarriages and not being able to have children. And I think the more you talk about it and share your experience, I think it helps other people just realize that they're not going through it alone.
And as women navigating wellness setbacks, we often face an even steeper climb back up to find our confidence and hit our stride. And the road back has us choosing very differently than before.
And in truth, at the time, I never even understood what depression meant. I thought she was just being dramatic. The gap broke between the idea I had versus the reality of me and what was good for me. They were just completely at odds. And I was at a war within myself.
Because frankly, there's some days you think, well, my sideline now, people have forgotten about what I can do and what I'm capable of.
I don't believe in work-life balance. I believe in choices.
Setting the boundaries with work and at home so that you can appropriately balance when work and life happen.
It's the navigation of what I'll call is that inner guilt. It is really difficult for women to navigate. And it comes with a set of choices that we sometimes believe we're not even able to have.
It's a choice we make in terms of me saying no to sometimes 8 o'clock meeting, because for me, that going and having that exercise moment and making sure that I can get that endorphin in me to be a better person for everyone, it's a choice I made.
It seems to me that we live in this polarized state of either being massively overtired and running on fumes all the way through to trying to get some rest and fall asleep. And then menopause hits. Are you kidding me? These tropical moments arise through the night. They awaken us randomly, in a lather no less, followed by a deep freeze that has us shivering through the rest of the night.
Good sleep directly impacts brain performance, mood, and overall health. And not getting enough of it regularly has proven to increase the risk of many diseases and disorders. Everything from heart disease, which we have learned is the #1 killer for women, to stroke, obesity, and dementia. Sufficient sleep, on the other hand, puts your body in a position to be at its best, including combating weight loss and synthesizing the proteins for muscle growth. Sleep, quite literally, is our body's recovery mechanism, and it's essential for learning. And then good nutrition and exercise on top of the bedrock of good sleep, it's the holy grail.
A trend in healthcare, and one that we're trying to continue to support in our company, around patient empowerment, patient engagement. There's all sorts of data and stats that show that an engaged patient, an informed patient, has better outcomes overall.
Breathe, because breathing is great and it just calms you down. Get an Apple Watch, know your heart rate, bring it down through your breathing. These are all good.
I listen to my body and my spirit when it needs to be charged, and that's the best way I think I can take care of self.
I have recently severely limited the notifications on my phone. It has allowed me to be a lot more present and made a really big difference to my overall mental health. And then the other is, of course, getting outside and doing some walking. I try to do that every day.
I do one thing and only one thing that is just for me, and I protect it at all costs. Back to what I said earlier, I go to therapy every Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. I don't care if hell was raining down. I would still go every morning, every Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. I hope no one ever tries to contact me at that time, because I'm not available.
Well, I'm not going to try to schedule meetings this summer on Wednesdays at 8 a.m., that's for sure.
And when we're healthy and employers support women's wellness, we are best positioned to lead and excel.
We're in a world where our personal and professional lives are so mixed and gray.
I only worked for companies that had an environment that afforded me the ability to take time off. I only worked for bosses who understood my value system and what mattered to me, and I made choices about where I chose to be or not be based on that.
Women's wellness is a way of living and being, from the small choices we make every day to the larger investments that we make for our bodies overall. Make time for your wellness. There's one you, and you're worth it. It wouldn't be an ElleExcel session if we didn't talk wellness and if we didn't have a dog on the stage. So our three panelists today, Jocko, Jillian, and Dr. Stephanie Moynihan. So Stephanie Moynihan is no stranger to ElleExcel. She's a former panelist, and for those of you that logged on before, she offered incredible insight on advocating for women's health, and we're going to hear about that today. And she's a physician, an associate medical director at Dialogue Health. She empowers patients with great facts and information. And so Dialogue Health, for those of you that don't know, is a phenomenal integrated health platform that takes proactive wellness to new levels. If you check it out, so you can see whether it's a fit for you. But we spoke on a women's health panel actually together, and that's how we met. We had a lot in common, and I was enthralled by the data that she shared. At one end, frightened, and the other end, I'm like, this is fantastic. But of the many things that sets her apart is really the passionate pursuit of wellness, and she's the embodiment, I would say, of passion and purpose. So welcome back. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. That was such a kind introduction. And I was just telling how did you meet Lori? And I was like, we invited her on a panel, and she invited us on a panel, and we invited her, and it's just it's such a fun and necessary discussion to talk about empowering women, but also women's health, women's wellness, and why it's such an important topic. And I'm really glad, it's such a privilege to be back to have this conversation.
Yeah, I love that. And it's like, you tell to a friend, then you tell me, and then I pass it back to you, and then I do a panel, because we all get paid by the word, ultimately, right? So as women, we navigate bias in our ongoing lives, but when it comes to healthcare, many assume it's equal. Right, myself included, until I actually heard Dr. Moynihan speak. So talk to us about the facts around why that's really not at all the case.
No, and it's a really important way to start this conversation, just to understand what's the background, why it is important to talk about women's health. We know gender biases and how it affects, socioeconomic status, traditional gender roles, finance, business opportunities, the gender pay gap, and we don't talk enough about how this gap and all these biases also affect women's health and how women experience healthcare. And we don't have a lot of data, but we have more and more. And recently there was a survey done by McKinsey looking at what's called the gender gap in healthcare. And so we're able to measure the differences now between how men and women experience healthcare and the impact that it has on overall wellness. And what came out of that study is that women spend 25% more of their life in poor health compared to men. And if we look at total longevity, this totals up to about 9 years that women spend with more health issues, more chronic disease, more mental health issues, and a poorer quality of life than men. And this is extremely significant. And it's based not only on how traditional gender norms, how women were perceived, the shame that was surrounding, let's say, periods and menopause, and terms like hysteria that were invented to explain women's emotions, but also just how modern medicine was founded. It was created by men, for men, studied in men, and we're trying to catch up to that. And a lot of people will say, well, but women, they live longer than men. We shouldn't be people have that assumption that because we live longer, we're healthier, and that's completely false. And much of that longevity is based on the fact that men tend to die young, either through accidents or because in the past they were a lot more smokers, and then all of those risk factors are leveling off. And it's actually predicted that by 2030, we're no longer going to live longer than men. So it's really crucial. We're at a point where it's a non-negotiable to learn about how gender biases affect healthcare and do something about it.
Yeah, those are stark facts, right, from where it is that we've come from. And I know, staying with you for a moment, I know we've talked about inherent bias and how clinical trials and things of that nature are set up, things where we get prescriptions and then they're tested in a certain way. And we assume once we take them and after we're diagnosed that, all is well, and that this is the proper treatment for the course of action that we're on. But talk to us a little bit about the implications to women for key health risks like heart disease, like cancers, neurology, even women's issues like menopause, which you heard about on the screen a moment ago, endometriosis or autoimmune diseases. What's at play there, and what's the difference?
No, and to go back to my comment on, it was created by men for men, and the reason behind this is that we studied everything in men. All of modern medicine, we excluded purposefully women from research because we assumed that hormones would get in the way of the results. And that's the entire point of why we need to study women to understand how hormones impact health. And the concept of the default is a male body, and you just add like a uterus and hormones or something, and you've got a woman, and you can just kind of extrapolate all the data from studies is completely false. And so everything that we've studied and we've built, so talking about cardiovascular disease, talking about diabetes, everything we've learned, how it presents, that chest pain radiating down the arm, that's all in male bodies. Versus women tend to have more subtle symptoms, fatigue, digestive issues. And so we're not recognizing because we didn't study it, we didn't learn it, we didn't develop treatments for it. And so it's even the risk factors. We don't think about screening for cardiovascular disease the same way in women that we do in men. So pregnancy, menopause, different experiences will all increase people's risk of cardiovascular disease, and we're not screening for it. And so that has a huge impact. And we only know what we can study. And so even ever since 1993, which is the year that it was finally mandatory for women to be included in research, and that's barely 30 years ago, which is shocking. We still don't study enough the things that are important to women because you need funding. Research is extremely expensive. It's funded by governments, it's funded by grants, it's funded by charities. And so if we're not putting money into studying it, we're also not going to catch up to the playing field. And things like menopause are not cool research topics. We have to advocate for them ourselves so that they can get studied. And so talking about other things that are not as studied, autoimmune disorders, endometriosis, these are things that disproportionately or only affect women, and we're not studying them because they're not hot buzz topics. And so what that leads to, so autoimmune disorders, which affect women twice as often as men, and endometriosis, which affects, sometimes 1 in 10 women, it takes an average of 6 to 10 years for us to be able to diagnose these issues because we don't understand them, we don't know how they present, and even once we finally figure out what it is, we don't have any good treatments to solve it. So we have a lot of problems, and we need to find a way to move forward and to fix it.
Yeah, it's enraging. I'll just say, you're seeking care and you're assuming that you're getting access to the best of it, when meanwhile the infrastructure's set up in a biased fashion. And as a scientist, as someone who's running analytics teams, it'd be like me having all of my experiments imbalanced, grabbing the wrong, not a randomized sample, but a biased sample, and extrapolating the results onto a whole set of customers that are not the ones that it's modeled on. Like, that's sort of what we're talking about. Whether you do that in business, but healthcare in its most basic way is, it's tough to hear that, right? And we'll talk a little bit later about what you see happening and what sorts of things are happening in the world to actually address that, because it's a big moose on the table, right, to bring that up. And now Jillian obviously is coming back to the stage, along with Jocko, who's going to start snoring, no question, in a moment, which is great. It's good for our happiness and wellness. So welcome back, and thank you for lending your voice to this subject, which all around women's wellness. But talk to us about the relationship between happiness and women's wellness, because I know there is one.
Yes, hi. It's good to be back, and Jocko's clearly enthralled with our conversation here. And he definitely will be starting to snore at any time. So again, to this discussion point, so the field of happiness research in and of itself is fairly new. So up until about 1998, there was almost next to no peer-reviewed research on happiness, which if you think about that, it's the same sort of thing. It's not like 30 years ago, not that long ago. And so what happened was in 1998, Dr. Martin Seligman, he was the president of the American Psychological Association. And he got up at a conference. And so the way the academic conferences work is sort of they begin with a presidential address. And so to give his, he gets up and he announces that I want to start a new branch of psychology called positive psychology. And that sort of was the catalyst into all of this research. So when we look at happiness research, one, again, it's generally fairly new. The other thing is we are seeing a pretty good balance between men and women, but what we are also seeing is the vast majority, especially at the beginning, being done in North America with undergraduate university students. Mostly white, mostly somewhat affluent, educated. And so what we have seen recently is a shift. So we are seeing across the board more work being done in different cultures, because the other thing is that happiness is different in different cultures around the world. So that cultural piece of the conversation is really important. But to look and to sort of see, and actually, if I had to sort of put my bet on one or the other, there's actually more happiness research being done with women than with men. But across the board, lots more, which is very exciting.
Nice. And staying with you for just one moment, Jillian, in terms of happiness, it sort of feels like a bit of a byproduct. You made reference to it in your opening remarks around, if I do this, then I will be happy, or if that happens, then this is going to happen. And it's like waiting till tomorrow to breathe. Like, honestly, it's crazy, right? But we all want happiness and we want wellness now. Like, we want both that. We want that formula. So, but what if we're really in a funk? Where do we begin?
Yeah, and I can't remember if I said this morning, but just to be clear, I am a happiness researcher. I am not happy all of the time because that's impossible. I get asked that a lot, but like I talked about this morning, right, in terms of healthy psychological functioning, right, we are humans. We have a lot of emotions. Now, to just sort of zoom in on one thing, so 1998 was a very big year in psychology. So one, we had Dr. Seligman give that address that I talked about. But the other thing that happened was a researcher. Her name is Dr. Barbara Fredrickson. She did her PhD at Stanford, and she put out this paper that kind of like rocked the psychology world. So up until 1998, the leading theory was that, say you were going through something hard, right? You were going through grief or sadness or something difficult. What psychologists thought was that once you get through it, the like light at the end of the tunnel is joy or contentment or delight, and you kind of have to suffer through everything until you get to that point. And so Barbara Fredrickson, she puts out this paper and introduces a theory called broaden and build. And what she showed was, especially when we're going through hard things, when we're going through difficult things, when we are in a funk, those micro moments, and she's the one who coined that term, by the way, those micro moments aren't just like a fleeting good moment. They actually help to broaden our capacity to seek resources, to look for different perspectives, and build our psychological resilience. So they actually help to strengthen us as we go through those things. So whether it's a momentary funk and you want to just like watch a funny dog video or, you know, send a meme or anything like that, those little moments, they don't just boost you in the moment, they actually broaden and build your capacity. So it's important to remember that, because the other thing is, we talked a lot about micro moments. Oftentimes, it's paradoxically the time that we need them the most that we want to do them the least. So just put a little like Jillian on your shoulder who's telling you those are the times you need it the most. And sometimes you just have to kind of force yourself to do it at the beginning. Like some days I'm grumpy and I know I need to just go for a walk and get some sun and shake it off. But all I want to do is sit there, and I literally just have to force myself. And when you come back, if you think about it, you never regret it, right? So reminding yourself that sometimes just because you don't feel like it doesn't mean that that's not what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, that's really interesting advice, right? And it's like a prescription to yourself, because they're building blocks, like to inch you towards ultimate happiness and health, like both combined. And Dr. Moynihan, just for you for one moment, I wanted to talk a little bit about bias. We've been talking about bias all day, but bias in healthcare. So knowing there's bias in everything from clinical trials, as you pointed out, to treatment, how do we as individual women and a collective advocate for better care? Like what should we do? Give me some hope here.
No, and the good thing is there is hope, and at the end of the day, we're still at a stage where you have to be your own best advocate, and that's life advice for everything, not just healthcare. You are the person who knows yourself best, and you're the person who's going to be your own biggest cheerleader, no matter the situation. And you have to trust yourself and trust that your experience of what you're living in terms of health is valid. So know your baseline. Track your data, know what feels normal to you, figure out if something seems to be, if it's particularly difficult, it's not normal. And so people have this impression that, no, it's normal that my periods are super painful and that I'm crying on the floor for 4 days a month. That's okay. It's not. And there are things that we can do, or even if it's a biological process, it doesn't mean that the experience of it has to be really painful. And so look at your day-to-day and just see, is there something that is causing me distress? And people have different levels of tolerance, different levels of pain, but at the end of the day, the most important thing is how you experience this yourself. And if you find that something is difficult or doesn't feel right, it's really important to listen to yourself and track things. So, know when are you due for certain screening tests, know, how often you get your period, different symptoms, are you experiencing anything new, track them, listen to yourself. And I don't mean obsessive tracking, unless you're my parents and accountants and you love Excel sheets.
Or an analyst, God forbid.
Exactly. Yeah. And then go nuts. You can track everything. Send me your pivot tables and I'll take a look. But you just want to be able to listen to yourself and trust yourself when you feel that something is off. And the second thing I would say is just don't be afraid to ask questions. You have the right to know what's happening to you. You have the right to understand and have access to reliable information. And that's something I find excessively hard to have access to. We live in an era where social media has taken over, and everyone and anyone is now a health expert. And you know, it is a for-profit industry. The wellness industry is a huge industry. The pharmaceutical industry is huge. People don't know who to trust anymore. There's just polarization at all levels, and people don't really know. And just people are seeking answers about things that are affecting them. And so if you don't feel that someone has taken what you're saying seriously, you're not going to have a relationship of trust with that person. You're going to look for answers somewhere else. So don't be afraid. If something doesn't feel like it's being taken seriously, if you don't feel like the answer fits your relevant experience, ask more questions, ask for a second opinion, do your research, and ideally and hopefully you can find someone you trust. My best advice is generally look at what that person can possibly profit off you for, and be very wary if the answer is they can sell me something, because generally they'll have their best interests, not yours, at heart. So just something to keep in mind when you see information. But always ask for a second opinion. And we had a talk at Dialogue recently on, you know, women's health, and someone sent me an email after, and she says, you know, I can't say it the way that you did, and I forget how I said it. It'd be great if I could repeat it. But she said you had asked that about don't being afraid to get a second opinion. She goes, she's been living with these symptoms about her health for years and was just told this was something she would live with and there was nothing wrong with her. And she went and she got another opinion and she got a diagnosis and a treatment plan. And she goes, had you not said that, I never would have thought that I had the right to know that. And so that's something that's really important that I hope everyone takes out from today.
Yeah, and it's empowering to me to hear that a doctor's saying that. Because I had that experience where I was dealing with a health matter myself, and I went to see a doctor and they said, you're fine, it's just stress. But it ended up being gallbladder disease. And I had very acute pain in my stomach, and I just couldn't get the right test. They'd read the test, they'd say something's not wrong, and they're like, you just fine, just live with it. And you're within your rights to, this is bad terminology, but fire your doctor, or get a second opinion, or get some other help. Get educated, because you're the CEO of this body. Like, you're the only one that knows what's going on in this body. That's it. Like, there's nobody, people can help you and have a window in, but what you're feeling is what you're feeling. And you're going to live with the consequences in the treatment and whatever course of action is taken. And I think we all notionally know that, but this level of respect gets in the way. The same way at work, it gets in the way. You're like, oh, I can't tell Ernie that she's wrong, she's my boss. You know, there's that, it gets in the way. Right? But in the end, you're owning your power, you're owning your health, you're owning that one body that you're in. I feel it's the same thing. And it's coming from a place of courage. And so I love that you just gave us that boost. You're like, it's the doctor telling you to advocate, like to figure it out and take accountability, ask those questions and be unapologetic about doing it. So good for you. Thank you for that. And based on your collective research, the two of you actually, what two things can employers do specifically to significantly increase and support women's wellness? I'm going to start with you, Jillian.
Sure. So the first thing is, have any of you heard of the term autonomy?
Yep.
Show of hands. So autonomy is like, in research, we always have to make like fancy words for everything, right? So it's essentially like focusing on what you can control, right? Because in life, there are certain things you can control and certain things you can't. And autonomy does not mean micromanaging. What it means is giving more of your focus, more of your attention, more of your resources to the things that you can control. And especially in the workplace, when we think about supporting wellness and health, focusing on autonomy is really, really important. So in the happiness space, we have a couple studies that are like, you know, like the big iconic ones, like maybe the ones that are sort of like the standout studies. So this particular one was done by two women, Dr. Ellen Langer and Dr. Judith Rodin at Harvard and Yale. And this was done in 1977. And they went into a nursing home. It's a 4-story nursing home, and they used 2 floors for the study. So the first floor was like business as usual, a control floor. The second floor, they gave the nursing home residents small pieces of autonomy. So things that are seemingly like unimportant, like what movie do you want to watch on movie night? Or like, do you want a plant in your room, yes or no? Which plant would you like? And what they found was that the group that had these seemingly perceived small opportunities for autonomy, they lived longer, they were more engaged, they had better mobility. So just these little things. So I think especially in the workplace, looking for where are those little moments of opportunity for autonomy for people, because what we know is that autonomy is a better predictor of your happiness than how much money you have, how popular you are, how good looking you are, or how good your sex life is. So above all of those things, we can all agree we can see how those appreciate our happiness. Autonomy is more of a predictor. So having those little opportunities. And the second one is, I was talking about social connection today, right? Being the number one predictor. In the workplace, what is often underestimated is what we call water cooler moments. So you're making coffee and you're chit-chatting with someone. When we look at things like creativity, teamwork, problem solving, innovation, those moments are really key and they cannot be replicated virtually. So creating environments in which you have people either coming into work on the same day or having these common areas where you can have those conversations, because we tend to not pay attention to those connections because they're not like the big ones. And yet, especially in the workplace, those are really important for health and for creativity.
That's great advice. What do you think, Dr. Moynihan, on that one? What do you think? What two things could employers do to really significantly increase women's wellness at work?
Only two.
No, but you have at it.
I really love the water.
I've lost control of this conference.
One of my colleagues recently, left the company for a different opportunity, and one of his goodbye presents, he made a whole page on, small things that you can do. Don't forget to do these things.
That's
and
cute.
Different ideas of collective activities, and it was just such a nice. A nice reminder about the importance of the social connections. But getting back to the kind of the employer side, the first thing though is create an open dialogue, talking about women's health issues, talking about, women, which is 50% of the population, is really important to acknowledge. And every time we do a talk on women's health, we get an email saying, yes, but what about men's health? And at the same time, one does not come at the expense of the other. The reality is just the default is men's health. And so we're just making space in a world so that we can advocate for women's health. If we look at the statistics, it's shocking. Up to 75% of women who are taking a day off for a women's health related reason will not say the reason that they're taking off. It's still something completely shameful to take off because you're having menopause symptoms, you're having a painful period, you need to go for fertility treatment. People don't feel comfortable talking about these things. And I remember in one discussion group, a woman was saying she had her hot flash, and we'd mentioned, I think, in the previous chat, which I would have loved to have done with my mom. She's gonna be so happy about that. But she had a hot flash in the middle of a meeting, and she goes, I don't know what to do. I can't turn my camera off. I can't leave. I can't tell anyone that I'm having a hot flash. And we know how bad they are. You've probably seen the video of the woman having a hot flash where you can see the smoke coming off her face. And so being able to just normalize these conversations, like I need to step out, I need to close my camera, having flexible policies that allow people to adapt their work schedule based on how they're feeling at a particular moment. If you need to run, women are still majority caregivers for children, for parents. So being able to have those policies in place is really going to support the women that work in the company. And statistics have shown having women in companies improves revenue, improves productivity. We're amazing. You want us. And it goes through all of the journeys.
I heard a half clap back there.
I like it. But going through every stage, people are like, okay, it'll get better at this stage. We don't want to hire women at this part because they're going to get pregnant. We don't want to hire older women because they're going to have menopause symptoms. There's no point at which women are not experiencing discrimination in the workplace, unfortunately. And being able to realize that it's happening, talk about it, normalize these conversations is really the most important thing that employers can start doing. And the second one is encourage women to take care of their health, put policies in place that will also allow women to take care of their health. We live in a system where having access to quality care is still very difficult. Half of Canadians don't really have easy access to a primary care provider. They did a study recently looking at, they rank every country in the world on how we do in terms of women's health. Canada is 63rd. It was shocking to see, and they rank it based on 5 indicators. So overall like physical health, emotional health, our basic needs met, and preventative care. And we do not so bad on most of the other indicators. Preventative care, they rank it on 100, we get a score of 22. That's what tanked our score. And part of it is having access to primary care and being able to do your screening. So cervical cancer screening, HPV screening, mammogram screening, cholesterol screening, diabetes screening. All of these things are really important. And when I said, know your baseline, know what tests, what are you due for in terms of screening? Do you have a cervix? You are eligible for cervical cancer screening, and it's something that's really important to take care of. We need to beat the US in this score, please. I think they're 38, and they have 38 out of 100 for preventative screening, but they're still much higher than us in this score, and it's just really important, and that's something that each individual can take as an action as well. But employers also have this unique opportunity to fill the gap of lack of access to healthcare, and so it's becoming the standard now to have employee assistance programs, to have access to virtual healthcare services, a lot of things that can help support preventive screening, primary care, access to care. And so employers should also look at sending out reminders and just making sure that people know the importance of this.
Amazing. Well, there's a lot in there, and good advice on all ends. Thank you. So as doctors, what's your own prescription for wellness, for self-care for you? Jillian?
So I think we all know that we're supposed to move our body, get good sleep, and eat healthy, right? All of the research in terms of happiness, it's very, very clear. Those are all really important. I try to do those the best that I can. And remember, like I talked about today, some days we eat strawberries dipped in ketchup, right? Nothing's perfect, but we do the best that we can. So I thought the one thing I wanted to share was I've been studying happiness for a decade now. And there's so many things that you can do. It's like impossible for me to try them all. And there was this one thing that for some reason, I just never really paid attention to it. And then remember when things were starting to open up here in Toronto, but we still were fairly locked down. And I got invited to the ROM, to the Royal Ontario Museum, and they were opening a new exhibit. And it was called The Dawn of Life, which is essentially the fossils up into the dinosaurs. And so I go to the ROM, they have this opening. They've been working on this exhibit for almost 10 years because apparently it's a lot harder to get money for fossils than it is for dinosaurs. And so anyway, I'm walking around and there was this rock. And remember when you weren't allowed to touch things, right? But you were allowed to touch this rock. So obviously I was I'm going to touch the rock. So I touch the rock, I take a picture for Instagram, and I'm about to walk away and I look back and I read the thing and it says, at about 3 billion, with a B, years old, you're touching one of the oldest forms of life on Earth. And I thought about that for a second, 3 billion? And it just sort of warped my mind. And I went home. I used to live at Spadina and Bremner and have a beautiful view of the ocean. I was high in a box in the sky. And that night I looked out at the stars and they just seemed different. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh my goodness, this is awe, A-W-E. And awe is this sort of feeling of transcendence, that it puts things in perspective, I am so small, the world is so big. And especially when I get spirally and stuff, trying to notice awe in the world, whether it's listening to beautiful music, going for a walk in nature, even sometimes just listening to Jocko snore, how cute that is. But out of everything that I have done and learned and applied in research, this was the one that I completely underestimated, and it's completely shifted, especially in times of stress. We see that awe can reduce stress, anxiety, give perspective, and it was just one I never thought anything about. And so that's something, if you have never, noticed the stars, noticed the beauty, try it out and do a little experiment for yourself, because it was definitely life-changing for me.
I love that you said that. I'm going to use that as leverage. We played a game with some friends of mine, and it was just a list of, let's say, I think 15 or 20 different words, and it was sea, sun, sleep, and you had to pick your top 3 that you wanted. And everyone was, laughter and everything. And one of the 3 that I picked was wonder. And everyone looked at me and were like, wonder? Why would you pick wonder? Sleep is much better. And the reason I picked it is I just felt it encompassed all the other things on that list that were the reason we like them is because of wonder and awe and this sense of joy. And so, I was like, okay, well, there's music on the list, but I feel wonder when I listen to music. I feel wonder when I wake up from a good sleep. So it was my cheating way of picking all the things without picking one. But most of what
It's all
we know,
wonderful.
exactly. And most of what we know is you can't control the big things, and so what you need to do is find ways to control the small things. And my grandmother had given me a book when I was younger called Don't Sweat the Small Stuff, and it's all small stuff. And the core message behind it is, and that's also if we look at studies on, why people feel anxiety, why people feel the sense of unease, is because of a lack of control, and in order to compensate it, we apply so much more control on other things. And in order to not fall into the spiral, it's just when you feel like you're losing control on something, you're feeling stressed about something, find something that you can control. Just a small moment of something that you can decide, that you have control over, and that you have that sense of, find something that will give you that sense of joy in the day. And my mom says I'm someone who uses the things, which basically means I don't keep things for a future version of myself. If I have a nice outfit that I bought, I will wear it the next day. I don't need to find a special occasion for it. If we have I was gifted really nice dinner plates as an heirloom, I use them for regular dinner. Why? I want to enjoy the things that I have now. And it doesn't mean, don't save things for the future, and it's really important to plan for things, but also, don't forget to plan for your current self and enjoy life as it goes. Find those moments of peace, of wonder, of joy within a day, even if most of the day was, or it's starting off really badly and everything's going wrong. Find something that is positive, and if you can't find something that's positive, do something positive for somebody else and be that joy that they can have in their day.
Beautiful. Now, ladies, what makes you remarkable? Oh, it's okay. Clap it out, clap it out. Yeah, I don't want to rob you of your clap. Yeah. What makes you each remarkable, Jillian?
So I was thinking about this one, and I was talking earlier about how the number one predictor of both long-term health and happiness is social connection. And I think what makes us remarkable is that we're actually hardwired for connection. We are naturally born with the thing that has the biggest influence on our health and our happiness. And so now it becomes, what do we do about that, right? Do we lean into that? Do we make that effort to connect? But the fact that we are born like that is our natural default and our tendency, and we have the autonomy to choose to lean into that, I think is absolutely remarkable.
And what makes you remarkable, my dear?
Me. Jocko.
That's him. Back to you. What makes you remarkable? I'm not going to let you off the hook. Don't make me tell you.
I think the fact that I get to study happiness. When I switched from obesity, I was talking earlier, from obesity to happiness in the second year of my PhD, there was not a single person at Western studying happiness. And it was a really difficult time because if you can't find someone studying what you want, you can't find a supervisor, which means you can't write a PhD. And I wanted to move to Berkeley because they had it's called the Greater Good Science Center. And I was married at the time. And actually, my ex-husband worked for BMO, so.
Yeah, thank you, yeah.
I figured it out. I wanted to study happiness. No one was doing it. And we ended up building my committee from people from Berkeley. The vice provost studied me. But the fact that I get to study happiness, that's a thing that I get to do every single day, I think that's pretty remarkable, right?
Amazing. Yeah, and I'll add one thing to that, just because I know you, is that you say yes to things. You say yes before even the question's done, and the question mark is there. Hey, would you want to speak at this conference? Yeah. Do you want to do this? Do you want to go for dinner? Yep, I want to go for dinner. It's yes, it's a yes, it's a yes. It's lead with yes, because I think there's this hopefulness that whatever it is, it's going to work out. And that's a gift. And there's many things that make you remarkable, but that is for sure my observation of one of them. Stephanie, what makes you remarkable?
I'm going to throw this question on the outside, but I remember reading last year at the height of the Eras Tour, someone wrote, "Do you know, out of all of the years of human existence, how lucky you are to live in the same time period as Taylor Swift?" And
no, I did not. Yeah, I can't say that I did.
It's a ridiculous statement, but the concept behind it is so true. Do you understand how remarkable it is? What had to happen for you to be here today as a person, for me to be here as an individual sitting here? We beat out all the other versions of the theoretical versions of ourselves to be the one that's here. And you get to choose what you do with that. You know, we can't control a lot of things, but we can control our perspective, and that's something that's really unique. And I really like that, I guess that mindset that we are able to choose that. And yeah, I am, lucky to be in the same time period as Taylor Swift. But at the end of the day, I am remarkable because I am the product of every single woman that came before me for generations to make me who I am.
Yeah,
and I carry the best parts of them.
Yeah. And I think that's true for every single person in this room, right? Everybody paved the way for some of us to be here. So thank you for the insights. And you guys are just what the doctor ordered. So thank you. And I'm going to give poor little Jocko his pass so he can go over there and find a treat, which I'm sure he's waiting for. And thank you for joining me on stage and for your tremendous insights. And I'm going to go for close while these folks take a pass. Now, I know you all filled out some bingo cards on the way, and I'm going to choose, thank you, from this lovely lady who just appeared out of nowhere for the winners of that. And there's a gift here for Crystal. I think I've got the spelling Borg. I think I know Crystal, actually. Crystal, you here? You still here? Run up here like it's The Price is Right. I think I've got that. Yep. All right. Thank you. Thank you so very much. And for all of you, I don't know if the exercise, I appreciate. Thank you. Yes, you're so welcome. Thanks for filling out and playing with us on the whole bit with the bingo card. It was just a real simple device, as you can well imagine, of getting you connected and giving you a bit of an opener. All right. So we've come full circle, right? It's been a long day, and these shoes are killing me. So I am dying to get out of these shoes and into something flat that doesn't look like if I click them, I'm going to end up in Mississauga. So from the inside out, I hope you feel the impact, right? I hope you. Give me some, is it good? Yeah. I'm glad. Because I'd love to get a bounce from you and do a poll, a last-minute poll, to just see how you're feeling about today. And specifically what I'm after is because I want to make an impact. I want to make sure that all the work that the folks did pulling this together can help you with some tangible learnings on where you go forward. And so if you could kindly share your feedback. Has today's conference given you a little bit of tangible learning that you can use to improve your personal life, your professional life, both of them? Just whether you agree with that, whether you're like, nah, I don't know, it's kind of like a coin toss. I'm just looking for a feel so we can see in the room whether we've hit the mark. And so take a moment, scan over that little puppy there with your phones, and the results will show up. All right, and in the intro, oh yeah, here we go. Okay, perfect, awesome. So thank you for creating and being part of the co-creation of this circle so that we're all here today offering advice to each other, because the learnings are coming from the room. They're coming from the people we pull through to the panels, to our C-suite, to the friends we know, to the referrals that we have. So thank you for creating the environment and a platform and the willingness to show up and refer folks. And by the way, if you know somebody who would benefit from being part of the women's circle, because as you know, anyone who gets part of the circle at some point gets dragged up onto a stage. So if that doesn't scare you, then direct them to the website that you can see there so that they can sign up. And all the content from today's conversation will also be stored there. So if someone wasn't in the room and you're like, oh, I really wish I had the opportunity to share it with them, all those assets will be stored there so that you can access them longer haul. And so for some final feedback, one last poll, and then I'm done polling you. You can tell I'm an analyst. One word that you'd use to describe today's conference. And so all that you need to do is fill that out with the QR code, and you can choose whether it's inspiring, empowering, thought-provoking, energizing. Which of these was it? Awesome. Awesome, awesome. All right, thank you. And now finally, today's program and this whole setup was really just a labor of love. I will tell you that. And a passion project for so many of us who are champions of women's empowerment. And I don't think you'd be in this room if it wasn't something you care deeply about. So thank you for being part of the solution. And to all the gems who are front stage and behind the scenes, thank you for helping women excel, and there's many of them, from your ideas to technical expertise to your sense of humor to the crunchy bits. I appreciate you. I know you've been part of sculpting all of this. And a special shout out to my sister back there, Michelle Yap, who's tucked away running point on tech and ensuring that all the videos and music and everything displayed. She is the best wing woman a person could ask for, and so I see you, I appreciate you, and have a front row to your greatness every day. So thank you for everything that you do. Nicely done. And I think we've got a slide up there of all the volunteers, and maybe I missed it somehow. They're all the gems. Thank you so much. Now, this took a village, as you can well imagine, but I will say that I put out an ask and the feedback was tremendous. So the people you see here on the screen, they share the same passion we share, which is I want to help another woman. How can I do that? And so thank you to all those gems in front of the scenes, behind the scenes, helping us from an event marketing perspective, all of our speakers. It takes a lot of courage to get up here and tell your story, whether it was for the first time or the 10th time, whether you do this for a living. It's difficult, right, to stand. It takes a lot of courage to muster that up and stand in front of a group of women and share your insights. So I appreciate you doing that. And to my power pack of women, this table here, number 6, who showed up today, my best friend of 40 years, and every new friend I've picked up along the way. I did what a lot of you said, which is everywhere I went, I picked up a community of women, whether it's a workout gang and whether it's friends from high school, university, BMO, wherever it is. If I move another company, there's gonna be a whole other group of women, so we need to just get a bigger house. But these folks keep me anchored, and then obviously they get pulled up onto stage too. Thank you, Cynthia. So I appreciate that, and I'm blessed to be part of your power pack, and every day I bask in your sunlight. So thank you for being my friends. And now we are going to bridge our way to a bit of a reception, but before we do, we got a short boost through a video, and I will see you upstairs.
Oh, no.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, hi. Sorry, we're just going to hold off on that video. I wanted to say, from the planning committee, we just wanted to say thank you so much to someone very special, which is you. This event would not have been happening if it wasn't for you. ElleExcel wouldn't be happening if it wasn't for you.
Thank you.
You inspire with not just words, but with action. You work tirelessly over the weekends, in the evening, in between meetings, and you really made this happen. We're grateful for your time, your personal energy that you put into this, and we want to thank you for being a champion and a role model. So this is for you.
Thank you. From where I sit, women have no option but to excel. And when you start from the inside, you cannot help but have impact. Own your 4 pillars of strength. Anchor in the me. Surround yourself with a really, really strong community of we. Make wellness a daily practice. Then get out there and lead with impact.
Extend a lot more grace to ourselves.
We're all going to have to deal with really difficult challenges in our life, and the extent to which we can actually practice deliberately trying to take the best out of those moments and infuse them into the way in which we live our lives is really important.
In the end, aren't we all just women in the wind? Women facing the wind, braving the wind? Broad-shouldered, beautiful women who are mastering the wind.
And there's some lessons in there somewhere. I may not know what they are at the time, but hey, I'm growing, I'm learning, I'm moving on.
Stop magnifying our flaws in ourselves and in each other, and just catch ourselves when we're holding that magnifying glass too close and thinking critically.
Stop comparing ourselves to others, right? Stop thinking about, well, if so-and-so is in that role, they'd be doing it like this. It doesn't matter. I'm doing it like this, and I'm in the role, and be confident. I say also start giving back more, right? It takes time to do mentoring conversations. I get so much energy from talking to people and sharing my experiences. So for me, it's also start giving back more.
Stop getting in your own way and start taking up space in the world.
Start to have more self-trust and stop self-sabotage.
Start believing more in ourselves and embrace the inner voice, embrace the butterflies in the belly, because it probably means we're stretching.
For women to excel, we need to advocate for ourselves, for each other, and for the broader good. Paving the way for that next generation of women to succeed, well, that's what it's all about. And advocacy is a job for all of us.
Your number one person that can be oppressing you at times is other women. So let's start supporting each other.
We are shoulder to shoulder with women in every aspect of life. We are in it together, and together we will excel.
Pave the way for progress, strut your strength, and make it easier for every generation of women who follows us to thrive.
As a mother of 2 daughters, I see a world, and they see a world, where women thrive. There is no other option.
Break barriers, shatter that glass ceiling, speak up, and boldly grow the good in you every day. Because we all are so much better when you do it.
With my skills and my abilities and my voice, and I've recognized how I can use those things to help people and make a positive change.
Yes, she can. Yes, she can.
Yes, she can.
Yes, she can.
Yes, she can. Nothing to see here, folks. Just another woman out there excelling in the world. Nothing new.